With Lu Yuan's return, everything changed. Even death lost its finality. He brought the fallen back, Barton and Coulson among them, restoring life as if rewriting fate itself. To many, it was beyond a miracle. Had Lu Yuan not worn an Eastern face, some might have declared him a god. Hydra's intricate conspiracy, poised on the brink of success, unraveled in an instant. Had Alexander Pierce still been alive, the sheer reversal would have driven him mad with rage. Nick Fury, whose spine had been shattered, stood once again, healed by Lu Yuan's power. The hospital's finest could only gape in awe. No science explained it. Only one word remained: impossible. Yet the miracle came at a steep cost. The Insight Project was exposed, a plan capable of eliminating millions in a flash. The United Nations demanded accountability. Worse still, SHIELD had been thoroughly infiltrated by HYDRA, compromising years of covert operations. Missions buried in shadows now stood in daylight, and the trust in SHIELD crumbled. In the aftermath, SHIELD was officially disbanded. Fury lost his position. Agents were dismissed. Still, none of them lacked futures. These were the best of the best. Maria Hill, for instance, made her way to Stark Tower, not to join the company, but to support the newly formed Avengers with intelligence and logistics. The fall of one institution heralded the rise of another. The Avengers stepped forward from shadows. What once was an emergency task force had become a permanent symbol of peacekeeping. Thor remained on Earth since their last team-up, and together the group found time to convene at Stark Tower, now redesigned as the Avengers' official headquarters. Tony's company still operated below, but this floor belonged to heroes. As plans were laid, one name remained missing. "Haven't found Hulk yet?" someone asked. Bruce Banner had vanished. Though the truth, Hydra's framing, was exposed, the betrayal cut deep. It wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was personal. Though this world wasn't bound by comic book arcs, it felt eerily close to the threshold of World War Hulk. But here, in the cinematic universe, Banner chose exile. Still, he hadn't left Earth, not yet. Not because of fear, but because of love. Betty Ross. Their wedding had been planned, set for the end of the year. Even General Ross had begrudgingly accepted it. Then everything collapsed. The Avengers could only sigh, sharing a quiet moment of sympathy for their long-suffering comrade. That's when Lu Yuan spoke. "I think it's time I stepped away," he said, mostly to himself. Everyone turned to look. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Why? No one's protesting you." Straightforward as always. Had Banner been there, he might have objected to the phrasing. But Lu Yuan didn't react. He just asked, "Really, Tony? Have you not seen the footage that's gone viral?" The footage. Lu Yuan, single-handedly obliterating Hydra's aircraft carriers and wiping out enemies at SHIELD headquarters. A terrifying display of raw power. Though governments tried to suppress it, the videos spread like wildfire online. "In the video, I said I wouldn't interfere in human affairs," Lu Yuan added. "Whether it's Hydra or the Ten Rings, no matter how evil, they're still human. And I'm not. Not really." He'd even opened a YouTube channel to respond to conspiracy theorists himself. "Earthlings," he said in one clip, "you're right. If I wanted to, I could crack your planet in half with a punch." The internet exploded. Some call him a threat, others a god. Lu Yuan never denied it. "Don't forget, I'm an alien too," Thor offered, trying to lighten the mood. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Yeah, thanks. But you've got Norse mythology behind you. I don't have a cult." Still, everyone's reactions varied. Barton gave Lu Yuan a subtle nod. Nearby, Natasha Romanoff smiled quietly, fiddling with the ring on her right ring finger. Not her left. Not yet. They weren't officially engaged, but she wore his promise in a way that mattered. Barton leaned over and whispered, "In a couple of days, bring Lu Yuan over. Laura and I want to celebrate." Natasha smiled. "We've already agreed. If your next kid's a girl, her name is going to be Natasha." Barton laughed. "You've already named my child? Weren't you planning your own?" Natasha rolled her eyes, chuckling. "We're not even married yet." Meanwhile, the others continued their discussion. Finally, Lu Yuan stood, looking resolute. If my presence is a threat, if I disturb the balance of this world, then I must leave. I don't belong here. Not now. Before anyone could stop him, Natasha stood. Then I'm coming with. No, Natasha. Lu Yuan cut her off gently. Not this time. Wait for me. Her lips parted to protest, but she held back. Lu Yuan looked at each of them, one by one, and then he walked to the edge of the tower. He didn't need a portal. He didn't need a ship. He simply vanished into the sky, leaving behind a silence that carried both reverence. Lu Yuan had made his decision. The hateful whispers of the internet had reached him too. Accusations, fear, paranoia. They hadn't just wounded his pride. They reminded him of a harsh truth. No matter how many lives he saved, to many, he would always be an alien. I never came to Earth to be its protector, Lu Yuan said quietly, standing before the remaining Avengers. I came here to live in peace. From the start, I knew what would happen if my identity was exposed. The fear, the suspicion, it was inevitable. There was silence. No one knew how to respond. In hindsight, it was true. Lu Yuan had rejected Fury's offers twice before. He never intended to join S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. He had fought alongside them only when circumstances forced his hand. And perhaps because Natasha Romanoff had asked him. It was Fury's manipulation and Natasha's quiet request that had drawn him into the battlefield. That sly old fox. But don't worry, Lu Yuan said at last, breaking the stillness. Before I leave Earth, I'll bring Banner back. That's a promise. Though the public saw Tony, Steve, and Thor as the trinity of the Avengers, those in the know understood. Without Hulk's raw power and Banner's unmatched intellect, the team wasn't complete. So, as the gathering ended, everyone could only accept Lu Yuan's choice. He wasn't wrong. When a being like Superman ceased to be a symbol of hope and instead became a cause for global unease, then it was time for him to disappear from the spotlight. No one could argue with that, except Natasha. Back home, her mood had shifted into a stormy silence. She finally snapped. You're leaving again. What is it this time? Off to charm some other galaxy's princess? Lu Yuan chuckled and gently flicked her forehead. You idiot, he said affectionately. I'm not taking you because you're pregnant. Natasha froze, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach. Lu Yuan nodded. There's no sign yet, but I can feel it. In another month, even the tests will confirm it. She stood there, stunned. Natasha had long believed that her body, her past, had made motherhood impossible. Many quiet nights, she had grieved that loss. And now, a miracle. Lu Yuan smiled, brushing a lock of red hair behind her ear. I'm a god, remember? I wanted this child with you. So it is. Tears welled in her eyes as she leaned against him, letting his strength become her shelter. Yet after a long pause, she whispered, but we're not even married. Am I going to be a single mother now? Lu Yuan sighed and gently lifted the ring from her right hand, sliding it onto her left ring finger. You think I'm embarrassed of you? He asked softly. I never planned to leave Earth, but this isn't about pride. You know me. If I didn't want to go, no one could force me. Natasha frowned, puzzled. Lu Yuan took her hands, closed his eyes, and leaned his forehead against hers. And then he opened his memories to her. In a flood of images, truths she had never imagined poured into her mind. She saw the world Lu Yuan had come from, a place where the Marvel and DC universes were fiction, just stories, movies, comics. She saw how he had first crossed into the DC universe, how he became a Kryptonian and rose to become the supreme commander of Krypton, how he led 100,000 warriors to the solar system and, basking in yellow sunlight, became Superman. She saw the battles, the betrayal, his death, and his resurrection as Doomsday. She saw him fight to protect his people and ultimately destroy every last one of his own kind. His loyal soldiers turned mindless monsters, and she saw what it cost him. She wept silently as she realized why he had rejected Fury, why he resisted joining any cause again. Lu Yuan had lived through a tragedy deeper than any of them could comprehend. After that, the vision shifted. She saw Lu Yuan's arrival in the Marvel Universe, the moment they met, the adventures that followed, and the times he joked around with Tony, the times she wanted to smack him senseless. But then came something deeper. She witnessed a vision she didn't fully understand, of golden light, formless shadows, eyes like galaxies watching the cosmos. She saw Oa, the one above all, DC's god, entities so vast and abstract that even Lu Yuan didn't comprehend them fully. And then she saw the beast, a being of eyes and malice, and Oba, the overvoid's twisted reflection. Even through memory, the pressure nearly shattered her mind. But something impossible happened. Both Oa and DC God shielded her mind. Why? Lu Yuan hadn't known. But now it was clear they knew. Even back then, somehow, across all of time and space, they had seen this moment coming. Natasha's breath caught. She finally understood what Lu Yuan was preparing for. A war, not of galaxies, but of universes. For supreme beings. For almighty realms. The Marvel universe of OA. The DC universe of the presence. The Hell realm of OBA. And the darkest universe ruled by the beast. And at the center of their bed, a single warrior. Lu Yuan. He hadn't come to Earth just to live in peace. He had fled a past drenched in blood. But destiny had caught up with him, and now he stood on the edge of something even more terrible than before. When the memories faded, Natasha clung to him tightly, trembling. "I don't care how strong they are," she whispered. "Just make sure you come back." Lu Yuan smiled. "I will. I have a reason now." He placed his hand gently on her stomach. "You both are my reason."
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After witnessing the existence of the four supreme beings, Natasha Romanoff finally knew what kind of big event Lu Yuan was facing. To be honest, compared with the crisis Lu Yuan is facing, this little thing about the Earth is really a child's play. Natasha Romanoff has also understood that Lu Yuan said that he is the omnipotent god now. He is not exaggerating, he can really tear the Earth with his hands, and even the universe can be torn apart. With a wry smile on the corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth, she opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yuan distressedly. "I'm sorry, I can't even share the pressure for you, and I keep being petty." She felt that all her previous experiences were living on dogs. How could she be so naive? Like a little girl in love, she can't even do it rationally, she just loses her temper. Having said that, she was not very old at first, and she was in a passionate love, or her first love. Isn't it normal to be a little emotional? Lu Yuan hugged Natasha Romanoff with a smile and said, "As long as you can understand me, it's enough." "I'm very relieved." Natasha Romanoff silently felt Lu Yuan's intentions, and asked worriedly, "But can you meet their expectations? The opponents are the same supreme apostles, and you have to face two supreme messengers by yourself. And there are more than two enemies." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said suddenly, "Actually, none of them mentioned the number." "What do you mean?" Natasha Romanoff asked hastily. Lu Yuan let go of Natasha Romanoff, pulled her to sit on the sofa, and explained slowly, "You have seen my memory, and you should have noticed that none of the four supreme leaders mentioned how many apostles they had. So, the only thing that is clear now is that OAA and DC God's choice chose me, but what about the Beast and Oba? How many apostles they chose is still uncertain." Natasha Romanoff was also smart and knew the seriousness of the problem right away. What if both Oba and the giant beast chose more than 10 people? What about even more people? How many opponents will Lu Yuan face? What can I do? Natasha Romanoff became anxious, and even gave Lu Yuan an idea. "Otherwise, you should be a bit of a scumbag." "I agree, you let all women get pregnant. You don't mean that your child can help you." Lu Yuan looked at Natasha Romanoff, dumbfounded. "Are you serious?" As a result, he saw that Natasha Romanoff's expression was extremely serious. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm not a scumbag. What I like is to be happy with each other and love each other. And as I said before, my departure is voluntary, and no one can force me to do what I don't like." Without waiting for Natasha Romanoff to ask again, Lu Yuan continued, "Actually, there is a guy called Transcendent, who is also an omniscient and omnipotent level that is infinitely close to the Supreme Being. He once pointed me and let me know my shortcomings. I'm still one last step away from entering the Almighty Universe level, which is equivalent to the Supreme Being." Previously, under the favor of OAA, the original Transcender went to solve Lu Yuan's problems. Lu Yuan always thought that as long as he kept collecting those fetishes, he could become the Almighty Universe level. But he was wrong, very wrong. No matter which of those supreme beings, they have their own Almighty Universe. Needless to say, OAA and DC God, they represent Marvel and DC respectively. And the Beasts and Oba also have the so-called before the birth of the universe, the Dark Universe and Hell that already exists. Marvel has always had several versions of Hell. For example, Hela, the goddess of death in the comics, is also the Hela of the movie universe Thor, Ragnarok. She also has her own realm of death, also known as Hell. For example, Ghost Rider is also connected to a Hell, which can release the fire of Hell, or send the soul of the wicked directly into Hell. In addition, there is the Hell of Greek mythology, which is in the hands of Hades, the king of the underworld. As mentioned earlier, there are Greek myths in the Marvel universe, but they are not as deeply rooted as Thor and Asgard. There are many, many more, so I won't list them all here. But beyond these hells, there is a real hell that existed long before the Marvel universe was born. And this hell, which exists only for Oba, belongs to him alone. The original Oba was not yet a person. Oba was described as all physical beings. Unlike Oaa, which is all metaphysical dignity, Oba is the most humble life or soul in the world. Let's put it this way, in any value of life, as long as there is the value of the lowest life, then Oba is even lower than this lowest life. Oba is not even a bug, not even an ant. But later, all the souls in the original hell were integrated together, and then an Oba comparable to Oaa was born. It's just that Oba has been trapped in the original hell, and no one knows his existence. There is also a giant beast, and his darkest universe was also born before the DC universe. It is equivalent to saying that the four supreme beings all have their own almighty universes. Whether it is the almighty universe that made them, or they made the almighty universe. In short, if you want to become an almighty universe level, you must have your own almighty universe level the power of. Even the original transcendence is not the original beyond the realm. Lu Yuan finally understood why Oaa only gave a full set of infinite gems and the heart of the universe. In fact, he only needs to upgrade to the corresponding level through 2 sets of fetishes, and then find the right way to 483 is enough to advance to the almighty universe level. He didn't have to bother looking for the mess at all, and if he really needed it, the Oaa gave it to him in the first place. For example, DC God, from the very beginning, gave him all the powers involved in the hidden origin of the DC universe. As long as he takes time to practice, as long as he understands these powers of origin, it is directly equivalent to the origin. That's why I'm leaving, I'm going to become the real almighty universe level, Lu Yuan stated his purpose. Since he already knows where he is now, how can he delay it? He naturally wants to complete his shortcomings as soon as possible. So he really left voluntarily, he just made an excuse before. Then what are you going to do? Natasha Romanoff wanted to know Lu Yuan's plan. Lu Yuan didn't hide it, and said his plan, you already know that the power of our Kryptonians comes from the yellow light of the sun. As long as we can keep shining the light of the sun, we can increase our power infinitely and become stronger. What I lack now is my own strength, so why don't I create my own almighty universe in my body? And I can fill the almighty universe with the sun, so that I can become infinitely stronger every minute and every second. I am so silly. Lu Yuan now feels that he is a big fool, and an incomparably foolish one. Although he is already Doomsday, Doomsday still retains the same ability as Superman. After all, Doomsday was also born from Kryptonian technology, not to mention that he first became Superman, and then became Doomsday resurrected after death. He definitely retains all of Superman's abilities. In this case, as long as he keeps basking in the sun, can he keep getting stronger? Even the light of the red sun, which is weakening for ordinary Kryptonians, can become a source of power with the ability of Doomsday, which can adapt to all environments. All the light of fixed star can finally make him stronger. So why does he have to go farther? If it wasn't for the fact that infinite gems had become part of his power, he would have thrown all those broken stones away. I become stronger, and finally become the 10th dimension, and even the 16th dimension. Isn't it fragrant? The 5th dimension can do whatever it wants, and it can do anything. Why go far away? Lu Yuan finally woke up. Shouldn't it be too late? I want to slap myself now. Lu Yuan looked at Natasha Romanoff innocently. Why didn't I think of it? There are so many guys in the universe who put a universe in their bodies, such as eternity. The body is made of something like a universe. Why don't I put a universe in my body? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan stupidly, only to feel that his values were about to collapse, and he waved his hands again and again. Don't tell me. I don't understand. Why are you gods different from what we humans understand? Who could have imagined the idea that the 3 views of the universe could collapse in the body? Natasha Romanoff heart says, eternity? Shouldn't we be living in someone else's body? What is the mystery of the universe? In fact, this thing is really mysterious and mysterious. For example, in the microcosm, it is said that if you use a microscope to magnify the leaves to 1,000,000 times, you can even see the existence of a universe, including the skin of human hands. If magnified to 1,000,000 times, that is another picture. Our human eyes are actually very deceptive, as if our brain is protecting itself. There are things we can actually see, but the brain does not allow it. Because many human limitations are incomprehensible, if humans are allowed to experience the quantum realm, including according to the original Ant-Man, once they shrink to the atomic level, human beings will lose themselves and will never be able to return. Including human beings, if their reaction speed is too fast, they will also feel that life is like a year, and therefore collapse. So, Natasha Romanoff is very broken now, and feels that the 3 views are going to collapse. Lu Yuan smiled and hugged Natasha Romanoff, comforting. Don't worry, I won't put you in my stomach. Natasha Romanoff snorted softly. Anyway, I'm a hostage now, and I'm not afraid of you. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was talking about their child. Shaking his head in disbelief, Lu Yuan was worried about his upcoming daughter. Is it good or bad to meet such a mother? In other words, how did he know that this child was a daughter? After all, Lu Yuan is omnipotent and omnipotent. When it comes to his children, he will still break the rules and take a look at the future world. It's just that this child has been a little rough until the birth. Because Natasha Romanoff is just an ordinary person after all, but this is Lu Yuan's child. He has become a god now, and he is still at the almighty universe level. This child's future is destined to be extraordinary, and he will be a god from birth. Not the level of the gods, but the multi-universe gods far beyond the 5 gods. As a result, she may need countless strengths to build her body, which simply means a lot of nutrients. If ordinary pregnant women need a lot of nutrients, then the nutrients that Natasha Romanoff will need in the future may be from level universe. Unless the mother's life or death is ignored, the child may not be born until when. Lu Yuan has a clear understanding. No wonder Natasha Romanoff was the first to conceive, but among his family's children, the eldest child seems to be Ancient One's daughter. Ancient One now has a nightmare universe, plus it was originally the level godfather, so it can be said to have reached the multi-universe level, or at least the level single universe. If you continue to provide nutrition to your child with such strength, you can naturally be born earlier and smoothly. Just, when did his teacher have a child? After all, Ancient One has become one with the Nightmare Universe, and in the Nightmare Universe, Ancient One and Lu Yuan have already married. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while. He didn't go to see the teacher when he came back this time. It seems that he should be busy tonight. And, most importantly, Natasha Romanoff has no evidence yet. I'm back. Natasha Romanoff broke free from Lu Yuan's embrace again, thought for a while, and asked a question she was more curious about. What are the 4 supreme beings trying to do? Why are they suddenly betting on their own almighty universe? Natasha Romanoff didn't understand what the OAA thought. Even for them, once the omnipotent universe that is self-dependent is lost, it is a very hurtful thing. It is even possible to lower one's own level. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and said thoughtfully, because they want to make an exception. Breakthrough. Natasha Romanoff looked blank. Today, she suddenly heard a lot of great secrets and new words. What does breaking mean? The so-called exception is actually a kind of stock, which is called roar for some who have had invincible performance, but were later defeated. This kind of stock can be reflected in many places. For example, Frisia, the king of the universe, when he continued the legend of the undefeated myth, he was the strongest existence and the biggest villain in the 7th universe at that time. But when Frisia was finally defeated, he was out of line. Since then, Frisia, Ling Long, 5078 has even been reduced to a unit of measurement. And Lu Yuan's sudden mention of breaking the rules is not an unfounded interest. Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts and speculations. What I suspect now is that the 4 of them may want to make an exception to each other, or they may want to make an exception to their own restrictions. What do you mean? Natasha Romanoff turned into a gimmick, although she raised the question, but now she really doesn't understand what Lu Yuan is talking about, so she can only say a word from time to time, lest it would be too embarrassing for Lu Yuan to play a one-man show by himself. Lu Yuan continued, let's talk about OAA first. If OAA was the only and supreme one at the beginning, then when Oba appeared, he would have a counterpart. Oba is the counterpart of OAA, its opposite. It is equal to how strong OAA is, and how strong Oba is. As long as Oba exists, there will be a day when OAA will be broken. At least there is such a danger. The more powerful people are, the more they care about breaking the rules, because breaking the rules is very dangerous. For example, Transcender, as he was continuously weakened and changed his settings, he has already made an exception. Let's look at Transcender after that. There are even only incomplete settings of the Cosmos Cube, and he has become a larva of Transcendence Protoss. However, the original Transcender surpassed the universe originally, and the universe cube was nothing to him. The original Transcender, who was only a little weaker than OAA, was constantly abused because of his exception. So OAA needs me to make an exception, not to make an exception for him, but to make an exception for Oba. Only in this way will Oba be unable to match OAA, or even destroy that hell. Similarly, Oba also needs to break the rules. He has to break his own shackles. Only then can he become the master of this almighty universe. DC God will also make exceptions, especially the beasts. When the giant beast first appeared, it could be said to be invincible in the world. Any powerful character would crumble before him. When the beast came, even hell was divided into 2 factions that supported the return of the Lord and opposed the return of darkness. The Angel Legion went down to the world, ready to snipe the strongest enemy. As for the heroes of the mortal world, they have already been prepared to fight with all their strength. The first to bear the brunt is the Demon Knight Eldragon, who can't do anything to hinder the giant 483 beast. Then Dr. Fate challenged the beast, and the result was also an immediate failure. The Angel Legion also launched an attack on the giant beasts, but they still failed miserably. In the end, Ghost also appeared and turned into the last guard of the world, but after struggling for a moment, he also fell in front of the giant beast. But it was later said that the author had personally said that the ghost at that time was not in a complete state. If it was a complete ghost, it could defeat the beast. This is the hidden danger of breaking. As we all know, Ghost is the incarnation of DC God, representing God's wrath and spirit of vengeance. No matter who you are, as long as Ghost judges you for your sins, you will be judged eventually. If even the incarnation of God can defeat the beast, then he can't be called the opposite of God. What's more and more ruthless characters appeared later. For example, Perpetua, the death metal event of today's Dark Knight is caused by her single-handedly, and she is also called the goddess of creation, and even the setting of the DC universe has been changed to be created by her. Not to mention the Hand of the Void and the Hand of Creation and so on. The breaking of the giant beast is imminent. For them, breaking the rules means everything. Once they are breaking the rules, they can never go back, Liu Yuan said. Like Superman is invincible at first, but once he starts to be defeated, more and more stories about Superman's death will keep popping up. Even Supergirl Kayla can beat up her cousin when she first appears. Although it was later said that Superman did not dare to fight with all his strength, fearing that the Earth would suffer, he was beaten by Kayla. Liu Yuan didn't hear the conversation between OAA and the original Transcendence at that time, he just speculated based on the information he had now, but it's also inseparable. Why did the four supreme beings suddenly go to war? DC God and the Beast have already shaken hands and made peace. Is there really such a big conflict between OAA and OBA? It would be better to say that OBA has actually been broken, and was defeated by the Hulk. But he can still threaten the OAA. This is also not allowed by the OAA. Don't think of OAA as a good person. What is the definition of good and bad for this level of God? At least not by human values. Okay, don't think too much, I'll just worry about it alone. Your task is to raise your baby at home with peace of mind. Liu Yuan didn't continue, because saying too much won't help, it will only upset Natasha Romanoff chaos. His priority now is only one thing, and that is to complete the next plan, and enter the ranks of the Almighty Universe level completely. And this matter is a bit urgent, and Liu Yuan doesn't know when the future war will break out. But before that, let's sleep first, it's time to rest. Brother, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? It's time for God to rest. They had just returned from the Avengers base, and even if Liu Yuan spent a lot of time explaining it, it was only in the afternoon. But she really couldn't stand Liu Yuan. Just when she was about to obey, a phone call interrupted the two of them. It turned out that Hawkeye Barton wanted to invite them to dinner. One was to congratulate them, and the other was to thank Liu Yuan for bringing Barton back to life. Damn, do you want to thank me or to disrupt the situation? Liu Yuan scolded angrily. The opposite Barton was dumbfounded. What? Natasha Romanoff hurriedly hung up the phone, fearing that Liu Yuan would go too far. No way, the two had to go to Barton's house for a party, and held a barbecue on the lawn of Barton's farm. Because they knew that Liu Yuan was going to retire, and even to leave the Earth for a while, other people came one after another. Fury, Hill, and Sharon cut. It was said that Hill and Sharon were very cunning. They used this banquet as an excuse to think that they had already dated Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had a bad seizure in front of Natasha Romanoff, thinking that he was waiting for his brother to come back. Naturally, the Avengers all came, Tony, Steve, Thor. They also brought their families and their girlfriends with them. Even Sam and Rhodes were invited. It turns out that Sam has been invited by Tony and the others to join the Avengers. After all, he has also made a contribution this time. There is also Rhodes, who has been out of roles for a long time and has almost zero sense of existence. He was also invited as a war machine and plans to join the Avengers. In the end, Liu Yuan specially asked someone to call Betty's house. As a result, they found that Banner did not disappear, but after a circle outside, he secretly returned home and hid at home. This guy, don't you know everyone is worried about him? It was discovered by Liu Yuan. Banner and Betty also came, and everyone persuaded Banner that the truth of the matter had been announced, and everyone would trust him again. Banner was just talking about it, and it could be seen that he no longer trusted others, or even himself. Banner, Liu Yuan suddenly said to Banner, why don't we try to understand each other with Hulk? How about accepting each other? Banner was puzzled. Liu Yuan was actually the one who was really puzzled, and asked curiously, I really don't know if you are smart or a fool. You and Hulk are not two people, and Hulk is not someone else, Hulk is your other personality. Do you really think he is your enemy? At least the movie universe is not the immortal Hulk setting in the comics, so Hulk is another personality of Banner. Why would you rather be a schizophrenic than try to cure yourself? Once you can stay sane in the form of the Hulk, people won't be afraid of you anymore. I'm different. Speaking of which, Liu Yuan did see the version of Hulk Banner in the timeline of Avengers Alliance 4. It can maintain the state of the Hulk, but also have the ingenuity of Banner. It's just this way, Banner can't fully utilize the power of the Hulk. After all, the power of the Hulk comes entirely from his rage. At the same time, the Hulk's body also made it impossible for Banner to control the delicate instruments. In short, it seems that any of the previous forms are stronger than the Hulk Banner. But he is big. Well, can't drive. Liu Yuan is the most tragic, because the Hulk Banner is very popular. However, although Liu Yuan can maintain his sanity and human form, he is an alien after all. Isn't that right? There has been a lot of noise on the internet for a long time. There are also many people who support Liu Yuan, who doesn't have any fans yet. But more people see him as a more dangerous threat than Hulk, who can guarantee that this alien doesn't want to rule Earth. Liu Yuanxin said that if you think too much, I don't have time to rule you, and I have to provide you with benefits. I have to consider letting you develop. Are you bothered? So you might as well keep your personality intact, so that you can remain calm and rational in the state of the Hulk, Lu Yuan suggested to Banner. In fact, this is also a link that Banner must go through in the future. He can't always be like this, can he? Banner looked thoughtful. If you look at his condition from a scientific and medical point of view, in fact, Banner has a split personality, and he is just a neurotic. Everyone is also very happy. Tony also said, why didn't I think of that? Banner, maybe because you're a scientist, I always thought you were a normal person, so you're a lunatic. Little Chili was dumbfounded and pushed Tony, not joking like that. Besides, you don't even think about Betty's feelings? Betty, Pepper, Natasha Romanoff, Hill, Sharon, Peggy, Jane, and Laura and Hill, the women huddled together and muttered about their subject. Lu Yuan, Tony, Fury, Barton, Steve, Sam, Rhodes, Banner, Thor, a few old men were sitting on the other side and talking about their topics. I have to say it was really crowded. There are also 2 little agents from the Barton family running around among the adults. Natasha Romanoff picked up their eldest daughter and said expectantly, Auntie will have a daughter too. I hope you will be good friends in the future. Only then did everyone know the good news of Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff, and they also noticed that Natasha Romanoff's ring had been put on the ring finger of the left hand. So everyone celebrated again for them. The lively banquet continued into the evening. Since it was too late at night, Lu Yuan simply resorted to a means to transform Barton's house into a 3-story mansion. Barton's wife, Laura, was helpless, and after that, just cleaning the room every day was a problem. Everyone was surprised again, but thinking that Lu Yuan can even resurrect dead man, it's nothing, right? Fury sighed, are you really a god? If it's a replacement, Lu Yuan spread his hands. Fury sighed again, Earth lost your shelter, I don't know if it's good or bad. Lu Yuanxin said that you don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, which means that even you are afraid of my power, so what else do you say? But he didn't spoil the atmosphere, he just said with a smile, I will come back when the fishing reels on the side of the earth come down. After all, I didn't plan to take Ziona with me. I will never leave my wife and children on the earth. Right? That's a real scumbag. Everyone understood after thinking about it. Lu Yuan said that he was going to leave the earth, and Natasha Romanoff was just pregnant, so it was really not suitable for tossing. Recalling that there has been a lot of trouble on the internet because of Lu Yuan's affairs in the past few days, I feel a headache. For some conspiracy theorists, any explanation is untenable, and there is no way to make people believe that Lu Yuan will not rule the world, or even destroy the world. Only time will tell. At night, everyone sat outside and looked up at the many bright stars. How big do you think the universe is? Natasha Romanoff suddenly asked such a question, sitting on his clothes by Lu Yuan. The others were also very curious and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly, it's very big. Whispering sound. Everyone is booing, not so perfunctory. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and suddenly he raised his hands and suddenly pulled the entire starry sky down. But he didn't really drag the starry sky down, it was just a metaphor. It seemed that when everyone came to the starry sky, not only the entire Milky Way was in sight, but the sea of stars in the entire universe could also be clearly discerned. This kind of scenery is really beautiful, and almost all of the people present are in pairs, so they can't help but lean against each other and enjoy the tranquility of this moment. In the middle of the night, Lu Yuan came to Ancient One's dream through the nightmare world. In Ancient One's room, she had awakened, and when she realized what happened to herself, she couldn't help but sighed. I'm very surprised. Is the nightmare universe my domain, or yours? Lu Yuan could break into her realm at will, making Ancient One very defenseless. She began to wonder who was the Lord of Nightmare Realm. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. Don't forget that we are husband and wife. Although this field belongs to you, I am also equivalent to half the master. They used to get married in a nightmare, and to others it was just a dream, but because the Ancient One became the master of the nightmare universe, what happened here can also become real. It would be better to say that Lu Yuanfei wanted to give the nightmare domain to Ancient One, which he had planned from the beginning. In this case, their original wedding can't be regarded as never happened. Ancient One shook his head with a headache, and his long blonde hair tied into a ponytail at the back of his head also swayed back and forth. Her hair was getting longer and longer, and she didn't cut it anymore, and now it was almost reaching the lower back. Ancient One with fluttering hair is even more beautiful, originally with a fairy spirit, at the moment is like a fairy angel who came to the mortal world from the sky. Lu Yuan couldn't help but take the first 2 steps to embrace Ancient One. Ancient One was stunned, subconsciously trying to break free. Lu Yuan said softly, Natasha Romanoff is pregnant. Ancient One was startled again, then sighed, no more words, no more struggle, closed his eyes, and murmured, I knew I should have kicked you out in the first place. It's too late. Lu Yuan smiled proudly. They just asked each other for advice at the beginning. Speaking of which, they only had the real master and apprentice without the name of master and apprentice. Lu Yuan was not considered a real apprentice. So, the two actually only have one relationship, they are husband and wife in the realm of nightmares, and they are indeed married. That's right, teacher. You still call me teacher. Okay, dear. You should still call the teacher. Ancient One was very helpless, thinking that Lu Yuan did it on purpose, but in fact, it was enough to call her name. What's up? I hope you can help me teach Natasha Romanoff. After Lu Yuan handed the mind gem to Natasha Romanoff, he actually didn't have time to guide her on how to use that power. So now Mind Gem is just passively protecting Natasha Romanoff. When she encounters a crisis, the power of the gem will automatically activate a position. In fact, the power of Loki's portal device to create an energy barrier came from the power of the Mind Gem on the Mind Scepter, not the Space Gem. But that's not enough to give Natasha Romanoff the power of a Mind Gem. So Lu Yuan asked Ancient One to teach Natasha Romanoff. Ancient One just felt powerless, literally powerless. She felt that Lu Yuan was a bit too much, and asked her to teach. Are they rivals in love? But Ancient One still agreed. I see, I will guide her. Lu Yuan thanked Ancient One for his general knowledge, because he was about to leave the Earth soon, and he really didn't have time. Including he has been busy before, and has not stopped in the X-Men movie universe. I'm looking forward to the birth of our daughter. Roll. Lu Yuan rolled away, returned to his body from the nightmare realm, and had a good sleep. Even though it happened in the nightmare realm, Ancient One had another nightmare. But because Ancient One has become the lord of the nightmare domain, plus Lu Yuan's power, what happens in the nightmare world is no different from the real world. Ancient One felt fooled. From the previous wedding to now, she has been calculated by Lu Yuan. Especially once she is confirmed to be pregnant, because she has a cosmic power that can continuously provide the nutrients the child needs, and the child will come to this world earlier. Therefore, their child will be the eldest of Lu Yuan's family. The next day, everyone had another breakfast at Barton's, and it was time to leave. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to leave immediately, but took Natasha Romanoff home. After Natasha Romanoff's mood gradually stabilized, he was ready to leave. And before leaving, Lu Yuan started a live broadcast again. Humans all over the world, I am the alien Superman, also called Lu Yuan, and the name of Krypton is Lu Yuan. I think many people know me and know who I am, so let's forget the opening remarks. But has he finished his opening remarks? Lu Yuan drove the live broadcast all the way to the sky, and in front of almost everyone, said, I know that many people are worried that my power is too strong and will threaten the safety of the entire Earth. So today I will be in front of for everyone's sake, choose to leave this beautiful blue planet. I have gained friendship and love here, and I have found my lovers, or two. But because of this, I don't want my existence to disturb the Earth. For my friends, for my lover, and for the fans who like me and support me, I choose to leave. Thanks for getting along during this time, goodbye, the Earth I love. Having said that, Lu Yuan began to soar, and in a blink of an eye, he was already at an altitude of more than 20,000 meters above the ground, and he could even touch the middle layer of the atmosphere. At the moment, there are countless barrages in the live broadcast room, and there are also crying expressions. Lu Yuan finally looked back at the ground, then picked up the mobile phone that was running the live broadcast, gave a thumbs up to the camera, then dropped the mobile phone and pointed the camera at himself, jumped out of the atmosphere, and turned into a ray of light into the distance. Disappeared. After all, Superman has left Earth. The entire planet was quiet for a few seconds. Whether it was those who supported and trusted Lu Yuan, or those who believed in conspiracy theories, they never thought that Lu Yuan would choose to leave the Earth so neatly. At this moment, many people do not know how to react. Even those who have been arguing that Lu Yuan was a threat recently were dumbfounded. This time, the online trolls were speechless. Are you satisfied now? In the live broadcast room, those who supported Lu Yuan began to fight back. Superman was forced away by you, his homeworld has been destroyed, and you drove him away again. Where did you let him go back? Some people shouted extremely sadly, and even provocatively made people shed tears. It's like they're kicking a homeless person out to wander again. And with Lu Yuan's powerful strength, he did not resist, but chose to compromise and leave. Isn't this enough to prove Lu Yuan's goodwill? Somewhere in the world, the two siblings are also watching the live broadcast room. Wanda couldn't come back to the direction of Lu Yuan's disappearance into the universe. Wanda. Pietro's worried roar called his sister's name, thinking her reaction was too big. This guy, Wanda bit his lip and muttered, he also said he wanted to teach me how to master the power, but didn't he escape? Unforgivable Zero. Pietro shook his head and comforted, don't worry, we will take care of it ourselves. It doesn't matter even without him. Wanda glanced at Pietro and thought that although you are a brother, how can you understand a girl's heart? Pietro really didn't understand, because they were the same age, and he was only 15 or 16. Pietro didn't know that Wanda's current state was actually very dangerous. Why did she care about Lu Yuan so much? In fact, the reason why Wanda and Pietro want power is to have the power to make the world peaceful. It wasn't that they were hostile to Tony because they were stupid and didn't know it was someone else who was throwing the missile. But they felt that it was the weapons merchants who developed such large-scale weapons that made the world die more and the wars continued. They hated the arms dealers for increasing the frequency of wars and the scale of casualties, not one individual. The compromise that Lu Yuan chose to leave made Wanda feel that he was really a superhero. He had such power but he didn't resist or bother to defend himself, but left for peace. At the moment in Wanda's eyes, Lu Yuan suddenly grew taller, as if his whole body was exuding a layer of divine brilliance. But Lu Yuan had already left. From then on, Wanda began to collect Superman's peripherals frantically, and even the mobile phone screensaver looked like Superman Lu Yuan 2.0. Especially Lu Yuan's mobile phone number. Although he saw that Lu Yuan had abandoned his mobile phone, he was still reluctant to delete it. She turned into a super fan of Lu Yuan, a little fangirl of Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan asked her if she had time in the evening, it would never be the answer of "Uncle, we don't make an appointment." Others reacted differently. The person in charge of the Hydra base that was still there clenched his fists excitedly. That damn Superman has finally been kicked out. Ha ha ha, those idiots on the internet don't know we've used it yet. It seems that Superman is nothing more than that. He destroyed our insight program, and our infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D, and one of the strongholds. But so what? Cut off one head and two will grow. Hydra hail, Hydra hail. Not to mention that the Earth is still not peaceful. Lu Yuan has already left the Earth, and then he came to the surface of the sun. He once slept here, but he didn't know how long he slept on DC and Marvel's sun respectively. In these 100,000 years, someone must have moved him from the DC universe to the Marvel universe, so 100,000 years ago? Or 100,000 years from now? Lu Yuan didn't think about it. He slowly fell to the surface of the sun. Under his feet is the surface of the sun that is as high as 5 or 6,000 degrees Celsius, but it is nothing to Lu Yuan, and even the white suit on his body is not damaged. That's what he changed with his own power, and it can also become Superman's most classic battlesuit at any time, so the defense is as high as himself. Lu Yuan walked around the surface of the sun. He was observing the composition of the sun. He had already thought of creating a universe in his body and filling it with the sun. So he began to understand all the structures of the sun, so that it would be easier to create later. Then he went into the core of the sun, carefully studying the entire structure of the sun along the way. Later, even the temperature of the core of the sun as high as 20 million degrees Celsius had no effect on him. And after coming to the core of the sun again, Lu Yuan deeply felt that his own strength was rapidly increasing. If he was only the 5th dimension before, then he will soon reach the 6th dimension. This is his own power, and he is almost omniscient even without the help of the heart of the universe and infinite gems and other powers. That's it, Lu Yuan nodded. He had already analyzed the sun, and he was considered to have all the information about the sun. Now he can even create the sun. But Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, but looked at the farther cosmic space. It is said that the number of fixed stars in the Milky Way is between 100 billion and 400 billion. Among them, there must be fixed stars that are brighter than the sun, and there must be fixed stars that are warmer than the sun. Since he has to do it, what Lu Yuan pursues is the best. It is said that the brightest fixed star discovered by humans is named R13601, and its brightness is 8.7 million times that of the sun, but its location is in the Tarantula Nebula of the Large Magellanic Cloud, more than 160,000 light-years from the Earth. In other words, even if it can reach the speed of light, even at the speed of light, it will take 160,000 years to complete the journey. So a light-year is a unit of length based on the speed of light. It can be seen how far R13601 is. But this is not a problem for Lu Yuan. In an absolute moment, Lu Yuan came to the front of R13601. It was a beautiful bright blue fixed star, and even Lu Yuan squinted his eyes slightly, only to find it dazzling. According to the prediction of scientists, the energy released by this fixed star in 5 seconds is equivalent to the sum of the energy emitted by the sun in a year. However, this is not enough. Lu Yuan found a brighter fixed star in a galaxy, which is 50 million times brighter than the sun. The energy released in 1 second is equivalent to the total energy emitted by the sun in 10 years. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and felt that his strength was rapidly increasing. If it is said that the power increase obtained by staying in the sun for 100,000 years, only 10,000 years are enough here, and the effect is better. The fixed star found in front of me is almost the brightest, and the other fixed stars are almost no brighter than it. But why isn't the temperature enough? Lu Yuan suddenly noticed that although the fixed star in front of him had the highest brightness, for some reason, the temperature was not as good as the sun. Why is this? In fact, it is also easy to understand that brightness does not represent temperature. Although this fixed star is bright enough, the temperature is not as good as the sun. Lu Yuan thought for a while, first observed and understood the structure of this fixed star, then turned around and flew in another direction. He began to travel throughout the universe, not just the Milky Way, but almost all galaxies. Fortunately, Lu Yuan has supervision, which allows him to see the situation in any corner of the universe, otherwise this will be a huge project. In the end, Lu Yuan finally found a fixed star in the universe whose surface had been scorched and turned into a blue liquid as a whole. The temperature of this fixed star is terrible, and the surface has reached 2 billion degrees Celsius, which is beyond human imagination. Because the fact that this fixed star is close to the Milky Way is enough to scorch the entire Milky Way. Even when Lu Yuan approached, he felt hot all over. However, with his strength and Doomsday's special system, Lu Yuan quickly got used to it. He also walked towards the core, and the closer to the core, the higher the temperature. Finally, when he came to the central core of the fixed star, the overall temperature even reached an astonishing 1 trillion degrees Celsius. At the moment everything he saw was already a liquid. That is, Lu Yuan, otherwise, ordinary people would have been melted just by getting close. Lu Yuan felt that his eyes began to heat up, because he adapted to the temperature here. The temperature of Lu Yuan's heat ray also began to increase the upper limit. From the original 20 million degrees Celsius, it began to soar all the way, and finally became the same as the surrounding environment. This is a very terrifying power, almost no creature can withstand it, and even the so-called gods will be wiped out. Lu Yuan began to ponder. He had seen many, many fixed stars, and even had contact with red fixed stars. At first, he almost lost his strength, because he had only adapted to the light of red fixed stars in the DC universe. This was the first 483 contact, the red fixed star of the Marvel universe. But he immediately adapted, and let the red light also provide himself with strength. In the final analysis, the best effect is the yellow sun rays, which is also the most classic setting. Lu Yuan thought for a while and said to himself, and the larger the volume and mass of the fixed star, the shorter the lifespan. So it is better to set the volume and mass to the level of the sun, and the color of the light is also yellow, but the brightness and keep the temperature at maximum. Although the power of the Kryptonians comes from the yellow light of the sun, not from the temperature of the sun. But as we all know, heat is also a form of energy. Lu Yuan's plan now is to create his own omnipotent universe in his body. In this case, the heat in his body will also become part of the energy. So he started. First of all, how to create the omnipotent universe within itself. The almighty universe includes a single universe, a multi-universe, and even a super-universe composed of infinite multi-universes, and so on. The almighty universe is everything, so it's obviously not enough to just create a universe, and it's not enough to become an almighty universe. So, what about transforming each of my cells into a giant universe? The number of cells in a human body is about 40 trillion to 80 trillion. Normally, the cells in an ordinary person's body are between 40 trillion and 80 trillion, and some say tens of billions. And what about Lu Yuan? He can make his body bigger, and his real body is even more ruined. If the cell file size of a normal person is added, and his huge body is added, it can even be changed to the level of the file size of a planet, and the number of cells already unpredictable. If all these cells are turned into super-universes, then infinite super-universes can completely form an almighty universe. In this way, I will be the original almighty universe, and I will rely on my own strength to completely enter the almighty universe level. This was Lu Yuan's entire plan. Through the reminders of OAA and the original transcendence, he already knew what the last part of himself was lacking, and that was his own power. Whether it's the OAA or the primal transcendent, they all have their own source of power. But Lu Yuan's biggest reliance now is actually the omnipotent universe given by the heart of the universe. But this is not enough. It's still the same sentence. It is better to rely on yourself than to ask for others, and external power is borrowed after all. After thinking about this, Lu Yuan started his huge project. He first took out a red blood cell for experiments, and transformed it with the microscopic universe in the quantum field. After all, the file size of a cell is not as good as that of the universe, but what if it is transformed into a microscopic universe? Moreover, the microcosm is not small, but it seems small in terms of human values, but in fact, the universe has no file size, because for the life living in it, the universe is the universe. Maybe the real world we exist in is also very small in the eyes of others. Lu Yuan succeeded, and even the process went so smoothly that Lu Yuan was surprised. With just a thought, he used the ability of the almighty universe level to complete the transformation of his cell. The next step is to create in the super universe in this cell. There is only one thing Lu Yuan has to do, and that is to fill the universe with countless fixed stars. He doesn't need to create other life, or even other universes and stories in his own body. He only has one idea, to combine the size, mass, and color of the sun with the highest brightness and highest temperature ever observed, to create a super sun that is 50 million times brighter than the sun, with a temperature of 2 billion on the surface and a core of 1 trillion degrees Celsius. Even Lu Yuan used his own power to reverse reality, so that these fixed stars could be next to each other without causing mutual destruction. In this way, when Lu Yuan ended, the super universe in this cell was already filled with countless fixed stars. Think about it, if there are hundreds of billions of fixed stars in a galaxy, how many galaxies are there in a universe? Even many galaxies are actually larger than the Milky Way, and some galaxies can hold 10 galaxies. And a super universe is equal to countless multi-universes. This is simply immeasurable. Even after Lu Yuan finished and put the red blood cell back to its original position, he immediately felt that his power suddenly started to soar out of control. In 1 second, it was far longer than he had been sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, and it was even comparable to the time it took for the universe to go from birth to destruction. Ha! Even Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a roar drink, and stood up with a long body dripping freely, feeling that he was infinitely biochemical. Even the last 1% of the heart of the universe has finally broken through. He has completely obtained the power of the heart of the universe, which is equivalent to being recognized by the entire Marvel universe and approved by the OAA, and has completely ranked among the almighty universe level. Another supreme being. However, this is not over, and Lu Yuan is far from satisfied. It's only one cell now, but there are more than trillions in his body. But it takes a lot of time to transform him one by one. Lu Yuan understood that he didn't have enough time to slowly transform. But don't forget, Lu Yuan holds so many abilities that he can't even count. The shape of Akon, Lu Yuan used his hands to make a posture like a seal, and then separated, and his body immediately turned into 10 million. Lu Yuan can copy himself, or incarnate in the shape of Akon. Each of these duplications has Lu Yuan's body strength and knows what to do. Lu Yuan also turned himself into a Doomsday, and even grew to the file size of a planet in one go. He fell slowly, floating in midair. On the contrary, his duplications began to shrink, becoming only cell file size, and then sneaked into the body from the whole body. The transformation has begun, and almost every cell is in charge of a duplication of Lu Yuan, transforming all cells into a super universe at the same time, and then creating countless super suns to fill every space. To be honest, only Lu Yuan dared to think so, and even the two previous female Superman, Gao Jianli and Kayla, finally took it step by step. Only Lu Yuan, boldly, has completed the transformation of every cell. Especially at the moment of final completion, Lu Yuan finally lost control. The boundless, unimaginable, and unpredictable power exploded in an instant. Lu Yuan couldn't control it anymore, so he had to open the mirror world to hide in. But before he could go in, the entire mirror world collapsed. That is a different dimension corresponding to the main world, which means that if it continues like this, even the entire universe will not be able to bear it. The momentum he exudes at the moment is enough to make the universe collapse. This was something Lu Yuan never imagined, and things seemed to exceed his expectations. Lu Yuan is a little immobile now, because his power is rapidly increasing every second, and every second is equivalent to all the energy generated by countless universes from birth to destruction. And what makes Lu Yuan a little dumbfounded is that his potential is unlimited, and even now, his strength is still advancing by leaps and bounds. But when will it end? The duplications also noticed the embarrassing situation of the main body, and quickly surrounded him, and collectively tried to seal the main body. That's right, they want to seal their own body, lest Lu Yuan cause the collapse of the infinite multi-universe. Lu Yuan's breath leakage is now a huge disaster, and it can easily trigger the multi-universe collapse of the cosmos phenomenon. It would be no exaggeration to say that he is the most terrifying boss. Fortunately, he is not a villain after all. Ling Long, 5078. What should we do now? The power of the ontology is increasing too fast, even if there are countless of us, because only one cell has been remodeled when it is separated. We can no longer suppress it. Duplication was sweating profusely. This universe has his wife, 2 unborn children, and his friends. What happens once the entire multi-universe collapses? They will all die. In the end, did he destroy his own universe before he met his fateful opponent? At a critical moment, a purple shadow suddenly flew over from the distant universe. Hey, a lot of calories, can I eat it? That is a cute girl. She was not enough to get close to Lu Yuan at the moment, but because of the seal of duplication, she was able to get close. Her level is not high, but the duplications are bright. We can let him slow down the progress of strength improvement by absorbing the power of the main body. As long as the main body can control the body for a moment, it is enough. At the moment, Lu Yuan is embarrassed. In his body, in every cell of his, he now has a super universe. If a super universe is composed of countless multi-universes, then it is equivalent to that each cell has the total file size of infinite multi-universes. And the super universe in these cells finally formed the almighty universe level. But now, Lu Yuan is improving his strength every second and has reached the almighty universe level. There is nothing more exaggerated than this. An almighty universe level is scary enough, and because of his unlimited potential, every second is equivalent to raising the total amount of an almighty universe level. Before, he had been suffering from being unable to fully enter the almighty universe level. Who would have thought that once he entered, it would be such a terrible situation? Now, just the leakage of his chi machine is enough to cause the destruction of the multi-universe level phenomenon. The mere move of his finger was enough to destroy the multi-universe once the force got out of control. So he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, there are countless duplications around Lu Yuan who are doing their best to block the breath, otherwise the universe would have been destroyed. At this time, the arrival of a beautiful girl with a purple figure made the duplications think of something. Let's absorb the power of the body's improvement together, even if it's only for a second. As long as the body can regain control of the body, we can avoid the crisis. And there are many ways to absorb power, such as the naughty ability, such as the ability of the girl in front of him. Although Lu Yuan and the others don't have time to pay attention to the girl now, but from her dress and the information received from the universe, it is enough to guess her origin. I saw that the girl was wearing a purple skirt and a pair of over-the-knee boots in addition to her graceful figure and beautiful appearance. She has only one identity, and that is the daughter of the planet Devourer. That's right, she is Tunmei, Gonida, the daughter of Galactus. Gonida is not as huge as a planet like her father, Planet Eater, but looks like an ordinary human being, like an ordinary girl. At the moment, she flew around Lu Yuan and her hands behind her back, and asked pretty lively, well, can I have a bite? Hey, can you give me a bite? As the daughter of Galactus, she somehow sensed the huge energy here. At the moment her eyes turned into a pair of red hearts, but she didn't like Lu Yuan anymore. To be precise, she liked Lu Yuan's exposed power breath. That was the key to attracting her. A duplication glanced sideways at Tunmei, and said in a hurried tone, just wait a moment, you will be fed later. He admits he made a pun, because Tunmei Gonida is beautiful and cute. However, Lu Yuan did thank Tunmei for the idea. It was because of seeing her that the duplications came up with this solution. Get ready, start. The duplications ignored Gonida. At the moment, they all activated ability together, capturing and absorbing energy from the body with maximum power. These duplications all have the power of the body, which means that there are actually tens of trillions of almighty universe levels, and the phenomenon of them launching ability at the same time is terrifying. Finally, within a certain second, Lu Yuan's body instantly controlled his runaway energy boost with a playing time level response. What's next? But Lu Yuan encountered a problem again. How should he control himself in the next second? Can't block all the cells that have been remodeled with great difficulty? Then why does he still do it? But otherwise, every second increase in strength is equivalent to an almighty universe level, which is too scary, right? I don't believe it anymore. Gritted his teeth, Lu Yuan insisted on taking the initiative to take it upon himself. With his own powerful strength, he abruptly blocked himself. What he has to do is very simple. The clothes on his body are no longer for external defense, but for internal defense with clothes made by his own strength. It is equivalent to him opening a position and blocking all his power aura in himself. In this way, he is finally not afraid of destroying the multi-universe. It's just that Lu Yuan can't laugh or cry. It's like wearing a mink coat inside. It was originally used for defense, but now it is used to block itself. Can it be okay? But he's not that bad on defense. Roar, Lu Yuan said with a long roar tone, finally grasping the situation. Suddenly, a purple figure rushed in front of him, and he couldn't wait to open his mouth to catch his roar. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that there was such a cutie beside him. Having said that, Lu Yuan is now an almighty universe in the form of a person, and the breath of his roar is full of power, and even a huge vitality. If he wants, he can create a universe full of life at any time. For example, he has already created all the cells in his body into a super universe before. So the girl narrowed her eyes and chewed with a smile. From her point of view, Lu Yuan's whole body was full of nourishing ingredients. It's just that for ordinary people, what she did just now might be a little intimate. However, from a girl's point of view, she just ate some food. If you get to know Ganada, you will understand that in the eyes of this snack food, even grass and trees are delicious snacks, and many times he imagines a racial civilization in his mind as various feast. This little girl looks cute, but is actually extremely cruel. Lu Yuan shook his head and restored his body to human file size. After feeling the improvement of almighty universe level by 1 per second, Lu Yuan didn't know whether to be happy or worried. You said that I'll be full. Ganada flew in front of Lu Yuan, and when he saw that he had turned into a human, and his chi began to subside, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Lu Yuan's sigh was actually enough to make a planet come alive, but he was still not satisfied here in Ganada. Because she is the daughter of Planet Devourer, if Uncle Tun is the level single universe, then Sister Tun is the sub-level universe. If Uncle Tun is a multi-universe level, then Sister Tun is a sub-multi-universe level. Anyway, she is only half a level away from devouring. So she will also use planet as food, but the cute thing about Tun Miai is that she will not only pursue food satisfaction, she is not a lunatic, she will even go on a diet, worrying that she will accidentally destroy a race. Therefore, Tun Miai has been starving all the year round, and she will not give up easily when she encounters such a great supplement as Lu Yuan. It's like a person who is about to starve to death caught a bun, or a meat bun filled with ginseng and deer antler, and can't wait to swallow it. Lu Yuan looked at Ganada's cute appearance, smiled and hooked his fingers. Ganada leaned over in confusion. Lu Yuan asked with a smile, do you want to be able to eat enough in the future? Ganada said without hesitation, I think. Then come with me. Although Tun Miai Ganada is the daughter of Planet Eater, and like her father, she has an uncontrollable hunger. But the biggest difference between her and the Planet Devourer is that she is on a diet, which means that she will not eat too much to fill her stomach. So Lu Yuan was not hostile to her either, and thought this girl was very interesting. He was a sub-level universe, or at least a sub-level universe, and only he would find it interesting. Do you want to be able to eat all the time in the future? Then come with me. Lu Yuan showed a self-kind smile, but what he is doing now, he wants to abduct other people's little girls. Ganada also looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously, but after thinking about it, she didn't seem to have anything to be afraid of. As the daughter of the 5 gods, even the gods have to give face, not to mention others. Thinking of this, Ganada immediately agreed with a smile, okay. This snack guy obviously doesn't know what level Lu Yuan is in front of him, and it is also related to the fact that he was attracted by OAA before the 5 gods could detect Lu Yuan's existence. The only life court that noticed was also stopped by the OAA. As a result, Lu Yuan's existence is not a secret on Earth, but is a secret among those so-called gods. The more powerful the so-called cosmic gods, the less they know how terrible he is. I'll give you something to eat first. Lu Yuan released a ball of purest energy in order to make Ganada believe that he was going with him more. For life forms such as Planet Devourer and Tun Miai Ganada, their diets are completely different from that of humans. People directly feed on the planet, and every plant and tree, as long as it contains the energy they need, is the best food. For example, a planet with vitality. After all, they are planet eaters, not other planet eaters, such as Fixed Star, right? Therefore, the energy created by Lu Yuan immediately made Ganada scream with excitement, roar, stretched out his hand to take it, and took a bite in his mouth. Delicious, this bite is definitely more than a few 100 trillion calories, Ganada smiled. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when she watched her click, 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 and chew up a ball of energy. It has to be said that there are really all kinds of situations in the universe. I heard that Groot's race does not need to eat, as long as water is enough. Sarah, who knows? In a blink of an eye, Ganada had already eaten up the energy, hiccuped contentedly, and felt embarrassed to touch his belly, muttering, "I haven't eaten so full for a long time, since that stupid father." After running away in the spaceship. If only I could keep stealing his total cosmic energy from Dad to eat. Lu Yuanxin said that it is no wonder that the planet eaters are always hungry. Every day they think about what to eat today, so they want to support you as a snack food? In fact, Uncle Tun is relatively unlucky, because he is often defeated in the comics, which makes many people mistakenly think that this character is just an appearance, but in fact he is a very strong guy. In fact, the planet devourer is almost never full, which is equivalent to staying hungry forever. Because according to the setting, each of the 5 major gods has their representative law embodied, and what the planet devourer represents should be the destruction or fear of the universe. So his responsibility is his own behavior. If he is fed, it can be said that he will be the top 2 among the 5 gods. This is also the reason why planet devourers have a soft spot for the Earth. As we all know, whether in DC or in Marvel, the Earth is the core of the universe and even the place where all major events take place. DC multi-universe simply uses 52 Earths to indicate it, and Marvel also directly uses the Earth number as the distinction of multi-universe. Especially when Earth 616 collided with the Ultimate Universe, it also destroyed 2 universes because of the collision of 2 Earths. Planet Devourer, Dark Lord Dormammu, Nightmare, and more, many supervillains of the level universe want to destroy Earth. It's not that they have to trouble the Earth, but they know that the Earth is the axis of the universe. Therefore, the last step of many domination plans is almost to conquer the Earth. The last step of almost all great ambitions and plans cannot bypass the Earth. But the Earth is not easy to mess with. On Earth, no matter how careful the plan is, it will fail, and no matter how dark the night, the dawn will come. Because Earthlings are not easy to mess with. Let's go. Lu Yuan waited for Ganada to finish eating, and immediately left with the little girl. At the moment, in Ganada's eyes, Lu Yuan was a long-term meal ticket, and he had promised Lu Yuan just now that he would follow Lu Yuan obediently. But Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed Ganada's slender waist. The latter was stunned for a while, not because of anything else, she was actually a cosmic phenomenon level life form, and it goes without saying that she was also very heavy. Refer to the weight of the planet devourer. But it was nothing to Lu Yuan, and he took her away quickly as soon as he thought about it. Where are we going? Ganada asked casually. As a result, Lu Yuan said, it's already here. Spanning most of the universe, Lu Yuan took Ganada back to the Milky Way. Even Ganada whistled at Lu Yuan's speed, so fast. In fact, she is not slow herself. In her single-player comic, although it was cut in half, even a distance of billions of light-years can be compressed by crazy space structure, and then cross from one galaxy to another through wormholes. It's just that doing this will waste too much energy. What she hates most is wasting it, because it's very troublesome to replenish, and she doesn't want to break her own principles. In Ganada's view, her father, the planet devourer, is just a gluttonous idiot, and what about her? She was petite and friendly, but starved because of it. So she must be bigger than her father. Well, is it really the psychology of a child? It's beautiful here, Ganada's first impression of the Milky Way, praised for its beauty. But Lu Yuan was very skeptical. In the eyes of this foodie, what does the Milky Way look like? Will there be images of delicious food everywhere? I've heard of this, there's an Earth here, and I resisted and defeated my dad several times, as if they were called the Fantastic Four. Ganada tilted her head and fell into deep thought with a cute look on her face. Lu Yuan sighed and had to remind, sister, there are no Fantastic Four in this universe, you are on stage. Well, in fact, this Ganada is not level single universe, but a secondary multi-universe level. She is from outside the universe. God knows how she strayed here. She smuggled into the movie universe from the stories of the Marvel Comics universe. Then he happened to meet Lu Yuan and helped Lu Yuan solve a problem. At least now, Lu Yuan can control his own power, no longer worry about destroying the entire universe with the touch of a finger. Lu Yuan has achieved his goal, and finally became the real almighty universe level. Even he is now increasing huge amounts of power every second. Every second is equivalent to increasing the power of an almighty universe level. This is undoubtedly beyond imagination. But he was in no hurry to return to Earth. One is that nothing major is happening on Earth right now, it's just that the Avengers Alliance is starting to take over from S.H.I.E.L.D, and it's getting into action as more information on Hydra is dug up. Lu Yuan has suffered and will not go back to participate in the battle of the forces of the Earth. What's more, he just said he was going to leave the Earth, and then he went back in a blink of an eye, like what happened. But then again, in fact, Lu Yuan was looking for the brightest and hottest fixed star, and after calculating the whole process, a period of time passed. It's been a long time since he left. It's just that Lu Yuan wanted to wait for the Earth's 483 fishing reels to come down for a while. And now, Lu Yuan took Ganada to somewhere in the Milky Way. This is an abandoned planet. Although it has not completely died and has become a Death Star, it is no longer suitable for biological survival. The most important thing is that there is no one here now. Even Ganada muttered in disappointment, it's such a barren place, I can't even find a single card. That's the card that represents the calories of the food, right? Lu Yuan, who was walking in front, glanced at Ganada. Her speaking style is very cute, but if you think about it carefully, the more you think about it, the more you think about it. Because Ganada looks at things not by one or something else, but by calories. If she sees a person, maybe there are only a few cards in her eyes, right? In her eyes, everything in the world is the difference between edible and inedible. At the moment the two of them, Lu Yuan walked in front alone, while Ganada kept her feet off the ground, flying with her hands behind her back and looking around. It seemed that she was still looking for any fish that slipped through the net without giving up. Is to eat. Didn't I make you full? Lu Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, he clearly fed her. I'm looking for snacks, Ganada said greedily. Although she was full, she didn't mind having dessert after dinner. Lu Yuan shook his head amusingly. Ganada noticed that he might be laughing at himself, and couldn't help shouting aggrievedly, if your father is also famous in multiple universes, the old glutton of super-level universe, referring to gluttony, gluttonous, I will also understand my obsession with food. Lu Yuan thought about it, it seems that is really the case. My future daughter will never let her become like you, Lu Yuan pointedly said. Ganada shrugged indifferently, but she didn't think, why should Lu Yuan's daughter look like her? Then the two continued to walk on this planet while chatting one after another. Ganada also took the initiative to tell Lu Yuan about her wishes. She said how she wished there was a planet that could constantly regenerate itself, so that there would be no need to worry about hunger and no need to go on a diet, and could eat for tens of billions of years. Lu Yuan saw that she was still holding her hands there, her eyes were shining, and the corners of her mouth were drooling. Are you serious? Self-regenerating planet? Wait, I seem to know that there is a planet with self-awareness, but I don't know if it can regenerate itself. Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. Egg, a planet that has produced self-consciousness, and is known as the celestial race. Note that it is the gods, not the gods. These are two different concepts. The gods were created by eternity, and the gods should refer to a powerful special race, probably. Really? Ganada immediately looked forward to it, wishing to go now. Lu Yuan said amusedly, don't worry, there is actually something very interesting here. With that said, Lu Yuan took Ganada to a desolate canyon. It would be better to say that there are similar environments everywhere on this abandoned planet. There is no life here, and there are barrens and barren canyons everywhere. There was not even a drop of water on the plain. It's still cold here, but it's not a problem for Lu Yuan and Ganada. What? Ganada looked forward with some curiosity. After thinking for a while, she muttered, let me turn on my super scanning technique and cosmic consciousness to have a look. Super scanning, a technology that allows Ganada and the planet devourer to find food in the universe, but it consumes a lot of money. If she is not full now, she will never use it easily. The same is true for the planet devourer. The stronger the strength, the stronger the super scanning technique, and the greater the consumption. So planet devourers prefer to collect some subordinates to sacrifice their lives for themselves. 0. For example, the most classic and tragic silver glider, also known as the Silver Surfer. In order to protect his home planet, he took the initiative to serve the planet devourer and find edible planets for him. As a result, Silver Surfer lost his memory after transforming, and he also forgot his mission and will to protect his home planet, so he turned his head to dedicate his home planet to planet devourer. But Uncle Tun at the moment kept his promise, maybe he was completely moved by the dedication of Silver Surfer. So Planet Devourer said to Silver Surfer, I made a promise with a respectable person that I can't eat that one. In fact, sometimes Uncle Tun is still very cute, especially when he is defeated in various ways. He is almost the 5 gods with the least status and face. But Uncle Tun never let go of his belly and plundered the power of life and the universe. He was always hungry. Isn't that worthy of respect? Having said that, Ganada's cosmic consciousness allows her to easily gather all the information she needs from her surroundings. To put it bluntly, similar to Lu Yuan's method, Lu Yuan also collects information from the universe. It's just that their levels are definitely different. Lu Yuan directly collects information from the entire universe, while Ganada can only do it from the surroundings. What is that? Suddenly Ganada looked forward, even she was surprised, with an inexplicable expression. Why is there a cosmic raw stone here? Cosmic rough stone, which is another name for infinite gems roar. 2.0 Ganada is still very discerning. She found out that there is an infinite gems here. Lu Yuan didn't hide it, nodded and said, it's the red tie particles, or reality gem. That's right, Lu Yuan brought Ganada to find the reality gem, and here is the Walter Alheim star, which is also known to have been conceived in the initial darkness of the universe. There used to be a civilized race here, the Dark Elves. Once reality gem, also known as tie particles, was mastered by them, but later because the Dark Elves planned to destroy the 9 realms and return the world to darkness, they were defeated by Asgard and sealed the tie particles. But today, Lu Yuan noticed that the seal was about to be opened, so he followed the trend. At this moment, outside the star of Walter Alheim, a huge cosmic fleet is coming fast. After all, the reality gem belonged to the Dark Elves for a long time, and even Asgard could only choose to seal it or seal it in the Dark Elves' territory. That's right here. So when the seal began to loosen, as the reality gem was about to awaken, the Dark Elves noticed it immediately. Since the Dark Elves were defeated that year, they had to leave their hometowns and wander outside. No way, that battle was very tragic, and even the planet Wat Alheim, which had not yet died, was destroyed, which is evident. Today, they are driving a spaceship to form a large fleet and quickly return to their home planet from outer space. Lu Yuan and Ganada raised their heads together, and saw that there were spaceships outside the sky that looked like a giant axe, coming straight to the ground. Lu Yuan looked back at Ganada, and to no surprise found that the corners of her mouth were drooling. A lot of calories, can I eat? Ganada was already excited, but she didn't act immediately, but asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said with a funny 06, I don't think you don't want to eat cold metal, right? Don't worry, they will deliver it to your mouth by themselves. Well, his thoughts are also scary, right? Ganada had to hold back. Soon, the entire fleet of dark elves came to the surface and slowly fell around. At this time, one of the hatches opened first, and a middle-aged man with pale skin and snow-white hair came out. He was wearing black armor, a cape, and pointed ears. He is the leader of the Dark Elves, named Malekith. Then, a group of Dark Elves followed behind him, and other spaceships opened their hatches one after another, and more Dark Elves walked out. There are 3 types of Dark Elf soldiers, ordinary soldiers, captains, and necromancer-like beings. And their weapons are also divided into long-range and melee. The long-range soldiers are all carrying a gun-like weapon that can emit a powerful red laser. In melee combat, there are shields and long knives, and there are those who hold spears. Surrounded by many Dark Elves, Malekith came directly to Lu Yuan and Ganada. As if he didn't see Lu Yuan and Ganada, he walked past them and went straight to the seal of the reality gem. Naturally, there were other Dark Elves coming straight to Lu Yuan and Ganada, to subdue them with weapons. Ganada has been looking at Lu Yuan frequently, waiting for his signal. Lu Yuan nodded. Ganada let out a roar, and she finally acted. Again, for this level of life, it cannot be viewed from the point of view of ordinary people. Moreover, Ganada's speed is beyond the ability of mortals to react, and she devoured the surrounding Dark Elves almost in an instant. The other Dark Elves were about to be startled. Ganada pounced at a faster speed, and with a smile, devoured the Dark Elves one after another. Ganada looked like a harmless little girl, and she was beautiful, with a lovely way of speaking and acting. But that's just the surface. If she holds the earth in her hand and picks up a knife and fork to eat, she will know that she is the daughter of the planet devourer after all. Therefore, the Dark Elves in front of them are not enough to look at all. Even if they can almost compete with Asgard's so-called Protoss, they are still eaten by Ganada in an instant. Even Malekith didn't feel the situation behind him, he was still watching the seal fluctuations in front of him with all his attention. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is impossible to see the reality gem, because Asgard sealed the reality gem in another space with a power similar to space law. Not even the Dark Elves could find the reality gem. Only when the reality gem wakes up and wants to break the seal can Malekith feel the connection with the reality gem. So he can only wait now. But at this moment, a hand stretched out from the side, probed into a different dimension space, and when it was pulled back, a bright red liquid was already condensed in the hand. That is the reality gem in the form of TIE particles. Malekith turned his head subconsciously and looked at Lu Yuan with a surprised look on his face. He was surprised by Lu Yuan's methods, and he was even more curious that he could touch the reality gem, and even more surprised that his subordinates did not have him and that the woman in the purple dress is caught. Then Malekith finally discovered that there was no shadow of the Dark Elves behind him. Except for the pilots left on the spaceship, the entire Dark Elves race was only Malekith. Malekith was about to say. As a result, a slender little hand pressed against his shoulder. Ganada leaned forward with a smile, and suddenly took a breath. Malekith immediately turned into a stream of energy and was eaten by her. At least this picture seems to be acceptable, otherwise a young girl in the flower season is holding a dark elf and eating so much, Lu Yuan will doubt whether he can still accept it. Ganada wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand and turned to look at the spaceships again. Before Lu Yuan could speak, the little girl turned into a purple phantom and rushed out. Lu Yuan didn't care. Since she likes to eat, let her go. As long as the process is not too bloody, Lu Yuan doesn't care. Looking back at the TIE particles in front of him, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and when he held it in his hand and opened it again, the reality gem's original face was already revealed in the palm of his hand. It was a bright red, crystal clear 483 gemstone, and it looked very beautiful. But it's useless for me to ask for this, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled bitterly. For others, infinite gems are undoubtedly the treasures of the universe. Once all infinite gems are collected to create an infinity gauntlet, just one finger can even make all the half of the life in the universe was annihilated. I just don't know if the so-called great gods of the universe can't escape the catastrophe. However, for Lu Yuan, this thing is really useless. After thinking about it, after Ganada came back, Lu Yuan asked, how about I give it to you? What do I want it for? But Ganada didn't intend to, and the reason was very simple. Although the reality gem claims to be able to realize all ideas, what I need is food. The things it turns out are not actual, just an idea. I don't, unless you let me eat it. The conjured thing is not real, unless there is a power gem to support and enhance the effect of the reality gem. So Ganada is not interested unless she eats the reality gem. Lu Yuan quickly put it away. Anyway, this is the treasure of the universe. He is worried that Ganada does not have such a good digestive system. This cruel girl. Wait for me first, I'll come back after a trip to Earth. Lu Yuan seemed to have made up his mind. Maybe someone would be more suitable. Earth. For Ganada, she had already heard of the Earth, because her father, the devourer of planets, had attacked the Earth's idea several times, and was stopped and even defeated several times. It's just that she didn't seem to care, and said to Lu Yuan, "You know, Lu Yuan, my father's acting is actually very bad. It seems that once the guy named something threatened my father with the ultimate eraser. The ultimate eraser, that is a very terrifying artifact, similar to a certain switch. Once used, even the 5 gods can be directly erased. Perhaps the reality controller was inspired by the ultimate eraser? But did you know that the ultimate eraser actually has a switch, and the source of the switch is on my dad? He's an idiot," Ganada snickered while covering her mouth. In fact, many people believe that the ultimate eraser comes from the planet Devourer and is part of the power of the planet Devourer. So that seems to be correct? It is said that at the moment Lu Yuan and Ganada have both come to Earth. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to come back alone, but as soon as Ganada heard that he was going to Earth, he immediately followed him. She could come by herself anyway. Lu Yuan was afraid that she would make trouble, so he had to agree. But they definitely can't appear as they really are. One is Lu Yuan, who just left the Earth and came back in a blink of an eye. He is still a person who wants a face. So Lu Yuan changed into someone else's appearance, such as a tall, beautiful woman with white hair and red eyes. And Ganada has also become an ordinary person's dress, wearing a black leather jacket, a black skirt, and a pair of sunglasses, not to mention how cute. With such two beauties walking together, there is no need to mention the rate of turning heads. Some people even came over in broad daylight and asked them cheaply if they wanted to find a place to have a drink. Ganada glanced at the man. 10 billion calories? It seems very good. The man didn't know what Ganada meant, and thought he was going to succeed. Lu Yuan quickly pulled Ganada away with a black line. "I'm sorry, we are Lily." Lu Yuan also turned around to declare sovereignty to that person. This is her sister. Even if Lu Yuan himself is a girl now, he will never surrender. "Didn't you just finish eating?" Lu Yuan was speechless about Ganada's appetite. Is her stomach a bottomless pit? "Dim sum, it's just a snack," Ganada retorted embarrassedly. "Actually, I'm on a diet." Lu Yuan's belief is called hell. He ate a mass of his own energy before, and later ate the dark elves to the point of annihilating the family. "Do you still want to eat them now?" Ganada stuck out her tongue with a smile, made a face, and promised to take the initiative. "Don't worry, my father and I both like the Earth, so I won't do anything to the Earth. I will only eat aliens." Somewhere, Thor felt a chill on his back for some reason. With Ganada's secondary multi-universe strength, even Odin of level Godfather is no match, let alone Thor. Lu Yuan had to believe that she did what she said. Now they are walking in a virtual city called Sokovia, which is completely overhead and does not exist in the real world. Lu Yuan seemed to know where he was going, and walked in a certain direction with Ganada, who had been chatting all the way. Speaking of which, Ganada is a bit chatty. It may be that she has finally met a person who can talk about it. In her words, with her level of cosmic consciousness, the words of ordinary people seemed to her to be slowed down countless times, and it was torture after listening to a sentence. Unlike Lu Yuan, he can easily maintain the same frequency with her. Lu Yuan also found that Ganada talked about 2 topics the most. One was related to her father, the planet Devourer, and the other was related to food. She also said complacently, I'll definitely care about food first, then dad. But sometimes it's the other way around, depending on the time period and whether I'm hungry at the time." Lu Yuan put his hand on his forehead. "This girl." She also said, "Food times dad equals a huge dad stuffed with a 100,000 ton cruise ship." This was her newly acquired vocabulary when she noticed the cruise ship on Earth. But don't compare your dad to food. Poor Uncle Ton. Sokovia, some remote urban corner. This is a place similar to a civilian area, so the buildings are very dilapidated. In fact, Sokovia was in a time of war until a few years ago. No wonder Wanda and Pietro wanted the power to bring peace. That's right, Lu Yuan came here for only one purpose, that is to find Wanda and Pietro. To be precise, it is enough to find Wanda. He already knew their whereabouts. After breaking into a house, he saw the 2 brothers and sisters in the room looking at him with fear. It was Wanda and Pietro. The 2 of them left the Hydra base later, and they should have taken the money left by Lu Yuan. Regardless of how well they lived, all their clothes were changed into new outfits. Because ability is related to speed, Pietro is Quicksilver after all, so he is wearing a sportswear-like dress. And Wanda is a fiery red coat, not because she is Scarlet Witch, but because she thinks the red and blue combination is better, and Superman's battlesuit is dark blue. And don't forget that Lu Yuan also has a red cloak. "Who are you looking for?" Wanda asked. She definitely didn't know the 2 people in front of her. Lu Yuan smiled, and with a thought, he released his transformation and changed back to his original appearance. "It's you, Superman." Wanda covered her mouth with her hands, but she still made an indescribable roar. Pietro frowned and sneered. "Didn't you leave? Why did you become a woman?" He thought that Lu Yuan's departure was just for a show, but in fact he didn't leave, and he didn't even hesitate to become a woman. Lu Yuan always felt that Pietro, the uncle who had been appointed by default, Ling Long, 5078, was very unfriendly to him. But he didn't care too much, looked at Wanda, and said, "I came back because I couldn't worry about you. How is it? Has ability been mastered? Is there anything that feels inappropriate?" Facing Lu Yuan's tender and loving care, Wanda only felt dizzy and almost fainted. She was so happy. Gonita, who was on the side, turned on the movie-watching mode, and finally stopped using calories to describe Pietro and Wanda. It was also because she was not idle now, grabbing a piece of ice cream that Lu Yuan bought her halfway, and eating it relish. Stop talking nonsense, what are you doing with us again? Pietro asked rudely. Lu Yuan took out the reality gem and handed it to Wanda. This is the reality gem, Wanda, and your origin magic power should complement each other. I thought it was suitable for you, so I brought it to you. Lu Yuan was really generous, or he was too generous. The gifts he gave are all available, such as the mind gem for Natasha Romanoff, a single universe for Ancient One, and even the reality gem for Wanda now. The cooperation with Tony did not make Tony suffer. His own share of money was actually almost untouched. At first, he thought that life on Earth would require a lot of money, but later found out that it seemed that he could not use it, and his development plan has brought unimaginable wealth and future to the Stark Group, as well as the battlesuit of nanotechnology, etc., etc. But not everyone knows the value, and Lu Yuan had to explain the power of Reality Gem to Wanda. Speaking of which, Reality Gem really fits well with Wanda's origin magic power. The most famous place of origin magic power is that it can achieve the effect of alter reality. And in the Hom period, Wanda's ability has no restrictions, and can change reality at will, and the result is permanent. Wanda's magic can also affect parallel worlds, so it can be deduced that she has enough ability to affect multi-universe. She definitely hasn't reached that level yet. That's why Lu Yuan said that she and Reality Gem are really a good fit. It's better for her to eat Reality Gem. 483 muttered unwillingly after Gonita ate the last bite of the ice cream cone. She definitely knows the power of infinite gems. After knowing the power of the Reality Gem, Wanda subconsciously refused. But Lu Yuan said without looking back, I'm here to chase my girlfriend. If you are my girlfriend, I can give you other gifts. Wanda blushed, but she didn't say that her uncle would not make an appointment, but lowered her head shyly, and held the Reality Gem tightly in her hand. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Is there a show? Unfortunately, Wanda is too young. He can only wait for her to grow up to 18 years old. Isn't I already your girlfriend? Gonita said suddenly with a confused look on her face. Lu Yuan knew that Gonita had misunderstood. The girlfriend she mentioned was just an ordinary female friend, while the girlfriend Lu Yuan said was an emotional girlfriend. Okay, we still have something to leave immediately, Wanda. If there is anything I can call the previous number, I can receive your call no matter where I am. Lu Yuan didn't plan to stay long. He came just to give a gift, and then continue to leave. He didn't want to slap himself in the face, and he was ridiculed by Pietro just now. If someone knew that he had quietly returned, those trolls on the internet would start again. So forget it. He wants to go around outside the Earth more, and he has to do a lot of things now. There is also the mobile phone. He definitely threw it away, and how will the signal be connected after he leaves the Earth? But it doesn't affect Lu Yuan's attention to the Earth, especially those who care. Once Natasha Romanoff and Ancient One need Lu Yuan, he will come back immediately. Now that there is another Wanda, she can't get through on the phone, but she can remind Lu Yuan to directly connect with her spirit, which is more convenient than making a phone call. Then in Wanda's reluctance, Lu Yuan and Gonita left. He wanted to stop by and see Natasha Romanoff and Ancient One, but found Ancient One and Natasha Romanoff are together. Ancient One really is teaching Natasha Romanoff how to use the power of Mind Gem. Forget this kind of Shura field. Gonita was also reluctant to part when she left, and Lu Yuan didn't have to guess to know that what she was reluctant to part must be that the Earth is full of delicious food. Sure enough, in Gonita's view, it seems that every tree, every flower, and even every grass and every creature is madly inviting her. Eat me, eat me, eat me. Illusion. This is definitely an illusion, because Lu Yuan gave her a delicious meal, which made Gonita unwilling to endure the pain caused by dieting, which stimulated her appetite. I don't want to endure the torture of hunger anymore, Gonita said while looking at Lu Yuan. She wanted to remind Lu Yuan that the reason why she was with him was because he promised herself that. Lu Yuan nodded to indicate that he had not forgotten and would not break his promise. But I'm hungry. Lu Yuan staggered and almost fell back to earth. Sister, have you just finished eating so much? Let me take you to a place. Lu Yuan took Gonita's little hand and led her to the center of the universe. At the center of the universe in the physical sense, there is a planet called Womir Star. Lu Yuan has been there once before, so he not only knows the location here, but also knows that it is also the location of the Soul Gem. Although the actions of the four people in the Avengers Alliance have previously borrowed the infinite gems of the past timeline, but because they entered different worlds on different timelines, they were originally one world, but many parallel universes were created due to various reasons and influences. To put it simply, the Avengers at that time were divided into 3 teams. A team is responsible for the Space Gem, Mind Gem, and Time Gem during the First World War of the Avengers Alliance in 2012, which is the team where Lu Yuan met the future Steve. The other 2 teams, one is responsible for collecting TIE particles, which is the Reality Gem, and the other is responsible for collecting Soul Gem and Power Gem in 2014. A total of 6 gems, 3 teams. Now it can be seen that each of the 3 teams has created a parallel world. Because of Loki's escape, Lu Yuan's story has already been destroyed and he can't bear to look directly at it, including Lu Yuan, who does not follow the story and routine at all. Although the big events still happened as usual, but the process was completely different, and cause a chain reaction, and there will be changes in the follow-up. This means that the team in 2014 also created a parallel universe, and even Thanos in that world has been destroyed by Liu Yuan, and there is no possibility of Avengers Alliance 3 in that world. At the same time, it means that there is still Soul Gem and a complete army of Thanos in this universe of Liu Yuan. Don't worry, Thanos's will be put aside beforehand. Liu Yuan led Gonada all the way to the top of a cliff. Suddenly, Red Skull appeared in front of the two again and said, "Gonada, the daughter of Galan, the planet devourer." Liu Yuan just looked at Red Skull with his arms folded, wanting to see if he could name his father. In fact, Liu Yuan knows very well, not to mention that he came from the real world, even his identity in the Krypton star is different from the law of the DC universe and the Marvel universe, and even the entire Infinity Gauntlet does not work in the DC universe, not to mention Red Skull just an Asgardian of Soul Gem, or should be the leader. Okay, don't force it. Until the end, Red Skull failed to call Liu Yuan's father's name, and was ruthlessly despised by Liu Yuan. As for Red Skull, Liu Yuan was completely indifferent. But Gonada was very interested in Red Skull, because she found that the other party could call her father's name, and even noticed that he had no calories on him, but he was still alive. Red Skull's state is amazing. Let's say he's alive. He's not alive after being trapped here for so many years. It can be said that he is dead, but he exists again. And in Gonada's eyes, the main thing is that he has no calories on him, so he soon loses interest. Liu Yuan, what's here? Binksu smart Gonada and Liu Yuan came to the edge of the cliff and were not worried about falling, because even if they fell, they were not afraid, and they wouldn't break. She guessed that Liu Yuan must have come here for some purpose. It's just that Soul Gem is hidden so deeply that even her cosmic consciousness can't find it. Liu Yuan didn't answer with a mysterious look on his face, he started directly. Because Liu Yuan originally had the power of Soul Gem, he even extradited Soul Gem out of the void with the same root and the same origin. I saw an orange gem condensed in Liu Yuan's hands, and there was no need for a so-called transaction at all, and a soul for a soul? Give you face? What Liu Yuan did deeply shocked Red Skull behind him. Red Skull already knew how harsh the conditions for obtaining the Soul Gem were, but he never expected that Liu Yuan would get it so easily. Turning around, Liu Yuan suddenly held the Soul Gem in the palm of his hand and sent it to Gonada. Gonada was stunned for a moment, her mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Liu Yuan in surprise. "You want to give it to me?" Gonada already knew what it was the moment she saw Soul Gem appear, but she was surprised. Why did Liu Yuan give such a precious thing to herself? Liu Yuan sighed, glanced at Gonada's flat belly, and complained, "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to feed you, so I put it with you." Although this is a Soul Gem, it originally contained huge amounts of energy, and could even contain an entire multi-universe. It can continuously provide you with energy, so that you don't have to endure hunger all the time, Liu Yuan said, stuffing the Soul Gem into Gonada without hesitation. Gonada was also deeply moved, but she still wanted to ask, "Aren't you afraid of me running away?" Liu Yuan smiled, "It can only provide you with energy, but I think for foodies like you, when energy is no longer an urgent need, they should still be obsessed with simply tasting the deliciousness of the food, right? Eat? I don't think the entire universe is more abundant than the Earth's food. The entire universe is not enough for the Earth. Follow me, and I will take you to eat all over the world in the future." Gonada's eyes lit up, and even his face seemed to be full of brilliance, and his eyes glowed as he looked at Liu Yuan. "Have you agreed?" Liu Yuanxin said that he was so foolish, but he didn't show it, but nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, it will definitely make you a little fat." Gonada didn't notice the sarcasm in his words, or a pun. Begin to fall into the fantasy of anticipation. In this way, Liu Yuan got 2 infinite gems one after another. The reality gem was given to Wanda, and the soul gem was given to Gonada. Counting the mind gem and time gem in the hands of Natasha Romanoff and Ancient One, 4 of the 6 infinite gems fell into the hands of Liu Yuan's family. Wanda and Gonada not yet? Don't worry, not one can escape. Such a cute girl, even if she is a foodie, it is not a loss. It is better to say that the foodie attribute is also cute. But is Thanos going to cry? There was nowhere to find a space gem, and now 4 more have fallen into Liu Yuan's hands. The one that hasn't appeared yet, only the last power gem remains. As for the whereabouts of the power gem, it has actually been revealed. In the entire galaxy recently, there has been a piece of news that has been up and down. That is, the Kree accuser Ronan is still attacking Xandar after the Kree signed a peace agreement with Xandar. It seems that Ronan's news has nothing to do with the Power Stone, but is it actually? In order to gain the support of Thanos, Ronan offered to help Thanos find the whereabouts of infinite gems, including the power gems, and he had already received some clues. Recently, a raider is looking for a power spirit ball. Although it is not known who the buyer behind the scenes is, the only thing that is known is that the buyer completes the release of information through the merchants of Xandar. In this way, it can be determined that it was definitely not released by the accuser Ronan, because Ronan has become the fear and nightmare of Xandar, and no one will cooperate with him, because everyone knows that he is a lunatic. Among them, a predator actually found the power spirit ball by acting alone, and escaped successfully under the pursuit of Ronan's men. Then a series of things happened one after another. The raider also formed a team with others. This makeshift team was noisy and went to find the next buyer. Because Liu Yuan had other things to do before, he missed a scene, which was the first half of Guardians of Galaxy 1. But it doesn't matter, Liu Yuan and Ganada came directly to Xandar Star. Anyway, the final ending will be here, just wait. Although the plot on Earth has been changed beyond recognition, this is the Milky Way, at least it hasn't affected it yet. Liu Yuan led Ganada to an open-air restaurant and asked for something to eat. It's just that I can't help being a little dumbfounded when I check out. What should I say? It's definitely not any known cash on Earth, and metals such as gold are not valuable. For the technological civilization that has entered the cosmic age, just find an extraterrestrial meteorite. It is possible to harvest several million tons of gold and silver, so this is no longer a precious metal. Their popular currency these days is some kind of reputation point or something. Liu Yuan was very helpless, and was almost arrested for eating Ba Wang's meal. Fortunately, Ganada paid for the meal at the last minute. Liu Yuan looked at a lot of technology products that suddenly appeared behind Ganada with some surprises. Didn't I tell you? My father's technology is also at the multi-universe level. Although I'm still far from it, this little gadget is nothing. Ganada pointed to Cheng Cheng behind him. A whole bunch of mechanical prosthetics popped up. It is true that Ganada has a lot of advanced technologies, including planet devourers. Their father and daughter do not like to waste energy, because it will easily cause hunger. Therefore, these technological means are often used to solve opponents. In the past few days, Liu Yuan and Ganada have been staying in Xandar Star. During the day they traveled outside, seeing the thriving technological civilization of Xandar, and tasting their food. Not to mention, there are still remarkable things about aliens. But Liu Yuan still thinks that the food on Earth is the best. Does this count as being short-handed and paranoid? And at night, Liu Yuan will teach Ganada something. This little girl who has not yet been deeply involved in the world is still in the hands of the old fried dough stick Liu Yuan. She also finally understood what Liu Yuan meant by his girlfriend. What are we still doing here? But soon, Ganada felt a little impatient. Because she thinks Xandar is boring. It seems that there are high-tech civilizations everywhere, but there are also many restrictions for 8-3. Rather, the more high-tech civilization, the greater the restrictions. Relatively speaking, she prefers Earth, which is both interesting and habitable. Even Ganada has the heart to become the Asgardian of Earth. Liu Yuan had no choice but to state his purpose. Actually, a big event will happen here soon. Although it is nothing to us, the key is that there will be an infinite gems. And I promised you that I would take you there. Look at a self-conscious planet. At present, there is only one last infinite gems left in this universe, which is the power gem. If Liu Yuan takes it again, then all the infinite gems in this universe will belong to him or his family. That's an exaggeration. How many years it took even Thanos to collect the Infinity Gauntlet. Only then did Ganada know why Liu Yuan didn't plan to leave. In fact, they didn't make them wait too long. In fact, the power gem has already appeared, and because of the operation of Guardians of Galaxy, it was directly given to the accuser Ronan. But what Thanos never expected was that Ronan turned his face away after seeing the power of the power gem. Originally, Ronan was just a stinky younger brother in front of Thanos, but now he turns over to be a big brother. Thanos also learns that the two adopted daughters he sent to help Ronan, Gamora and Nebula, have also betrayed him. This is simply a loss of the wife and a soldier. But Thanos could only grit his teeth and secretly hate him. At least he couldn't deal with Ronan right now. So Ronan went to Xandar Star immediately after he got the power gem. With the powerful power of the power gem, once Ronan reaches the ground and the power of the power gem is applied to the surface of Xandar Star, everything will be over, the entire Xandar Star will be wiped out, and countless people will die. Ronan did not recognize the so-called peace agreement because his father died in the battle between the Kree and Xandar, and he was bound to destroy Xandar. Finally, Ronan's dark asterisk appeared within the exploration range of Xandar Star, and even came to the atmosphere of Xandar Star, like an air fortress, rushing to the ground. But the Dark Star was so huge that a team of predators informed Xandar's Nova Supreme, the supreme commander of Xandar, in advance. And the Marauders stopped the Dark Asterisk. Fire. The two Predator spaceships headed immediately released two large energy balls, blooming a huge amount of energy barrier in front of the Dark Star, blocking the Dark Star's observation. Then it can be seen that the Marauders' ships quickly dived, circled under the barrier, and attacked the Dark Star's armor from below. It looks like they're planning to punch a hole in the armor and rush inside in one fell swoop. But Ronan was not so easy to defeat. He reacted immediately and sent a small spaceship to attack from below to counterattack the Predators. The sudden Star Wars immediately brought huge amounts of destruction and panic, and countless Xandar stars on the surface fled everywhere, making panicked roar sounds. At this moment, Liu Yuan put on Superman's classic battle suit, slowly flew up, stayed on the surface and opened a huge amount of golden magic circle with his hand, setting up a barrier for the entire battlefield. Liu Yuan's sudden appearance surprised the people of Xandar, and even in the battle in the sky, some people asked questions. For example, for the newly formed Guardians of Galaxy, Star-Lord asked, "Hey, who is that guy down there?" "Never mind who he is, Quill, I'm about to open the breach on my side," a raccoon shouted. His name is Rocket, and he is indeed a raccoon. He was subjected to a cruel experiment by a certain civilized race. Almost his whole body was decomposed, and he was made into a zero. Liu Yuan had met him in the world of Avengers Alliance 4, but this was the first time. The magic barrier that Lu Yuan opened could easily intercept all the aftermath of the battle and protect the innocent people below. At the same time, Lu Yuan also noticed that there was a purple figure eager to try, and said to Lu Yuan, those are Kree people. I heard from my father that their taste is crunchy. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. For this foodie, the style of describing others is always delicious and delicious. Anyway, it is a good habit for this child not to be picky eaters. In fact, in Tun Miai's personal comics, it was she who mentioned that the Kree tasted crunchy. Maybe she had eaten it? But here she dumped the blame for Uncle Tun. Don't act rashly, Lu Yuan called out to Ganada, now almost in front of the entire Xandar Star. If she behaves too terribly, it may cause a bad impression. Lu Yuan has suffered losses himself, and definitely does not want to see her boycotted. Ganada then fell down in disappointment, but she was still staring at the Kree people in the sky. Maybe she wanted to taste the crispy taste for herself. At this moment, a voice of a person suddenly sounded behind Lu Yuan. It turned out that Xandar Star also dispatched its own fleet, and countless golden, star-shaped small spaceships were photographed in front of the magic circle. The commander was very embarrassed. They were planning to break through to the past with 2.0, but they found that Lu Yuan's magic circle was so strong that it almost smashed them into pieces. Friend, please open your barrier, it's our turn to protect our planet, they shouted fearlessly. In order to protect their planet, they are not afraid of death, nor do they rely solely on the strength of others. Lu Yuan gave an approving look, nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he removed the magic circle. The commander said with a guilty conscience, well, if you can, please continue to use your barrier to help us protect the people. Don't be so troublesome. Lu Yuan smiled and raised his hands with open arms. I saw the portals with countless golden circles opened immediately around them, and then, huge amounts of spaceships that looked like giant axes emerged from the portals. If anyone still remembers, when he was on Vat Alheim, after Ganada wiped out the Dark Elves who were so ignorant that they were eaten up as snacks after only a few moments on the scene. In fact, Lu Yuan didn't do anything to those spaceships, but kept them there. They made a trip back to Earth, and then they came to Xandar. Lu Yuan knew that the current battle was going to happen here soon, so he deliberately stayed. Until at the moment was summoned one by one, the sky was covered with dozens of huge amounts of spaceships like the battle axes used by the gods. These ships do indeed have the same attack effect as an axe. Lu Yuan raised his head and shouted to the sky, hey, those of the Guardians of Galaxy, if you don't want to die, just get out of the way. Not only the Guardians of Galaxy, but the Marauders quickly retreated. What is he going to do? How did he do it? Rocket Raccoon shouted. He felt that Lu Yuan's plan was even crazier than his. No one could answer Rocket's question, and even Ronan was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't know that Xandar Star Club 06 had this power. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he raised his hands and drew them to the sky. Whoosh whoosh. The giant axe battleships all took off immediately, and even at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. After leaving a series of sonic booms behind them, they came to the dark asterisk one after another. Just listening to the roar of boom and boom, the huge dark asterisk was immediately smashed by dozens of battle axe battleships, and every axe left terrifying huge scars. But it's not over yet. Lu Yuan didn't need the control system at all. He directly controlled the dozens of battleships with the force of the magnetic field, as if there was an invisible hand controlling it. Those battleships were pulled down. Regardless of the fact that the battleship originally left irreparable scars, Lu Yuan swung it round and chopped it down again. This scene can be said to be extremely shocking. Dozens of 100-meter warships with dozens of stories in height actually moved together, and then fell together. Even the huge dark asterisk vibrated violently, showing signs of crumbling. At the moment, the battleship group of Xandar Star stayed below, and was near Lu Yuan. The looters stayed far away, lest the axe drop them into it. Their spaceships were just gadgets and could easily be destroyed into slag. At this time, more small fleets were suddenly released from the Dark Star, trying to extinguish Lu Yuan below. It seemed that Ronan already knew who was attacking him. But Lu Yuan let out a sneer, opened a huge magic circle in front of him again, and then rushed forward. When those spaceships encountered this magic circle, they suddenly turned into butterflies one by one, and after being decomposed, they turned into small butterflies, and finally they all turned into light feathers and disappeared. The problem is that not only was the spaceship digested in one fell swoop, but even the Kree who were posing the spaceship were all wiped out, leaving no one alive. The power of this magic was so terrifying that the nearby Xandar Star fleet was speechless, because they thought that if this magic circle came against them, would they be able to escape the disaster? Obviously not possible. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he put away the magic circle and did not let the magic circle kill the dark asterisk in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the dozens of giant axe warships. Although they looked mighty, to be honest, the damage caused was still not fatal. Instead, the outside of the dark asterisk was suddenly covered with a layer of purple light. It was a barrier made of power gems. Think you can stop it this way? Lu Yuan continued to sneer. His mind moved, and he summoned those giant axe battleships to him, and then in front of everyone, he forcibly integrated dozens of battleships into one. However, the file size of the battleship is still the same as before, like a high-rise building of dozens of meters, more than 100 meters high, and its width and thickness should not be underestimated. Then Lu Yuan suddenly made a move that was beyond everyone's imagination. He personally carried the giant axe and went straight to the dark asterisk in the sky, and actually rushed up. At the moment, the entire battlefield is silent, and countless people are just watching Lu Yuan's performance stupidly. What are they doing here? Lu Yuan didn't care what they thought. At the moment he picked up the giant axe and came to the dark asterisk, and he swung the axe to chop. This is a concentration of dozens of giant axes of the same mass and volume, and its sturdiness is unimaginable. What's more, it is still with Lu Yuan's strength. Just listening to the sound of click, even the shield of the power gem, at the moment, was like a piece of tissue paper being disintegrated in an instant. This is not over yet. The axe continued to fall on the body of the dark asterisk. The huge spaceship was already scarred. At the moment, it couldn't hold it any longer, and was cut in half by Lu Yuan in a destructive way. He actually split open the mothership of the accuser Ronin. Is this guy too fierce? Star-Lord couldn't help shouting. Destroyer Drax corrected, he's not a buddy, turtle, he's a pure man. Star-Lord continued to shout angrily, it's Quill, not a turtle, and I'm just a metaphor. At the moment in the command room of Xandar, the highest-ranking Nova Supreme was also asking, who is this person? Someone gave information, his name is Lu Yuan, and he landed on Xandar a few days ago. It is said that he came from the Earth. Lu Yuan used the identity of a human being on Earth. After all, there is no Krypton in this universe, which will cause unnecessary trouble. Earth. Nova Supreme showed a thoughtful expression. Look at Lu Yuan again. After splitting the Dark Star with an axe of 500 pieces, he saw Ronin in the main control room. The accuser Ronin, my name is Lu Yuan, I'm from Earth. Lu Yuan first introduced himself, and before Ronin could speak, he asked again, I heard that you Kree people have been to Earth. Do you have any other strategies? In fact, the Kree are even more extreme in the comics. For example, in the Marvel Universe, in addition to mutants, there is a group called Inhumans, which also has super ability. The Inhumans are the experimental products of the Kree, although in the movie universe has not yet begun to introduce the setting of Inhumans. Don't look at the TV series of Inhumans that already has a step, but it has not been introduced into the movie universe. To put it bluntly, it is the story of another parallel universe. As for the Inhumans that appeared in the S.H.I.E.L.D. TV series, because no member of the Inhuman royal family has appeared yet, I don't know what the specific setting will be. But Lu Yuan has been to countless universes, and his favorable impression of the Kree people is all negative, and he has no favorable impression of Ronin at all. So Lu Yuan reached out to Ronin. Ronin still wanted to resist, and the power gem was inlaid on his Kree warhammer. But before he could start, Lu Yuan didn't need to really touch him, he only needed to make a fist in the air. The incomparably terrifying psychokinesis bound Ronin from all sides, and then he heard a puff, and Ronin, a generation of heroic accusers, died just like that. The strength of the accuser Ronin is beyond doubt. In fact, the accuser is not a title, but a position in the Kree system, and is already a high-ranking general. Not to mention the power of the power gem. When Ronin holds the power gem, it is even equivalent to having an immortal physique, and no bomb can damage half of his hair. And once the power gem acts on the surface of Xandar, the entire surface will be wiped out. But Ronin met Lu Yuan, a living Almighty Universe level. The most important thing was that other Almighty Universe levels would not show up easily. He was the only one who didn't care if he bullied the younger and was active everywhere. Ronin died not wrongly. And Lu Yuan, after crushing Ronin, stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers to hold the power gem in his hand. If it is an ordinary person, just touching the power gem will be wiped out. But Lu Yuan didn't care. He squeezed it in his hand and put it away, not knowing where he was hiding with his magical power. Then he looked at the crumbling dark asterisk in front of him, and the big axe in his hand. With a thought, he put it into a cell in his body, where there are countless super suns with a surface temperature of up to 2 billion degrees Celsius. All melted. However, he also got a good metal liquid, and in the future, maybe he can build an exclusive weapon for himself to play with, and he doesn't need to be transformed on the spot every time. Turning back, Lu Yuan looked around. The entire battlefield instantly cooled down. Is Ronin just like that? What about his dark asterisk? The main thing is the power gem? You can guess without asking, the power gem must be in Lu Yuan's hands. But no one is stupid enough to ask this big guy for it. Even the predators headed by Yondu were preparing to leave quietly. Courage. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice came directly to Yondu's ears, and he said, don't you want to atone for your past mistakes? Yondu at the moment was alone in a spaceship. Hearing this, he couldn't help shaking his hands and almost fell. How does he know? What does he know? Yondu wanted to ask again, but looked not far away. Star-Lord in another spaceship. He left without saying a word. The looters originally came for the Power Stone, and Star-Lord used the Power Stone as a bait and condition, promising that they would hand over the Power Stone to them as long as they defeated Ronin. It is said that someone offers 80 million points or 800 million to buy. But does Lu Yuan want to call him a fool? Who would sell a cosmic treasure? Not to mention 800 million, what about 8 trillion? As long as you find a way to get the power of the power gem, you can even get an immortal body. Isn't it bad to live forever? After the predators left in a daze, there was only one spaceship left nearby, and inside it was the Guardians of Galaxy. Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, Drax the Destroyer and Groot the Tree. Just when they watched Lu Yuan slowly fall and were overwhelmed, Lu Yuan suddenly pulled out a bald-headed man with a blue face. It is Nebula. It turned out that when Lu Yuan was destroying Ronan, he also found Sister Lan in the spaceship. Seeing that she had changed her mind from the Avengers Alliance 4, Lu Yuan threw Nebula into the air and let her enter through the spaceship's cover. Inside, it fell right next to Gamera. I'll leave this Sister Lan to you. By the way, I wanted to admire someone's dancing. Lu Yuan looked at Xingzhou with a smile. When I think of this guy doing such an unimaginable thing as a dance to save the world, I feel exaggerated. Isn't it filmed yet? Lu Yuan wanted to ask him if he was embarrassed or not, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance to see it. Everyone in the Guardians of Galaxy looked at each other, and Blue Sister Nebula did not dare to make any changes. She knew Lu Yuan's fear and power, which was a fear she had never felt in her adoptive father Thanos. You seem to know us. Seeing Lord had a feeling that Lu Yuan was not hostile to them, as if he knew them. Lu Yuan nodded. We have fought side by side in the future world. What? No one could understand Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He simply and decisively filled them with a memory of the 4th Avengers Alliance. How could it be? Gamera exclaimed in surprise. In the future, Thanos snapped his fingers? This is all she notices. She sees that Thanos wins after all, and snaps her fingers and wipes out half of life in the universe. On the other hand, Nebula looked in disbelief. She didn't believe that her future self would become like that, especially when she looked at Gamera. Nebula has always thought that her sister Gamera doesn't like him, because Gamera, as her sister, has never let herself win once. Therefore, every time Nebula fails in the duel with Gamera, Thanos will transform Nebula's body. Originally, Nebula was just an ordinary human with flesh and blood, but now she has become a robot whose whole body has been transformed. But Nebula later learned that Gamera was helpless too. Whoever loses will have to be transformed. It is Thanos who is threatening their lives at the same time, and they should seek revenge from Thanos. Especially when Nebula learned about the 3rd Avengers Alliance, Gamera paid such a huge price for her, even sacrificing half of the life of the universe for Nebula. Isn't it? At that time, only Gamera knew about Wamir, and only Gamera knew that Soul Gem was on Wamir. But she said the most difficult to find Soul Gem, and was sacrificed by Thanos. Can you say that Gamera doesn't care about Nebula? Can this pair of sisters get rid of their past suspicions? Lu Yuan actually gave Nebula the plot of Avengers Alliance 3 on purpose. In fact, he never participated in the battle of Avengers Alliance 3. Everyone else knew it, too, and couldn't help but say, that's right. It turns out that you are our friend. You scared me to death if you didn't tell me earlier, Rocket Raccoon said exaggeratedly, but his temper was always like this, a bit bitter and a bit mean. The reason is that his background is too special. Lee's makes him always want to protect himself, and even want to drive away the people around him. Only in this way he seems to be safe, but then he will be more lonely. Very tangled Rocket. Lu Yuan didn't care either. He looked at the Guardians of Galaxy and suggested, why don't we go down and talk? You see the Nova Corps are still watching. I guess if we help so much, they have to have a meal. Exhausted. More than just a meal. When the group fell to the ground together, the residents all spontaneously walked onto the street, greeted with warm cheers and applause, and thanked them for their help. Even the Nova Supreme personally greeted him. The army of Xandarstar is called Nova Corps, and it still has a high status in the comics, but it is not shown in the movie. And Nova Supreme is the supreme commander of the Legion, and she personally expressed her gratitude to Lu Yuan and the others. Then she took the opportunity to ask, by the way, who owns the Power Gem? How? Could it be that Nova Supreme is thinking of the Power Stone? He was just rescued, and then he did this in a blink of an eye? Wouldn't it be too disgusting? Please don't get me wrong, we've heard about the power of Power Gems. Legend has it that the Power Ball can easily destroy a civilization. I just want to make sure if anyone has found it. Don't be taken by bad guys or left on our planet. Where, that will cause huge casualties and destruction, Nova Supreme explained with a wry smile. That really needs to be confirmed. With me, Lu Yuan didn't care too much, spread out his hand. The purple gem was in the palm of his right hand. Originally, the power gem would cause terrifying phenomena just by being exposed to the air. But now he is honestly staying in Lu Yuan's palm. Even the Guardians of Galaxy, who had seen the power of the power gem, were amazed. Nova Supreme did not continue to ask, but invited several people. Please let us treat you well. Thank you for saving our planet and protecting our people. Do you want to eat? Suddenly, a purple figure appeared beside Lu Yuan. She was still sitting floating on Lu Yuan's shoulder with her legs crossed, holding Lu Yuan's head with her hand, her eyes shining. It was the foodie girl Gonada who was very interested as soon as she heard the topic of eating East 500 West. Lu Yuan glanced sideways at Gonada. It can be guessed from the close contact between the two that Gonada has become his official girlfriend. Still the same sentence, don't look at this level of people with the concept of ordinary people. Gonada has no reason to reject Lu Yuan, right? Originally, she had not been deeply involved in the world, and it was normal to meet Lu Yuan, an old fritter. Where did you go just now? Lu Yuan asked with a smile, and thoughtfully reached out to help her wipe the drool off the corner of her mouth. This child is too simple and pure, and the thought of delicious food makes her drool. It's just that many times this bear child will drool watching the people walking around on the street, which is very scary. Lu Yuan was really worried that she would go up and hold a person and eat it. It was the kind of chewing method that used her teeth to bite down a piece of meat and eat it. Lu Yuan would have nightmares. Certainly, Ganada is not a beast, she still has good manners when eating. Ganada didn't start, looking guilty. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that in fact, Ronan had dropped 2 small spaceships one after another. The second wave was instantly annihilated by him using his magical power to turn into flying saucers and flying ash, but the first wave was shot down by predators. So what about those guys? Looking around subconsciously, even those spaceships were gone. Sure enough, it's crunchy, Ganada whispered. Hey, that's not your snack. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do about her. In fact, Ganada is really scary. For example, in her single-player comics, she encountered Wolverine Logan. But do you know what she said about Logan? If you lock up Logan, wouldn't you be able to keep eating hands and feet for the rest of your life? Logan has an extremely powerful self-healing ability, and as a result, he was almost kidnapped by Ganada because of his ability, and suffered a painful life. Fortunately, Ganada likes the earth. She has her own standard, that is, she will not do anything to the people, animals, and plants of the earth. She only picks aliens to eat. Or cells from cancerous lesions, which are tricky for humans, that's her snack too. She has also saved a lot of people because of this, she is a little cute. Next, the Guardians of Galaxy, together with Lu Yuan and Ganada, followed Nova Supreme to the highest command of Xandar. In their Nova Corps dining room, Nova Supreme personally entertained the crowd. Don't look at it as a restaurant, but the food is rich in variety, and it doesn't look shabby at all, and the interior is spacious and spacious. Ganada likes this place the most. Dozens of chefs kept serving dishes in the back kitchen, and most of them were sent to her. As a result, she almost failed to meet her speed. Everyone else was stunned. Xingxing Supreme was worried that she would be eaten badly. At the same time, he was also worried that the prepared grain storage was not enough, so he almost sent someone to prepare the storage grain for the coming year in advance. In the end, even Lu Yuan couldn't see it anymore. He hugged Ganada's slender waist and smiled dryly to prevent her from touching the food on the table. Cough, cough, I haven't thanked you yet. Xingxing Supreme coughed dryly, and said an opening remark when he had nothing to say. But in fact, she thanked them before, maybe she was too shocked and forgot. The crowd didn't break it either, they just hit a haha and passed. How many of you have been imprisoned in our prison together before? Nova Supreme suddenly looked at the Guardians of Galaxy. Except for Nebula, all of them had been arrested before. Moreover, these people were originally well-known dangerous characters in the galaxy, and even Star-Lord has become famous in recent years. Not to mention Gamera. It can be said that they will cause panic and alert wherever they go, especially the Nova Corps is a well-known cosmic defense force, which means that they will also help the entire galaxy to capture those wicked bad guys. Therefore, Xingxing Supreme knows the origins of several people well. Not waiting for the Guardians of Galaxy to feel embarrassed, they heard Nova Supreme say, I want to help you clear all previous charges and accusations. After all, we can prove that you are indeed working hard to protect the peace of the galaxy. This character deserves recognition. It was a really good offer and reward, and they deserved it. Afterwards, Xingxing Hizun looked at Lu Yuan again. At this time, she was in a bit of trouble. To be honest, I really don't know what to give you. Why don't you say what you want? Nova Supreme showed a wry smile. They still didn't know Lu Yuan's origin, let alone what he needed. Now I only know that Lu Yuan is from the Earth. Is it the Earth of the solar system? I heard that the scientific and technological civilization there is not high, they dare not bother, otherwise it will affect the development of the Earth itself. But in this way, the people of the Earth are so powerful. Everyone is a neighbor of the Milky Way. With the civilization of Xandar and the Kree, it is not difficult to know that the Earth is not difficult. In fact, as early as the 1990s, in Captain Marvel's plot, there were no traces of the Kree. Lu Yuan thought for a while, I don't know what I want, why don't you help me prepare your Nova Corps' food reserves for 1 year? The result is still food. Lu Yuan didn't want money or anything else. After thinking about it, it was not good for people to owe favors, so he simply put forward a condition. Ganada on the side was overjoyed, hugged Lu Yuan and kissed him on the face, and took a sip of his breath. By the way, it was a big supplement. Lu Yuanxin said that if things go on like this, Ganada will be able to surpass the heyday of Planet Devourer solely on her own strength, and it is not a problem even forcing her to be promoted to the Almighty Universe level. So you see, Ganada has no reason to reject him. After the warm reception of Nova Corps, Lu Yuan brought Nova Supreme to quickly dispatched and assembled. In fact, it can be called a reserve of food for more than 3 years, and he was finally ready to leave. It is said that in order to carry snacks for Ganada, Lu Yuan finally had to open up a separate sub-universe. This universe is special, it is a blank space, and there is no concept of time. This leads to the fact that the things that are put in will remain in the original state, and will not deteriorate, and even the temperature of the food that has just been cooked will not change. Lu Yuan has already spoiled Ganada, and used a universe alone to pack her snacks. Definitely Ganada is also very obedient. This girl is said to have lived for a long time, at least a few decades or hundreds of years old, right? However, Ganada has almost no experience. It may be that he was well protected by Uncle Tun. In addition to his own strength and even his position in the universe, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a secondary multi-universe entity. so sometimes she is terrifyingly naive, but in fact, when she is naive to the extreme, she is terrifying and black-bellied. It's like Rocket Raccoon has repeatedly shouted that he doesn't want to stay with her, because since Liu Yuan and Gonita boarded their spaceship and planned to leave Xandar with them, Gonita has asked Rocket Raccoon countless times if he is okay, good to eat. The point is that the person she's asking is Rocket Raccoon himself. How does he answer? Say you don't taste good? Self-deprecating your own meat is stinky? Or is your meat delicious? He is not a stockpile. During the battle, because Liu Yuan killed Ronan's army and the Dark Star too quickly, the losses were minimized. Including the Guardians of Galaxy's ship, Star-Lord's original personal ship, suffered no loss. Later, when they were entertained by Nova Supreme, someone else gave them some special care. It looks like a new ship now. It's just that the space inside the spacecraft is not very large, especially the cockpit, where one Groot occupies 2 positions. Or because of Liu Yuan, Groot, who should have dedicated himself, has no sense of existence now. There were only a few seats in total, and it was a bit crowded at first, but now there is another Blue Sister Nebula, and then Liu Yuan and Gonita came in, and they could hardly sit anymore. Fortunately, after they left the range of Xandar Star, Liu Yuan said they were leaving. We're going to the Kree planet, Liu Yuan said suddenly with a smile. However, everyone in Guardians of Galaxy was shocked, and even felt cold sweat all over their bodies. His tone was obviously gentle, but it seemed to exude a boundless chill. What are you doing there? Star-Lord snorted and reminded, don't forget that Nova Corps reminded us not to do bad things in the future. Liu Yuan continued to smile and said, they can't control me, and they don't dare to control me. Star-Lord was speechless. Gamera couldn't stand it any longer and asked, you went to the Kree planet for revenge, right? But if you do that, what's the difference between Ronan and Ronan? Ronan betrayed the Kree, and his behavior is different from that of Ronan. The Kree don't care. Perhaps Gamera was right. When the Kree intended to sign a peace agreement with the Xandars, Ronan objected. In the end, he even chose to leave and continue to attack the Xandars. And when Nova Supreme questioned the Kree people, the other party could only helplessly express that they could not restrain Ronan's behavior either. Liu Yuan just looked at Gamera and suddenly asked, then can you forgive Thanos? Gamera was startled. Once Thanos attacked Gamera's home world and wiped out half of the population, including Gamera's biological parents. Later, when Gamera was not yet sensible, Thanos took her away and adopted her as an adopted daughter. But how could Gamera forget the tragedy she experienced as a child? Even the rest of the Guardians of Galaxy knew for the first time that Gamera was also hurt by Thanos. No wonder she suddenly betrayed Thanos. Nebula's expression also seemed a little complicated. It's different, but Gamera still insisted. I will seek revenge on Thanos one day, but my goal is only Thanos, and it has nothing to do with others. Does it matter? Thanos' army has nothing to do with it. Liu Yuan continued to ask. Gamera glared at him. Stop biting Wenju, okay? That's not what I said. You know what I mean. Ronan is dead. You have killed the evil leader. Don't continue to make useless Shiro. Deliberately wrong. Gamera wanted to persuade Liu Yuan. Although she has caused many tragedies before, she is also known as the most terrible woman in the galaxy. But what Gamera really wanted was peace. This is not a joke. Gamera would rather sacrifice herself than reveal the whereabouts of Soul Gem, and she had to give in because Thanos threatened Nebula. Otherwise, why do you think Sister Lan is so honest now? Gamera once betrayed her beliefs for her, and even sacrificed half of the universe's life. If she didn't know what to do, then the future movie universe would not suddenly wake up and change her mind. Liu Yuan definitely knew what Gamera meant, but he was still unmoved, turned his head to look in a certain direction in the universe, and said in a vague tone, do you really think the Kree people are good people? They once invaded the Earth and also the Skrulls lost their homeland and had to be exiled all over the galaxy, almost genocide. 00. What? Once you wash your hands in a golden pot, can you completely veto the past mistakes? Since they can exterminate other races and civilizations, why can't they be exterminated? Liu Yuan's appearance at the moment seemed a little out of reach, as if he was already in another level or dimension, which was unpredictable. Gamera frowned tightly and wanted to continue to persuade Liu Yuan, but she didn't know how to speak, so she could only turn her eyes to Star-Lord. Star-Lord was about to say a few words for his little girlfriend. Their relationship quickly warmed up during this action, and there were already signs of love. Especially when Star-Lord nearly died in space trying to save Gamera. But before he could speak, Liu Yuan suddenly said, speaking of turtles, it's Quill. Star-Lord immediately forgot what he was about to say, glared at Liu Yuan, corrected the correct pronunciation of his name, and glared at Drax again. Liu Yuan couldn't help raising the corner of his mouth. He did it on purpose. Speaking of which, you don't seem to know yet. In fact, your bloodline is not simple. It seems that you have a remarkable father. By the way, didn't Yongdu take you there? To see your biological father. Liu Yuan suddenly mentioned to Star-Lord's father. This is because Liu Yuan will take Gonita to see Egg next. Since he claims to be a friend of Star-Lord, he must let them know each other before he destroys his own father, right? That said, are you the devil? Wait a minute, you mean my father? After Star-Lord suddenly learned the news about his biological father, he couldn't care about anything else immediately. It seems that you really don't know anything. Liu Yuan shook his head, but he didn't go on, but changed the subject and said, okay, you will know later. What am I? Star-Lord almost vomited blood. Don't you want to say why you mentioned this? In fact, Star-Lord is very tragic. He was born in a single-parent family since he was a child, which made him seem out of tune with others, because he did not know who his father was from birth. And he lived in a relatively conservative era. Even in Western countries, single mothers at that time would be viewed in a different light, let alone a child. This made Star-Lord feel inferior and withdrawn since he was a child. Later, even his mother 500 died of cancer. Star-Lord was kidnapped by Yongdu again. This made him once thought that he had no relatives. As a result, I only learned from Liu Yuan today that I still have a biological father. Tell me who it is. Star-Lord didn't even care to drive the spaceship. He came over and grabbed Liu Yuan's collar, anxious to ask for more information. Hey, this is very dangerous. Rocket Raccoon hurried over to take over the pilot's position. Even though he looked like a fur toy, he was actually a highly skilled engineer, including their spaceships, which he usually repaired and maintained. Gonita floated and flew behind the rocket with one hand on her chin. Maybe she was still thinking about whether the raccoon is good or not. I'm Groot. Quill has a dad. Groot also rarely had a picture. It is a pity that the race of Tree Groot can only say one sentence, that is, I am Groot, and can't change the order, including the tone. Usually, the rockets do the translation for Groot. But today was different. Liu Yuan learned the Groot language after only listening to it once, and promised, that's definitely. After all, he didn't jump out of a rock. He must have a father. Can you understand the Groot language? Everyone was stunned. Liu Yuan shrugged, I just learned it. Whoever told him to have the super learning ability is such a bug. Don't change the subject, Xingzhi recalled, and was almost fooled by Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan laughed proudly. He was just teasing him. Friends, the real damage to friends is the more damage the better. Usually most like to see the ugly appearance of friends. Definitely, the critical moment is still a friend you can rely on. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Let me tell you, your father is a planet called Yugo, a self-conscious planetary will known as the Celestial Race. If you can find it, go find it yourself. Okay, Liu Yuan told Star-Lord anyway. And Gonita turned back suddenly. Wasn't that the planet that Liu Yuan promised her to take her to see? It is said that it may be infinitely renewable and can become the exclusive energy supply for her family. Liu Yuan nodded slightly. That's what happened. The poor Star-Lord still didn't know the news about his biological father that he had just learned, but the guy who claimed to be a good friend in front of him was also playing his father's idea. We're leaving, my friends. Liu Yuan beckoned Gonita to let go of the rocket that was about to explode, stretched out his arms around Gonita's shoulders, and said goodbye to the Guardians of Galaxy. Liu Yuan, you really don't want to go. Gamera was unwilling and wanted to continue to persuade. Liu Yuan's expression gradually became cold. Don't say it anymore. I've made up my mind. The Kree must die, I said. Even Thanos can't escape. He can't do whatever he wants. You mean Thanos? Drax, the only one who seemed out of place, finally joined the conversation. It seems that he has been distracted before. It is said that his race has a characteristic, that is, their ears are straight, and it seems that the left ear enters the right ear and it is them. This race is very strange, and they can't even think about topics they are not interested in. They go directly from one ear to the other and go out. He almost forgot what happened before. But only the news of Thanos, he will never let go. This big man is also very tragic. In the comics, he once killed Thanos, but in the movie universe, Drax the Destroyer was infinitely weakened and almost became a fool's comedian. And Drax's home world was wiped out by Thanos, including his wife and daughter. So Drax came out of his hometown and embarked on the road of revenge, vowing to kill Thanos and kill him with his own hands. There were also Gamera and Nebula, who also looked at Liu Yuan with an incredible look. It's not that they don't believe that Liu Yuan can kill Thanos, because they already have the memory of Liu Yuan participating in the 4 wars of the Avengers Alliance, and they naturally know that Liu Yuan killed Thanos at the beginning. But if you do this, aren't you afraid to rewrite the future? Even Nebula knew that if Liu Yuan killed Thanos at this time in this era, the future would be completely rewritten. Avengers Alliance 3 will not happen again, all the plots that should have happened will be changed. Liu Yuan said indifferently, remember, the present determines the future, not the future determines the past. He has said it countless times, although he will not peep into the future with his ability, because he can already exist in every second of the timeline at the same time. Now is the future, and now can see what will happen in the future. But he wouldn't do that. At the same time, he doesn't care about what the future is, he doesn't care whether it will cause the future plot to be changed or not, he will only act according to his own mind. Why did Ancient One say that she couldn't see the future after seeing Liu Yuan? The reason is this, if Liu Yuan will follow the steps, it will be nothing. But Liu Yuan's behavior was unpredictable, so the future was messed up. From the moment he messed in, the timeline 2.0 was chaotic, and it was entirely up to his mind to decide the future direction. Others don't understand Liu Yuan's meaning, only Liu Yuan himself knows, not only Thanos, now it is unknown whether Ultron will appear. Future? I don't know what it will be like. Guer, I wish you success in finding your father, and we'll meet again then. If you haven't found it after I'm done, I'll take you there. Liu Yuan no longer gave the Guardians of Galaxy a chance to persuade himself, embracing Gonita, penetrated from the spaceship like a spiritual body, and flew away quickly. Fuck, I said my name is Quill, Peter. Quill, Peter. Jason. Quill, Star-Lord's exasperated roar came from behind. As a result, Lu Yuan's complaints floated from a distance. Why aren't you called Peter Parker? Who is that? Hala, the name of a planet, is the home planet of the Kree people and the headquarters of the Kree Empire. The planet Hara is located in the Large Magellanic Cloud, which in turn revolves around the Milky Way, with a distance of about 160,000 light-years and a diameter of about 1/5 of the Milky Way. The number of fixed stars is about 20 billion. Therefore, the Large Magellanic Cloud is considered to be a satellite galaxy of the Milky Way, which is equivalent to the relationship between the Moon and the Earth, and is also called a companion galaxy. By the way, as mentioned earlier, the brightness is 8.7 million times that of the Sun, and it is the R13601 of the brightest fixed star known to Earth, which is the Tarantula Nebula in the Large Magellanic Cloud. But later Lu Yuan discovered a brighter fixed star. The Kree Empire is a military powerhouse with a super-advanced alien civilization. It is said that as early as more than 6 million years ago, the Koreans of the gods used their own DNA to create the Kree, so the Kree are also one of the most intelligent races in the universe. And originally on the Hara star, 06 first had two races, one was the Kree, and the other was the semi-plant race Kotati. It's just that the Kotati people have disappeared inexplicably, and only the Kree are left. At the same time, the Kree are also belligerent. They once launched an attack on the Skrull Empire, forcing the peaceful Skrulls to become belligerent to defend themselves. At the same time, it also led to the occurrence of the secret invasion of the Big Event. It was the Skrulls who lost their hometown and had to choose to turn the Earth into a second hometown. It is such an alien race that also poses a threat to the Earth, including the setting of the inhuman race that has not yet appeared in the movie universe, and it is also a product created by their experiments. Gamera said, "Let them go? How is this possible?" Lu Yuan didn't believe that the Kree people would come to their senses. A warlike race can never be changed from eating shit. The only way to teach them the precious way of peace is to make them feel the pain, and the only way to make them have peace is to kill them first before they attack others. Can't they really stop Ronan from attacking Xandar? An entire empire cannot stop an army? In fact, they just didn't want to care. Anyway, if Ronan could destroy Xandar Star, they would be happy to see it happen. This race must die. Lu Yuan hugged Gonada's shoulders with one hand, and the two came to the atmosphere of Hara, where the Kree Empire is located. The gravity of Hara is much higher than that of the Earth, which makes the physical quality and structure of the people here stronger than those of the Earth. If the Kree people go to the Earth, it is equivalent to that everyone can lift a ton of things. But this is on their own planet, just like the Kryptonians are just ordinary people on Krypton, they are just ordinary people. On the contrary, Lu Yuan and Gonada are not ordinary. Gonada's eyes lit up at the Kree people everywhere on the planet, as if remembering the crunchy texture. The corners of her mouth were drooling, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe it off. "Can I eat it this time?" Gonada asked Lu Yuan obediently and sensible first. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, but did not forget to remind, "But you must be careful not to eat dirty things, such as parasites." Parasite. Gonada tilted her head to look at Lu Yuan with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Yuan shook his head, suddenly raised his hand and waved at Hala Star, and a certain Kree was taken into his hand out of thin air. The Kree still doesn't know what's going on. He is a member of the team. He is usually in charge of outer space patrols. He just returned today and is ready to return to the team to rest. But suddenly, a black line suddenly appeared from the Kree's body, and finally formed a huge amount of blood, which illuminated Lu Yuan's head and bit it. "Humph, what a big gut." Lu Yuan let out a cold snort, and the huge amounts of sound waves directly shattered the big mouth made up of black threads in front of him. Lu Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and pulled out a black mass of something from the Kree's body. Even Gonada looked over curiously. Lu Yuan took his hand away and warned, "This can't be eaten." Gonada immediately lost interest and gestured to the Kree in front of her with her eyes. After Lu Yuan nodded, she happily pulled the blank-faced Kree to the side, and then heard a scream. Lu Yuan shook his head, unable to bear to look directly, and put his attention in his hands. This black thing is still twisting, and even wants to stick to Lu Yuan's body. But Lu Yuan could not let it succeed, and bound it tightly with a ball of golden energy, showing an expression of interest. In fact, Lu Yuan has already seen what it is. This is a kind of parasitic life. If you use a relatively easy-to-understand name, everyone should know what it is. In fact, it is venom. That's right, this is the famous and evil venom. Lu Yuan was observing the venom in his hand, and he found one thing: at the moment's venom is still in its infancy, so it can't be said to be bad, and it's not good at the same time. In fact, Venom and other symbiotes are not evil in nature, and Venom and his descendants have turned bad because of Venom's first alien host. It turns out that the first host of Venom was the Kree. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan happened to encounter Venom here? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan didn't choose to wipe away the life of the Venom, because he hasn't had time to possess the Kree before, so it shouldn't be bad, right? 500. And Venom is more often played as an anti-hero, and an anti-hero is also a hero, but the method is a bit cruel. But it just fits Lu Yuan's mind. So he thought about it, opened a portal beside him, threw the Venom in, and closed the portal. It's done, the Venom movie can be shot. Well, it looks like he helped film the Venom, Deadly Asgardian movie. At least this Venom movie is said to have nothing to do with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so it's no wonder he's opening a cosmic portal. Anyway, Ganada. Lu Yuan suddenly noticed that the Ganada beside him was gone. The next second, he shocked roar and said, "No, don't eat the supreme wisdom, that guy has a lot of bad intentions." Lu Yuan immediately found the whereabouts of Ganada. It turned out that after she ate the Kree, she saw that Lu Yuan only cared about the little things in the palm of her hand, so she simply sneaked away and ran to Hera. But she went to find the Supreme Wisdom, which was a supercomputer built by the Kree people. It was originally to assist the system of helping the Kree people, but it gradually evolved into the god of the Kree people. In the end, he was turned into the master of the Kree by the Supreme Wisdom. Lu Yuan was worried that Ganada would become bad or infected after eating Supreme Wisdom, so he hurried over at super light speed. The Supreme Intelligence is not any life, but a supercomputer created by the Kree alien super technology, which is actually similar to Tony's JARVIS. It's just that the Supreme Intelligence has existed for so long that it is almost as old as the Kree. So in the entire history of the Kree Empire, it gradually condensed the highest wisdom of the Kree people, including all science, philosophy, military, thinking, etc. The Supreme Intelligence is now even the god of the Kree, and with some kind of controller that almost everyone has implanted in the Kree, it is easy to control the mind of every Kree. Instead, it became the real master of the Kree Empire. I don't know what the Kree people thought when they knew that the future would become like this, but now the living people have become the assistants and even tools of this supercomputer. Therefore, human beings must not follow this example. While supercomputers bring convenience, there are also huge hidden dangers. Once the supercomputer becomes self-aware, it will instead think that humans are weak. The weak eat the strong, why should the strong serve the weak? Pull away. The Supreme Wisdom is located in the core and the tallest and most magnificent building of the Carey Empire. It was originally the safest place and the highest level of guards. Not to mention outsiders, it is difficult for even one's own people to see the true face of Supreme Wisdom. However, this was no problem for Lu Yuan and Ganada, especially when Lu Yuan came in all the way. He found that all the Kree guards in the whole building had disappeared, but some weapons remained on the ground. They may have visited Ganada's stomach, right? Lu Yuan came to the place of Supreme Wisdom with a wry smile. Sure enough, Ganada was sticking in front of a vessel, which was a device similar to a culture tank, and there was still a full of culture liquid in it, and there was an artificially made thing similar to a human brain. It doesn't look like it's threatening, but in fact, this thing can control the minds of all Kree people in the entire Kree Empire. At the same time, it has also begun to issue a warning to the Kree Empire, and a large number of Kree warriors are coming. This thing can't be eaten. Lu Yuan went up and hugged Ganada, whose eyes were glowing. I'll try, I'll take a bite, Ganada protested loudly. Lu Yuan covered her eyes and waved his hand forward. Snapped. The entire cultivation tank was immediately shattered by his palm wind, and even the Supreme Wisdom inside was silently destroyed by Lu Yuan. Ganada pouted. Her ideal in life is to taste all the food in the world, definitely because of Lu Yuan, the earth was excluded. In fact, Lu Yuan didn't strictly ask her to exclude all food from the earth at first. After all, humans also need to eat. As long as she promises not to eat humans. But after seeing Ganada's food intake, let it go, she will eat up the earth. Shave the earth bald, does that look good? Once this girl has let go of her appetite, it is simply a planet-level disaster. Like the planet devourer, she also feeds on the planet level. Someone is coming from outside. Ganada had the consciousness of level universe, and immediately noticed that there were many Kree soldiers around, and hurriedly broke away from Lu Yuan's hand and rushed outside. Lu Yuan looked at the direction where Ganada turned into a purple light and disappeared, and shook his head with a doting smile. Let her go. Anyway, no one here has the ability to hurt Ganada. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was more concerned about other things, and he went to the Supreme Wisdom. I saw that the Supreme Wisdom that should have turned into fly ash suddenly reappeared in front of Lu Yuan. It turned out that he deliberately blocked Ganada's eyes, so as not to let her know that he had not destroyed the Supreme Wisdom. Does she still want a bite? Lu Yuan's letter is called Hell. She can eat the earth in one bite, and the Supreme Wisdom is not a matter of one bite. Lu Yuan put his hand on the body of Supreme Wisdom, narrowed his eyes slightly, and broke into the network of Supreme Wisdom with strong mental strength and willpower. Then Lu Yuan took control of Supreme Wisdom. Instead of destroying all the Kree people in one go, he began to plunder all the knowledge accumulated over the years in the huge Kree Empire. Lu Yuan is still more interested and curious about the Carey Empire. The main reason is that the Carey Empire does possess many high-tech civilizations, and even if it continues to develop supercomputers, it may not be impossible for Supreme Intelligence to create a virtual reality technology. In fact, when the Kree people wear that kind of controller, they are already connected to the network of Supreme Intelligence, and they can be pulled into that network time and space at any time by it, and experience an extremely real process. Lu Yuanxin said, why don't you create a sword art online? Or speed up the world? This seems to be possible, and it can definitely lead the Earth to another height immediately. But after thinking about it, let's forget it. He has so much money on Earth that he can't spend it all, and now he doesn't know what to do with the money. Fortunately, the science, philosophy, military, and ideas accumulated by the Carey Empire over the years are still very valuable. In particular, many planet-level strategies related to outer space coincide with Lu Yuan's military thinking. And the technology level of the Kree Empire includes artificial intelligence, warp drive starships, robots, cyborgs, genetic engineering, psychic technology, energy weapons, and combat exoskeletons. Military strategic weapons also include thousands of glorious cruisers, thousands of heavy cruisers and carrier ships, hundreds of planet-class battleships, dozens of world destroyer fixed star-class battleships, etc. In fact, Ronan's Dark Asterisk belonged to the fixed star-class battleship. Don't look at the Dark Asterisk that has not shown level fixed stars weapons, but that is, it has encountered Nova Corps, otherwise even the Thanos army will be a little afraid. In fact, apart from his personal strength, Ronan is really not afraid of Thanos. Definitely if the two face each other, then he will definitely be beaten up. At the moment Liu Yuan has mastered the Supreme Wisdom, which means he has mastered all of this. Although those strategic weapons can't be sold for money, it's also good to use them as a facade at critical times. Besides, there are so many metals and so many materials on the entire Kree Empire, that is, Hara, and it is a waste not to use them for anything. There is also the Carry Warhammer, known as a universal weapon, which is indeed a single weapon, allowing Ronan to use the universal weapon to manipulate matter, molecule, interatomic disintegration, and reorganization, as well as their gravity and density, control lightning, conduct energy absorption, energy manipulation, and creating energy shields, emitting shock waves. The omnipotent weapon also grants him flight and the ability to create force fields, create a time-moving field, and perform hyperspace thought transmission. Ronan in his prime can also create black holes to manipulate time. It's just that in the movie, Ronan and Carry Warhammer are weakened to slag. After Liu Yuan read all the civilization and wisdom of the Kree Empire through Supreme Wisdom, he also noticed through Supreme Wisdom that Gonada had already eaten up all the Kree people. Regardless of the technological level of the Kree Empire, how can a race that can worship supercomputers as gods, or even be ruled by a super artificial intelligence, compete with a sub-multi-universe class? So Liu Yuan was not worried at all. Su Shao finally let the Supreme Wisdom vanish, and Liu Yuan walked out. Liu Yuan looked up and saw that Gonada was not satisfied, and was about to open his mouth to Hara seeing. Stop, Liu Yuan quickly called to stop. Gonada asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Since she is allowed to eat this race, why stop her from eating this planet? I also plan to use this planet as a dowry to meet your father, Liu Yuan said about his plan. Unlike Tun Miai's easy to satisfy appetite, Uncle Tun's appetite is really measured in planets. This is also the reason why Uncle Tun has always been considered to be the weakest existence among the 5 great gods. He has almost never been full and cannot exert his true strength at all. Otherwise, he is definitely one of the strongest among the 5 gods. Gonada 500 blushed, but when he heard Liu Yuan said that he wanted to give this planet to his father as a gift, he had no choice but to give up. Flying from the sky to Liu Yuan's side, Gonada hiccuped with satisfaction. Crackling. Liu Yuan asked amusingly. Gonada nodded. Dad is right, the Kree tastes good. How can you describe people in this way? Is this a compliment? The dead Kree can rest easy, at least Gonada compliments their taste. It may seem unacceptable to many people, after all, the Kree also have a similar appearance to humans. But Liu Yuan said that out of sight is pure, so he didn't see it. What's more, in the earliest Dragon Ball, Vegeta also ate aliens and had a close-up. No one said anything. The most important thing is that in fact, Gonada's true face is not like this, including the true body of the planet Devourer is just a mass of pure energy. Uncle Tun's armor is an outer armor that helps him suppress the leakage of energy. It looks like a human appearance, but he was originally invisible. It seems that everyone who sees Uncle Tun looks different. For example, Uncle Tun seen in the eyes of eternity is the real pure energy body. Uncle Tun is also known as the Eternal Brother and Asgardian. For example, Uncle Tun that humans see is similar to humans, and what other creatures see is different. His true form is unknown, and it is not clear why different creatures see Uncle Tun in different forms. The same is true for Tun Miai. Her real body is actually a secondary multi-universe level cosmic entity. You can regard her as the original manifestation of the universe. So if a universe devours life, it doesn't seem so unacceptable, right? From this point of view, Liu Yuan is cruel enough. He chased a universe into his girlfriend. This. Whether it was Su Xian or who would not accept it? Pull away. Liu Yuan scanned the entire Hala star again and found that Gonada was indeed meticulous enough to lock everyone's whereabouts and locations with her super cosmic awareness, and indeed ate all the Kree people. Even some Kree spaceships and patrols patrolling the nearby universe were not able to escape in the end. At this point, the Kree can be said to be completely extinct. In less than a day, a dignified super empire disappeared so silently, the strength of Liu Yuan and Gonada was evident. If they suddenly become the super villains of the level universe, it is conceivable that the entire movie universe will be in danger of perishing. After that, Liu Yuan also put away Hara Star, put it into his secondary universe, and separated it from the snacks prepared for Gonada. This is a betrothal gift that I have the opportunity to give to my husband in the future, but I can't let Gonada eat it secretly. In fact, with Liu Yuan's current strength, he can completely copy more Hara Stars in an instant. He also had this plan to collect the knowledge of supreme wisdom before. How could a planet be available, and his betrothal gift would definitely satisfy Uncle Tun. Let's go, there are still some things to deal with next. Lu Yuan took Gonada's little hand to travel through the universe again. Are you looking for that planet? Gonada's eyes lit up. Lu Yuan is helpless. Didn't you just eat a planetary civilization? Still want to eat? Definitely not, there are still some things to deal with before that, Lu Yuan said, pulling Gonada straight to somewhere in the universe. In space, a huge amount of spaceship stays in front of a planet. If you have seen Avengers Alliance 4, you will recognize that this is Thanos' spaceship. At the moment Thanos' army has discovered a certain civilized race and is about to do it. Thanos has always asked others to find infinite gems for him instead of doing it himself. Perhaps one of the reasons is that netizens guessed that if Odin and Ancient One were not dead, he would not dare to set foot on Earth. And another reason is more convincing, that is, he is still shouldering his mission. The home planet of Thanos is Titan, which was once a brilliant civilization. However, with the skyrocketing population, when the resources of the planet were exhausted, the entire civilization died out. So Thanos has a great ideal. He wants to eliminate half of the life in the universe in a fair and just without the slightest selfishness, and then let the remaining life get more sufficient resources. He won't be complacent, but he'll be willing to pay any price for it. So he has been searching for infinite gems over the past few years, while continuing to attack one planet after another. Gamera, Drax and more are his victims. My lord, Ronan was defeated, and the Power Stone was taken by an unknown person. On the ship, Ebony Moore reports to Thanos. What happened a day ago? They got the news so quickly, it's already very fast. After all, I don't know how much distance it is from Xandar Star, which is in the universe. Thanos at the moment sat on his throne, lost in thought. Among the 4 members of the Obsidian Five, Black Dwarf, Proxima Midnight, and Corvus Glaive have already led the army to set off. The civilization has not yet developed to the level of the universe, so it is naturally not an opponent, and Thanos does not need to shoot himself. He was thinking, 6 infinite gems, the power gem was taken by an unidentified person, the mind gem and space gem were left on Earth, the soul gem is still missing, the time gem should also be on Earth or somewhere, and reality gem. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer. Thanos didn't know yet, but the 6 infinite gems had actually appeared. Except for the space gem, which was snatched by Loki, almost all of them were in Lu Yuan's hands. He took the power gem, Gonada's soul gem, Wanda's reality gem, Natasha Romanoff's mind gem, and Ancient One's time gem. Except for the space gem, other infinite gems are either in the hands of Lu Yuan or his family. My lord, we are ready, and we can use the teleportation device to drop the Vanguard Guard to the surface of the planet at any time. Corvus Glaive, the leader of the Obsidian Five, issued a request to fight at the moment. Thanos on the throne put his mind away and was about to give an order. But suddenly, a loud noise came from the earphones. What's wrong? Ebony Maw heard it too, and hurriedly asked for Thanos. No, a purple-clothed woman suddenly broke into the spaceship, and she is quickly eating our warriors one by one. Proxima Midnight made a somewhat panicked roar sound. As generals under Thanos, they had never seen anything. Proxima Midnight doesn't panic even when faced with opponents who can match them. However, this does not mean that when a girl who looks extremely cute suddenly comes in, it is acceptable to open her mouth and swallow countless pioneers in front of those violent vanguards. Even Proxima Midnight panicked. The vanguard of 1 legion has been eaten up by her. Damn, she went to the 2nd legion again. My lord, Corvus Glaive had to stop halfway through his words, because there was a man in front of him. It was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan put away his hands expressionlessly. He had just grabbed Corvus Glaive's neck and pinched him to death. It sounds exactly like the way Thanos pinched Loki to death. Roar. There was a loud roar from the side, and the violent black dwarf smashed over with a weapon like a hoe. As a result, Lu Yuanshan didn't bother to dodge, so he raised his right hand to instantly create a storm axe, and then threw it forward. The monstrous storm axe slashed the black dwarf in half at once. The 2 obsidian generals were killed in seconds so quietly. Even the sound of Proxima Midnight disappeared. On the other side, Gonada licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the cabin inside the ship, where the Vanguard guards were placed. There are 2 armies under Thanos. One is the Chidori army, but it was destroyed by Lu Yuan a few years ago. Now he also has Vanguard, a more powerful army of Pen Chidori, claiming that each Vanguard has the physique and strength of Captain America. But in Gonada's eyes, this is a dish. The Thanos spaceship can almost be said to be a powerful force capable of sweeping more than half of the galaxy, but it is not enough to look at all. Lu Yuan handed over the remaining soldiers to Gonada. At the moment, she turned into a hunter at the top of the food chain. With her super cosmic consciousness, she was happily opening a gluttonous feast. Can't you give me a bite of that purple sweet potato essence? Gonada also stared at Thanos. Thanos is definitely the strongest in the spaceship, it should be delicious? Lu Yuan laughed and stopped. I still have a few words to talk to him and see if he can satisfy me. He has always doted on his women, after all, they are his own people, who doesn't he dote on them? If he doesn't like it, should someone else do it for him? Joke. But before giving it to Gonada to eat, Lu Yuan obviously wanted to talk to Thanos. So Lu Yuan took a few steps through the huge space inside the spaceship, and finally came to where Thanos was. Standing in front of Thanos' throne, Lu Yuan doesn't look tall, after all, he is now in human form, only 1 meter 9, while Thanos is 2 meters tall as a titan. plus his throne is on a platform, which makes it even higher. Bold, Ebony Maw was the first to react, and with a frightened scolding, he was about to mobilize psychokinesis to restrain Lu Yuan. Ebony Maw can be said to be the powerhouse of the level universe, even if he is known as the strongest psychokinesis master in the universe. Even Sorcerer Supreme's Doctor Strange has been subdued by him. But Lu Yuan just thought about it, and an even more terrifying and unparalleled psychokinesis was thrown like a slap, not only easily smashed Ebony Maw's psychokinesis halfway, but also slapped Ebony Maw with a slap. Snapped. Ebony Maw turned into a blood dance, not even a corpse was left. SHH. Suddenly, Gonida turned into a purple light and shadow and appeared at a speed exceeding the speed of light. He opened the cherry mouth and took a breath, eating all the remaining energy of Ebony Maw. Don't waste it, Gonida complained, thinking that Lu Yuan did it on purpose, knowing that it could be left for her to eat. She glanced up and down at Thanos with malicious intent. If she remembered correctly, this purple sweet potato essence had defeated her father several times, and even once set the planet devourer's head as a throne under her ass. Why did Gonida call purple sweet potato essence from the beginning? Apparently she knew Thanos. Don't forget that this girl's origin is a secondary multi-universe level, which means that she is not a single universe, that is, the daughter of Uncle Ton of this universe, but the daughter of Uncle Ton of the multi-universe level. Multi-universe level, she has obviously been to other worlds, she herself has never concealed it, she has already revealed it. So Gonida didn't like Thanos very much, and even asked Lu Yuan directly in front of him, don't forget to leave him to me. Lu Yuan was helpless, you better go have some snacks. In fact, the number of the Vanguard Guard army is more than 100,000. Just look at the scenes and scale of the 4 battles of the Avengers Alliance. How terrible is the complete Thanos army. But to Gonida, it was nothing but a snack. Who are you? Thanos seemed to have just reacted, looking at the direction where Gonida had once again turned into a purple light and shadow and disappeared, then looked at Lu Yuan again, and asked the first question. 00. I heard that you despise the Earth? And I am from the Earth. Lu Yuan remembered that Thanos had expressed disdain for the Earth and the Avengers, but what was he? Lu Yuan was right in saying that he was from the Earth, he was indeed a person from the Earth once. Earth. Thanos showed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly he remembered something, and said, I know you, it was you who destroyed my Chitauri army, and also sent a notice to the whole universe. You said the Earth is covered by you, and that person is you, right? When Lu Yuan destroyed Chitauri, he did warn the entire universe. But it's been a few years, and I don't think Thanos remembers? It's me, Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, so I heard that you don't seem to agree? Then I will come to meet you and see if you die or I live. Thanos didn't react at first, and then he noticed with a black line, either he died or he lived. Isn't that all dead? What a big breath. Thanos stood up from his chair and picked up a big knife from his side, ready to fight Lu Yuan. At the moment in Lu Yuan's hand is also carrying a storm axe, and unlike the storm axe that Thor has not yet mastered, he has carried out a transformation. The front end of the axe has become huge amounts of crescent-shaped, and the handle of the axe is made of metal such as vibranium. Lu Yuan hooked his fingers at Thanos with his other hand, and said provocatively, come on. In the spacious main control room, Lu Yuan and Thanos faced each other, looking at each other. Suddenly, Thanos picked up the big knife and jumped high and smashed it towards Lu Yuan. It's a pity that in Lu Yuan's eyes, Thanos' actions are like slow motion, and Lu Yuan even worried about whether Thanos' big knife would cut himself. Because Thanos' broadsword has upper and lower blades, his grip is between the 2 blades. Fortunately, the blade is consistent with the outside, otherwise it is really difficult to guarantee that it will not cut itself. While thinking about whether there is something or not, Lu Yuan raised the storm axe in his hand and easily blocked Thanos' attack. When the sparks and huge amounts of impact made Thanos involuntarily take 2 steps back. But Lu Yuan stood still. Thanos was shocked that he had both hands, and he still had the advantage of being condescending. As a result, Lu Yuan only flicked 500 with one hand and blocked him back. He knew that Lu Yuan's strength far surpassed himself, and even the magic weapon in his hand was not lost to him at all. Thanos immediately became vigilant and did not dare to attack Lu Yuan immediately. Lu Yuan tilted his head and asked, can't you come? If you don't attack, you really won't have any chance when I attack. He hasn't really launched an attack yet, he just blocked it just now. Otherwise Thanos is gone. Thanos was stunned for a moment, but he immediately felt that Lu Yuan wasn't talking big. At the moment, he had to bite the bullet and continue to hold the big knife and rush to Lu Yuan again. Looking at Thanos' posture, even Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain, I thought my fighting style was clumsy enough, but I didn't expect you to be worse than me. In fact, although Lu Yuan once became the supreme commander of Krypton, he was not a master of fighting, and he was not a fighting expert from beginning to end. He used to be a strategist. He is the commander-in-chief, not the general. It is enough for him to stay safely in the rear to command and dispatch. And when you become a Superman later, you don't need any fancy moves and fighting skills, just use brute force to pass by. Perhaps superb fighting skills and martial arts can make the power play to the fullest. But once the power reaches a certain level, or even reaches infinity, it really doesn't make much sense. With faster speed and stronger strength, it is enough to directly penetrate everything. Like at the moment, Thanos quickly came to Lu Yuan, and then he raised the big knife in his hand and slashed Lu Yuan like a hurricane. However, Liu Yuan took all his attacks into account, and then raised the storm axe to block at a faster speed. And he just blocked, didn't fight back, and deliberately controlled his power not to knock Thanos away again. Hearing the sound of dang dang dang, Thanos attacked dozens of times in an instant. But he couldn't help Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan also took the time to yawn, not to mention irritating. But that's the difference between the two. Liu Yuan's current level is comparable to that of the original Transcender and OAA, and even if he can't stand in the same position as OAA, it is by no means what Thanos can imagine. Now even if Thanos gets the Infinity Gauntlet, or the Cube, or even the Heart of the Universe, he can't help Liu Yuan. What's more, he hasn't. On the contrary, Liu Yuan actually has a complete set of infinite gems from the main universe of the comic universe, as well as the complete Phoenix Force, the Heart of the Universe, and the Universe Cube, and even the entire power beyond the realm, as well as all beyond the Protoss. Godhead and divine power. Just ask Thanos how to fight. In fact, even Infinity Gauntlet Thanos has been beaten by Darkseid. It is a work of cooperation between the two companies, and it has been officially recognized. Thanos is not as good as Darkseid. Liu Yuan even fought Darkseid himself. Although he didn't defeat it at the beginning, that was his strength 100,000 years ago. Poor Thanos is still in the cinematic universe and has been weakened in the first place. Not to mention, he can't be Liu Yuan's opponent. Liu Yuan is more like toying with Thanos now. Don't you look down on the earth? Isn't it very cool to say something or want to face you? What happened to you? Even if I face you, what can I do? I've already faced you, then what? That's it. Liu Yuan finally became impatient. This kind of battle was really boring. He simply used the flesh, steel, body of his other hand, and suddenly grabbed Thanos' blade head-on. Thanos' big knife can even chop Captain America's vibranium shield, but when at the moment fell in Liu Yuan's hand, it rolled the blade directly, and even when Liu Yuan squeezed lightly, the knife instantly collapsed into pieces. Thanos was stunned and looked at Liu Yuan stupidly. What do you mean? He definitely doesn't understand what Liu Yuan means. That is the story of the 4th Avengers Alliance, and it definitely has nothing to do with him now. But Liu Yuan didn't let Thanos go, stretched out his hand and ripped apart the armor on Thanos' upper body, then grabbed his neck. Thanos' strength is far superior to the Hulk. He used a set of combined punches to beat Hulk at the beginning of Avengers Alliance 3 until he was unwilling to come out throughout the entire battlefield. Some people say that Hulk is afraid, but others believe that Hulk was once saddened by the Earthlings and left, so he is unwilling to put himself in danger in order to protect the Earth. Like a child, he got angry. He is also very aggrieved. Why should he be beaten? But now, Thanos is in Liu Yuan's hands, and after being caught by him, he can't break free. And Liu Yuan's body started to grow a little bit bigger, and finally he revealed his true body of Doomsday, turned into a huge monster 10 meters high, lowered his head, held Thanos in one hand, stared at the huge monster like a searchlight. His eyes slowly uttered words from the bloody mouth full of fangs. Just you? Even an ant dares to claim to be the overlord of the universe? Have you asked Lao Tzu? Have you got Lao Tzu's approval? Thanos, known as the Titans, is an irresistible and powerful existence for many people, and even the so-called overlord of the universe. But at the moment, in Liu Yuan's hands, he was like a baby, and his full resistance and struggle were all meaningless. However, Thanos is Thanos. Although he finally gave up the struggle, he just looked up at Liu Yuan with a calm expression on his face, and there was no fear in his eyes. What if you kill me in 2.0? The universe is not about to face the exhaustion of resources and the final outcome of everyone dying together. Do you think I am killing innocents indiscriminately? But have you ever thought that the resources of the universe are not infinite? Once the resources of the universe are exhausted, everyone will die, and the universe will also perish. Thanos looked at Liu Yuan with a magnanimous face. He never thought about being the overlord of the universe. On the contrary, Thanos, at least the Thanos of the movie universe, had actually thought about his idyllic life after retirement from the very beginning. This guy has never had the ambition to dominate the universe. Instead, he just wants to grow flowers and plants in a quiet and peaceful place. If his daughter, Gamera, has another child, it will be even more perfect. Liu Yuan suddenly let go of his hand, he put Thanos down, and he turned back into a human form. Looking at Thanos' appearance, Liu Yuan became angry and said, "Are you a fool?" Liu Yuan suddenly changed his mind. He found that if he couldn't defeat Thanos in terms of will, it wouldn't be fun to just kill him. Because Thanos' willpower is very strong, and he is willing to pay for his so-called great wishes, including the life of his most beloved adopted daughter Gamera, and even the eternal one soul-for-soul deal, even if Gamera is trapped in the world of Soul Gem. However, Thanos is really not trying to dominate the universe, but he is thinking about the future of the universe. He even thought that after all that was done, he would go to the garden to retire and spend the rest of his life. But in Liu Yuan's opinion, are you a fool? Thanos finally showed his anger. You can kill me, but you can't insult my thoughts. And you can't deny that the resources of the universe are running out, and they are simply not enough for countless lives to consume together. Shut up, Liu Yuan interrupted directly. He couldn't listen anymore. You said that the resources of the universe are limited. Liu Yuan reprimanded with a look of inexplicable nonsense. You were talking about. What a joke. Do you know that there are always the fewest planets in the universe that can give birth to life? Then do you know how many times as many planets will be unsuitable for life as those with life? You think the Death Star has no resources, right? On the contrary, the universe is designed. The reason why not all planets can give birth to life is precisely because the resources of those Death Stars are prepared, which is to provide more life to those lives. Resourceful. Including the solar system, the planet in the solar system only has life on the Earth. However, experts speculate that Mars can also develop an environment suitable for life to survive, and it can even be considered as the twin brother of Earth, and even life may really exist on Mars. That is to say, even if Mars cannot be turned into a habitable place for Earthlings in the future, at least there must be many resources that humans can use on Mars. What about other planets? There is also fixed star energy, a star phenomenon on a fixed star, and the burst of nuclear energy alone is enough for a planet to continue to use it for a year. Not to mention solar energy, just collect sunlight and convert it into energy. Isn't it a resource? Even the backward technology of mankind has begun to develop towards solar energy, and even the effect is not bad. How did you come to the conclusion that the resources of the universe will be exhausted in the future? What's more, have you read biology? Even if your plan can be successful, do you understand? Once more than 100 years later, when people's pain slowly fades away, because the number of a species is suddenly wiped out by half, it will stimulate biological activity. Continuation and explosion, and even more than the previous number will be born in a short period of time. Do you really think what you are doing is the best way? Then have you considered that every infinite gems has infinite energy? After the future develops to the civilization of the Galactic Federation, why can't you use infinite gems as a source of energy? What about the direct supply of infinite energy to the universe? Or you can collect the infinity gauntlet, snap your fingers to fill the universe with infinite resources, and keep going as long as you don't die, isn't it? Aren't those fragrant? Liu Yuan's rage like a gust of wind and rain made Thanos dumbfounded. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute it. Facts have proved that huge resources can indeed be found on a dead planet. For example, after the Alien movie, isn't the Earth sending alien spaceships to find resources in the universe? The Earth will come to this point sooner or later, first to other planets in the solar system, until it can go out of the solar system, or directly use the nuclear radiation of the sun and solar energy as future energy. This is a development worth looking forward to. But he couldn't understand such a simple truth. Why didn't Thanos understand it? He was still complacent, even self-righteous, and he seemed to be a hero with a heroic look on his face. Who are you performing for? Liu Yuan sneered and said, I really want to slap you and see if I can wake you up. With your flawed idea, let alone me, do you dare to go to the kindergarten on Earth and ask, how naive you are? Kindergarten is too much. Thanos has been completely disrupted by Liu Yuan. Could it be that he is really wrong? Could it be that his idea is really wrong? Otherwise, why would he think Liu Yuan's words seemed reasonable? Actually it was right. What Thanos did, aside from causing pain to those who lost loved ones and friends, didn't really keep the population going. In other words, half of the life in the entire universe will be lost in a short period of time. But in the coming period, the lost population will surely develop at a faster rate. The so-called biology also thinks so. And in this way, once the technological level of the entire universe stops developing, it will miss the best time to find new resources to replace it, and only some civilizations will fall. So what Thanos did, was it really the solution to the problem? The answer is definitely no. Then what should I do? Thanos couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Liu Yuan. He was obviously confused, and even began to question himself. Liu Yuan snorted coldly, the answer is that it is best to do nothing. Even if you have to do it, you can lead some backward civilized races to enter the development stage earlier. In fact, in the process of technological progress, it is undeniable that a large part of resources will be lost. For example, mobile phones, from the original Big Brother to the current smartphone 500, will only become more and more developed and advanced. But how much resources have been invested in the development of mobile phones and mobile phones before? If it is directly the current smartphone from the beginning, technology can also enter a more high-tech era earlier. We don't know what it will be like in 100 years, but it is certain that it will only be more developed in 100 years. Maybe 100 years from now, renewable energy and purer new energy can be produced. So the sooner you enter the new era, doesn't it mean that the Earth is consumed, mainly the less resources that are wasted? Since you say it's for the resources of the universe, why don't you want to help those planets and racial civilizations that you have wiped out half of life, and enter the technology stage in advance to avoid a lot of resource consumption? Because killing is so easy, you can still find a reasonable excuse for killing yourself. Thanos has committed murder on countless planets, he has wiped out half of life on many civilizations. But he always thought it was right to do so, to avoid wasting the resources of the local planet. However, he doesn't seem to understand that the real waste of resources is not the number of people, but how many resources can an average person use in a lifetime. Think about it, how much can an average person eat in a lifetime? How much can be wasted? It is precisely in the process of technological development that the largest investment of resources is made. No one really thinks that an ordinary person needs a lot of resources in his life, right? Think about the resource consumption that an ordinary person needs in a day, and then think about how much resources have been consumed by wars from ancient times to the present. Thanos himself used war to wipe out the population. He thought he was right to do so, but was it actually? The resources that Thanos consumes are huge, and he still pretends that destroying others can guarantee the resources of the universe? Give me a break. The resources of one of your spaceships are enough for a civilization on a primitive planet to enter the 20th century. When Liu Yuan put these words out in front of Thanos, the latter was speechless. Originally, you are the biggest waste in the universe. Whether it is resources or life, it is the most shameful waste. Would you mind blaming others? How embarrassed are Asgardians who claim to be the resources of the universe? Do not make jokes. If you really think about the resources of the universe, I advise you to die as soon as possible. And you don't understand that the universe and all things have an end. When the last resource of the universe is consumed, the universe will be destroyed, and into a new cosmic era. Even before the resources of the universe are completely used up, the universe will enter a stage of self-destruction in advance. Then a new universe will be born. So what you've done is really meaningless. And so many lives have been killed just because of your silly thoughts, and I really don't feel worth it for them. Liu Yuan's words, word for word, clearly reached Thanos' ears. This made him feel ashamed. It turned out that what he did was so stupid. What's more, what Liu Yuan said was right from the beginning. The universe will come to an end one day, no matter whether the resources are exhausted or not. Perhaps for some civilizations it is impossible to see that day, but the replacement of civilizations is also an inevitable result. It's not like your game lets you control everything. Am I really wrong? Thanos asked Liu Yuan like this. His tone was much lower. He no longer regarded death like he did before, and he had no confidence. Liu Yuan didn't feel sorry for him, and nodded. It's wrong, and it's a big mistake, and it's shameless. It's obvious that he is the biggest consumer of resources. Not only does he not reflect on himself, but he blames others. To put it bluntly, do not do to others what you would not want them to do to others, and your spaceship consumes so much. How can you be so embarrassed to ask others? Isn't this the legendary virgin bitch? The real saint of others is to do it himself. How can he not ask himself but ask others? A true sage can avoid wasting even a grain of rice in order to avoid resources. Thanos is to prevent others from wasting resources and directly destroying half of the life in the entire universe. Can it be okay? Looks like I'm really damned. Thanos gave a miserable smile, took a long breath, and slapped his neck with a big knife. Liu Yuan didn't stop it, but turned around and didn't look at it. Thanos was right, he was damned. After all, he has killed so many people, his hands are already stained with blood, and he has even invaded the earth. So he had to die. Liu Yuan wasn't enlightening Thanos. His words were just killing people. He never planned to let Thanos go from the very beginning. So Thanos finally died, in this age, 2014, close to 2015. But with his death and the annihilation of Thanos' army, how should the 3 wars of the Avengers Alliance be arranged? Then there is no more. All this time, don't forget that Liu Yuan's real destined opponent was never Thanos, but someone else. He will face the apostles of the Oba and the Beast, and he will have his own fetters, which is Darkseid's body. There has never been a place for Thanos here, unless he has the heart of the universe, and he can tear it up. At this time, a purple figure came here quickly, and with a single breath, Thanos turned into a stream of pure energy and devoured it. Gonada. She still hasn't let go of this purple potato essence meal. It's just that when she was chewing with her hand over her mouth, Gonada also looked at Liu Yuan's back with a guilty conscience. Liu Yuan, am I eating too much? It seems that she also heard the conversation between Liu Yuan and Thanos just now, and based on her current performance, the amount she eats a day alone is enough to support a planet for a day, or even more resources. After all, Gonada ate the Kree Empire of Harris Star to the point of annihilation, which is equivalent to eating people from a planet. Isn't that enough proof? As a result, Liu Yuan turned around and wanted to mess with her hair, but was blocked by Gonada's big hat. Shaking his head and giving up, Liu Yuan reassured, "Don't worry, I haven't worried about cosmic resources, but I just can't stand his practice of destroying others while wasting a lot of resources, that's why he said that." That's right, when did Liu Yuan care about this? The big deal is that he can recharge the entire universe, but it's not impossible. With a snap of his fingers or the power of the heart of the universe, a thought is enough to make the entire universe full of vitality. He's not as stupid as Thanos. Besides, those people are damned. Instead of wasting them, being eaten by you is considered waste, Liu Yuan said with a deliberate smile. I'm not a waste recycling station, Gonada protested to Liu Yuan while pouting and sticking her waist. The latter laughed and flew out of the Thanos spaceship with Gonada's waist in his arms. Where are we going next? Should we go to the planet we promised? Gonada still hasn't forgotten what Liu Yuan promised. But Liu Yuan shook his head again. While packing up Thanos' spaceship, he looked down at the ground with a thoughtful expression. As mentioned earlier, this is a relatively primitive planet, which was discovered by the Thanos army for some reason, and it is necessary to screen and clear half of the life here. Please. At the moment Liu Yuan also found that the planet was a little weird. First of all, this planet is more desolate than many other planets. People who don't know it will think that it is a Death Star, and even the home planet of the Dark Elves, Walter Alheim, is no different from Liu Yuan who has been there before. Let go. However, Walter Alheim is about to enter the stage of death. The only difference, perhaps, is that Walter Alheim is dark, and the entire planet seems to be shrouded in darkness. The star in front of you is in a galaxy with a fixed star that is brighter and hotter than the sun. This makes the planet under the scorching sun all the time. It's really a poor planet. Even Ganada rarely felt pity. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. I thought you would say whether this planet smells like barbecue. Ganada stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She really wanted to say that. This is a whitish planet, and 90% of it is land, but this is very dangerous, because the water resources are too few and too poor, and most of it is seawater, which is not drinkable. So the whole planet is very difficult. It is not easy to eat enough food, and even the planet is full of waste caused by lack of water. Lu Yuan and Ganada came to the surface of the planet. Looking at this planet that was not dead yet, it was still half dead. They always felt that it was a miracle that someone could live on it. In reality, however, there is indeed life and civilization here. This is a civilization that is almost preserved in the primitive era. If you look at the resources here, you can know that it is impossible to develop a high-level civilization here. And there are not many people here. There are only about a dozen tribes, and each tribe tries its best to get close to the place with water. Obviously this is already the case here, but Thanos has to kill half of the people, which is really inhuman. But generally speaking, after Thanos kills half of the people, the remaining people do get more water. But is that really the best way to solve the problem? Lu Yuan sneered in his heart. He took Ganada directly to the pitiful sea. I want this sea to refill the sea. Following the words, the sea that began to dry up gradually boiled, and countless tons of seawater emerged out of thin air, and quickly irrigated the original sea. In fact, this planet was originally a vibrant planet. It was only because the fixed star of this galaxy was hotter and brighter than the sun, that the water gradually evaporated, and it finally evolved into this. Even the sea water is starting to dry up gradually, and in a few thousand years or a few hundred years, there will really be no drop of water on the planet. With the arrival of Lu Yuan, the sea flowed to the whole world again. The countless terrifying Gobi canyons were left after the sea water receded, and now they are filled with sea water again. The sound of the rushing water resounded all over the planet. Countless Aboriginal people also felt it, and they spontaneously gathered together, walked to a cliff, and watched it all with joy. Water is the source of life. Although seawater cannot be drunk directly, it contains harmful substances such as heavy metals. However, after the seawater is evaporated into water vapor, it will drop rainwater. The rainwater can irrigate the earth and regenerate the earth. After the rainwater is irrigated and the earth is filtered, a source of drinking water will be obtained. So as long as there is enough water, the world can go on and on. But at this moment, because of the relationship between dry sails all the year round, a cliff has long been weathered, and at the moment there are more than 100,000 people standing on it to witness this miracle. But when the turbulent sea water rushed past, only to hear a boom, and the cliff was swept away by a large piece. The people above were suddenly unstable, and as the cliff tilted, countless people fell down. In the shock, Lu Yuan turned into a golden light and came here, raised his hands, and caught those unlucky bastards with psychokinesis. Then, Lu Yuan brought everyone to one place, in the plains of the planet. The entire plain is a dead yellow sand, even a little white, and there are signs of being scorched. The surface temperature of this planet generally exceeds 40 degrees, and the highest temperature can reach 80 degrees, which are all degrees Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. Those Aboriginal people together make up only a few million people. But in fact, the area of this planet is not much different from that of the Earth, which is enough to see how difficult the life of the people here is. Suddenly, the Aborigines knelt down to Lu Yuan one after another, shouting some vague language. After listening to a few words, Lu Yuan knew what they meant. They called Lu Yuan a god, and prayed and thanked him, thanking him for saving his people. Lu Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. Such a planet even has its own mythical civilization. Although I don't know which god they regard themselves as, but Lu Yuan is indeed a god. He has all the godheads condensed beyond the gods, and he doesn't feel uncomfortable. Get up, Lu Yuanfei opened his hands in midair, and his appearance really had the potential of a magician. People stood up obediently, raised their heads, and looked at their gods with fanatical eyes. Lu Yuan said, although I'm not your god, but I did notice the hardships here. Next, I will reduce the temperature and brightness of your fixed star. Then I will bring your world back to life. This is I give you the affirmation that you have persisted until now. Unknown God, we are willing to dedicate our souls and lives to this. An elder immediately knelt down. Ganada flew over with a swish, and looked down with her eyes shining. Lu Yuan pressed her back with a good hand and glared at her, meaning that you still dare to ask for a living sacrifice? Ganada was a little guilty, and she also knew that although Lu Yuan loves her, what she is not allowed to do is absolutely not allowed. Lu Yuan can accept that Ganada eats people who are regarded as enemies, but does not allow her to eat for the sake of eating without any reason and without restraint. There is a difference. So Lu Yuan said to the people below, we don't need your sacrifices, it's just a little effort. Besides, we are not evil gods. If we intend to benefit you for the sake of sacrifices, what is the difference between this and a transaction? Lu Yuan himself is a god now, so he is qualified to believe that all so-called gods that need sacrifices are evil gods. At least the backward behavior of living sacrifices is absolutely not allowed. Definitely, if there are sacrifices like the 3 sacrifices, there will be no problem. Anyway, it is too cruel to use humans or humanoids as living sacrifices. Some living sacrifices have to dig out their hearts while they are still alive. How painful is it? There are also offerings, such as the offering to Odin that is said to require an eye, or the selection of several warriors to fight each other for Odin. Are you sick? Lu Yuan felt that he didn't need these. The Aborigines looked at each other. I don't think living sacrifices are needed, otherwise what I gave you will eventually be lost. Lu Yuan had to make a threat. Yes. Everyone immediately knelt down and became more convinced. Only then did Lu Yuan raise his head and start his performance. I want this fixed star radiance to be no longer so hot, but gentle to nourish the life of all things. In just one sentence, the fixed star of this galaxy began to adjust its temperature and brightness. I want this land to be reborn. I want lakes and rivers to spread all over again. I want wells, groundwater, to be refilled. I want flowers, trees, and plants to bloom again. I want birds, beasts, reptiles, all kinds of creatures. Reborn. Words followed, and every word Lu Yuan uttered brought great changes to the whole world. The earth became fertile again, rivers and lakes were filled again, and even patches of green grass and flowers, as well as forests, began to appear all over the world. Even various extinct creatures have been reborn. The Aborigines watched all this, singing and dancing one by one. But when they wanted to thank the god again for his greatness, they found that the two gods had quietly left. To commemorate them, these people finally decided to leave them two sculptures. It's just that the Aborigines didn't expect it, but this brought a little trouble to Lu Yuan later. Because this is the home planet of a person, that person's name is Gear. If you have heard his name, you will know that he has another title called God Eater. He specializes in killing gods. After parting with Guardians of Galaxy, Lu Yuan and Ganada have eliminated two super legions one after another. One is the Kree Empire, which is a super military empire, and has also included Hara Star into Lu Yuan's sub-universe, ready to give it to Galactus as a betrothal gift for marrying Ganada. The other is the Thanos army, which once even threatened half of the life in the universe, but now it has been destroyed and can no longer do evil in the universe. Later, Lu Yuan also saved a planet that was on the verge of extinction, and reshaped new life and resources for the civilization above. This is where Lu Yuan complained about Thanos. He didn't want to help increase resources, but only wanted to kill lives to avoid wasting resources. Good guy, in order to keep the universe from perishing, he first wiped out all life in the universe. Is it okay? Just like that sentence said, in order to make the world peaceful, as long as all the human beings who make war are killed, won't it be peaceful? Is this really the best way to solve the problem? Lu Yuan reserved his opinion. Then again, with the strength of Lu Yuan and Ganada, it won't take long in total. One of them is a secondary multi-universe level, and the other is an almighty universe level. In fact, Lu Yuan's thought is enough to erase the target he wants to kill, but he just didn't do that. Even if it wasted a whole day before and after. Are you going to meet with Star-Lord now? Ganada asked Lu Yuan. She definitely remembered that Lu Yuan had promised Seeing Lord that he would take him to find his biological father. That is, Lu Yuan also promised her that he would take her to see a planet with self-awareness, Egg. Egg can also be translated as self, a planet turned into a spirit. If Egg was just a planet and became a spirit, it wouldn't matter. Lu Yuan would not trouble him. But this guy is the villain. That's right, Egg has a very ambitious plan. He wants to bloom everywhere in the universe, and has even laid a foreshadowing. He wants to devour every living planet and even become the ultimate master of the universe. He left a foreshadowing on Earth many years ago. For example, Star-Lord is his child, and he has left a connection on Earth. Once Egg's power is a little stronger, he can activate all the connections that are set up, and then invade all those living planets in a big way. Therefore, Lu Yuan is very black-bellied. He could have dealt with Egg directly. But he didn't. Not only did he not, but he also deliberately told Star-Lord about Egg's existence. Is he planning to lead a famous scene of filial piety between father and son? It's time to join them. Lu Yuan nodded, pulling Ganada to cross the universe. Ganada's speed is indeed fast, but no matter how fast it is not as fast as Lu Yuan. Moreover, Lu Yuan can easily find the whereabouts of Guardians of Galaxy at the moment. The most important thing is that if Ganada moves by herself, it will consume a lot of energy, which will also make her feel hungry, and Lu Yuan doesn't have to worry about it. I don't know why, but I always feel hungrier than ever recently, Ganada said suddenly with emotion, and asked Lu Yuan for a snack to eat. Lu Yuan subconsciously glanced at Ganada's lower abdomen. Okay, he seems to be blooming everywhere. He didn't rush to say it. Anyway, Ganada is by his side, he just needs to take care of it first. This girl is too naive, mainly because she is afraid of scaring her. Gone. Lu Yuan took Ganada, and the two immediately disappeared into two rays of light. But what Lu Yuan didn't notice was that just as they left the planet of the primitive civilization, a black mass quickly came here from a distance. The black thing finally turned into a long sword like a liquid, and a pale body was revealed from it. The God-Killer Gear, but also the God-Killer. From the title, we can know that he is a lunatic who specializes in attacking gods. Gear was born on this planet, and was originally an ordinary primitive aboriginal on the planet. Because the desolate planet is constantly battered by the scorching sun, GOL, and his people cannot live in the sun for too long. However, they later encountered a drought that was once in a century, causing many people to die, including Gear's father. But he was still the same as the other clansmen until now, just silently enduring the harsh environment of the mother planet, and at the same time, he still had worship and belief in gods. However, doubts about God had been buried in his heart. Finally, after the death of his wife and children, he broke out. Gal began to vent his resentment against the gods loudly and told the tribe that gods did not exist. But his clansmen thought he was blasphemy, and the angry clansmen expelled him from the clan, leaving him to fend for himself in the desert under the scorching sun. In such an environment, it's really dead man for a person to live abroad. But when Gear was about to die, he saw two figures fall from the sky, and they smashed a big hole on the ground. Gear walked over, and he found that the two people in the pit were the two gods who were fighting. He felt very scared at first, but the resentment in his heart overcame the fear. Gal stepped forward and blamed them for not answering the people's prayers. At this moment, the weapon in the black god's hand wriggled into Gear's hand. Gear angrily used it to kill the god who asked him for help, and used this weapon to fly away from his planet. And after Gear obtained ability, he discovered that there are endless gods in the universe, so he started his journey of slaughtering gods. He has slaughtered countless gods for thousands of years, and has been planning how to eliminate them once and for all. Drop all gods. Thanks to the ability of the black sword in his hand to gain great power from the blood and body of dead gods, each time Gol successfully kills a god, it becomes stronger than before. Today, he suddenly returned to his home planet, not because he wanted to save the home planet, but because he felt a wave of divine power. When he came to the surface, he was suddenly shocked to see that the mother star had undergone tremendous changes. Not only did it not perish for so many years, but it was even reborn. But this didn't make Gear dispel the anger in his heart, and even the black sword in his hand kept bewitching him in his heart. If there really is a God you can trust, your parents, wife and daughter will not die. It is long overdue for us to answer your prayers and beliefs, and it is long overdue for them to rescue you. But they didn't, and you've seen it. The so-called gods are also afraid. The so-called gods will also beg you in the face of death. No, they don't deserve your worship, you should fear them. Gal, gore. In Gear's heart, the voice of the Black Death Sword was already flooded. Gear's eyes gradually became crazy, and he still saw on the surface that his clansmen were carving two statues, and they had already shown the appearance of two people. It's exactly what Lu Yuan and Ganada look like. They also rely on the two as husband and wife, and it's true. Is that them? With a crazy sneer, Gear turned into a black phantom and left quickly. On the other side, Lu Yuan took Ganada all the way along the direction the Guardians of Galaxy left before, and finally came to a world called Sovereign Star in the universe, almost all of which were dominated by gold. Here is a racial civilization called the Supreme, at least that's what they call Roar themselves. This race is very interesting, because their body surface is pure gold, as if it will be more noble. And they have a lot of interesting rules here, and even rigid so-called etiquette. The main thing is that they are arrogant and indomitable, as if the whole universe has been ruled by them. By the way, why did Lu Yuan come here? In fact, before the Guardians of Galaxy came, Lu Yuan overtook Silver Guardian while chasing after him halfway, and came here one step ahead. Can it be okay? The setting in the movie's plot is that Lan May 17th's sister escaped after the Xandar Star War, but was later arrested by the people here for some unknown reason. In order to rescue Blue Sister Nebula, Silver Protector had to accept a commission from the Supreme Clan. But now Sister Lan has been cleared of all criminal cases and has become a member of the Silver Guardian. But for some reason, the members of the Silver Guardian are still coming here. Lu Yuan was curious and concerned about a certain egg here, so he came one step ahead. Suck it. There was a sound of swallowing saliva from the side. Lu Yuan glanced at Ganada with a funny look. This girl understands too well. In her eyes, if she is hungry, even her most important father has to be ranked behind. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan also asked about her status. Ganada said decisively that Lu Yuan was the first because he was her meal ticket. It's straightforward enough. You can't eat it directly yet, Lu Yuan warned. For the time being, he hasn't decided how to talk to the supreme race here, so he can't start eating yet. Ganada pouted. It's just a bunch of bread that doesn't know what to do, let alone the breadth of the sky. Even if you have good intentions, won't you still be looked down upon? Having been away from Lulu for so long, coupled with Ganada's cosmic consciousness, not to mention that she is not stupid, and she has already predicted that this contact will definitely not be friendly. It's not that Lu Yuan didn't know, but he was not used to slap Roar in the past without saying a word and wiped out the family. If you die, you will have to die. Let's go. I'm mainly interested in an egg. Lu Yuan laughed and was about to fly to the surface of the planet. Egg? Is it delicious? You can't eat it. What's there to be interested in, says Ganada, who is only interested in food. Even when she returned to Earth before, she even passed a shopping mall that sold TV, and when she watched the animal world, she drooled, only noticing which animal was more delicious. In the end, Ganada could only follow Lu Yuan obediently. The two broke through the atmosphere of the Sovereign Star, and came to the surface of the planet. But suddenly, countless golden small spaceships swarmed up from the surroundings and immediately surrounded them. Unknown invader, please give up your resistance and surrender, or we will attack, came a majestic voice from among the ships. Ganada shrugged at Lu Yuan and spread her hands, meaning, look, is it arrogant enough? Lu Yuan even realized that these spaceships are unmanned. Since the Supreme Clan has a high self-esteem, they are definitely reluctant to waste the lives of every citizen. So they developed unmanned technology that could be controlled remotely, so that they didn't have to worry about deadman's problems. However, at this level, you also want to threaten Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan saw the arrogance of the Supreme Clan. They didn't even ask Liu Yuan and Ganada's identities and their goals, and whether they were enemies or friends. They asked them to surrender as soon as they came up. Joke, Liu Yuan sneered. A group of ants with high self-esteem dare to make noise in front of God. Liu Yuan is such a character. If you treat him politely, he will be more angry than you. He is the type of people who respect me 1 foot and others 10 feet. He never likes to owe others favors. If you have a heart with me, I will have a heart with you. If you play tricks with me, I can play you to death. For example, at the moment, the Supremes are proud, right? But Liu Yuan directly stepped on their arrogance, which was not worth mentioning, and even described them as ants, arrogant to the limit. How can the Supreme Race bear this? Since they call themselves the Supreme Race, they mean the Supreme Race, how can they allow others to insult? So the two sides broke down in an instant. Fire, Aisha, the High Priest of the High Clan, immediately gave the order to attack Zero. The Supreme Race has no king or queen, and the highest status is the High Priest, which is equivalent to a belief culture. The weapons of countless unmanned spaceships are about to explode. As a result, Liu Yuan was more straightforward, instantly controlling the magnetic field of the entire planet, especially since these unmanned spacecraft are almost all made of some kind of metal in the universe. This is even more encountering the nemesis of the natural enemy. Liu Yuan showed a sneer, raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers, and then clenched it into a fist. Crack. At the same time, all the spaceships were crushed into discarded iron balls by invisible force. What? In the cab of the Supreme Clan, there are countless devices for remote control of unmanned spaceships, and it is here that the Supreme Clan launched a siege against Liu Yuan. At the moment all the pilots showed blank expressions. They didn't know what was going on before they lost control of the unmanned spacecraft. You guys, you really don't know how high the sky is. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with a purple figure flew in, where she flew with her arms folded, which made her figure better. Looking condescendingly at these self-regarding golden-skinned people, Ganada sneered, but this is a good thing for me, otherwise Liu Yuan may not let me let go of my appetite and eat it. Speaking of which, although I have heard about your life form from my father, but I haven't tasted it myself, I hope your taste will not disappoint me. 2.0 Taste? The people of the Supreme Race are all looking at each other. What do you mean? Then they will understand. Ganada opened her hands and rushed down. Her speed far exceeded the speed of light. Whenever she rushed to a person and opened her mouth to suck, the latter immediately turned into a stream of energy and was eaten by her. Hurry up and stop her, High Priest Aisha panicked. What kind of savage person is he who wants to eat their Supreme Race? They are neither ants, nor do they think they are bread, nor are they willing to be eaten like this. They are not food. But Ganada's power is something they can resist. Not to mention Ganada as a sub-multi-universe level cosmic entity, she still holds the soul gem. Liu Yuan didn't need to care about her, he went straight to the egg he cared about. In an extremely important area of Sovereign Star, Liu Yuan came here easily. Originally, this was a place that even the Supreme Clan couldn't get close to easily, just because of an egg here. Strictly speaking, it is a cocoon, and it can be felt that a breath of life has been born and is growing. In fact, there was an Easter egg for this egg as early as the movie Thor 2 and Silver Guardian 1, and it was collected by the collector at that time. Later, the director also publicly admitted that it was Adam the Magician and one of the members of the Silver Guardian. But somehow, in the menu of Silver Protector 2, this egg went to the Supreme Clan, and Aisha said it was the future of the Supreme Clan's evolution. It is also considered to be the strongest weapon by the Supreme Race. That's right, the life that this cocoon is about to hatch is Adam the Magician. Liu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it on the cocoon. Adam, the Magician, who should have taken a long time to form, began to speed up the hatching process. Even the Magician Adam might have become the boss of the third Guardian of the Silver Guard, which may be the main reason why Thor left with the Guardians of Galaxy. But now, Liu Yuan hatched him, and as the eggshell suddenly burst open, a strong man with golden body and golden hair appeared in front of Liu Yuan's eyes. From today onwards, you will be called Adam, Adam the Magician. Liu Yuan also gave him the name himself. Yes, father, Adam said. Liu Yuan said with tears and laughter, although I helped you hatch ahead of time, you were not created by me. You don't have to worry about who your parents are. You are you. You are Adam the Magician, and you are destined to be the Guardian of the Galaxy. Hero. Adam looked at Liu Yuan blankly, and finally could only agree, I see. Maybe the setting of Adam the Magician has been changed to be created by the Supreme Race. But think about what Liu Yuan and Ganada are doing now. He didn't want the Magician Adam to know that the Supreme Race was his parents. And the man in front of him was about to exterminate his parents. This must be a fight. Definitely, don't look at the Magician Adam also has a golden body, but he is not the Supreme Race. To be precise, the Demon Adam is an artificial human, while the Supreme Race is produced through normal reproduction. They can also strengthen their genes by interacting with various powerful races. To put it bluntly, as long as you are strong enough, you will be favored by them, whether it is a man or a woman, they are all happy to associate with you. Even Aisha, the highest-ranking High Priest, expressed a favorable impression of Star-Lord. The reason is that Star-Lord's genes have the inheritance of Yugo, who is the god of the gods. To put it bluntly, he is a demigod. No matter how arrogant the Supreme Race is, it is nothing but self-exaltation, but the level of technology is slightly stronger. I'll introduce you to a few friends next, who will take care of you. help you master your own power, and guide you, Lu Yuan said, and the friends he introduced to Adam were obviously guardians of galaxy. They may be unreliable, but Lu Yuan believes that in the face of right and wrong, they still know how to choose. In this way, Lu Yuan and Ganada broke into the Sovereign Star, not only to destroy the Supreme Clan, but also to steal their most important atom. Even after Ganada was satisfied, Lu Yuan and Adam were already waiting in outer space. Although Adam the Magician was just born, his special physiological structure endowed him with a series of super abilities. First of all, the density of Adam's muscles and bones is much higher than that of ordinary people. At the same time, the special cells in Adam's body enable him to convert cosmic energy into various super abilities to improve strength, endurance, and recovery abilities. Adam can also convert cosmic energy to counteract gravity, giving him flight ability. Adam can also use the cosmic energy to find and enter the natural space meridian, thereby entering the interplanetary crossing. Adam can also convert cosmic energy into shockwave form and release it with his hands. Wait, it definitely allows him to survive in outer space as well. Are you full? Lu Yuan opened his hand dotingly to welcome Ganada's return. Ganada threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms, and smiled happily, her eyes crescent into crescents. It's right to follow you. In the past 2 days, she has eaten 2 alien civilizations, and 1 Thanos army. If this was in the past, how could she have had the chance to eat so many good things? In fact, it's because Ganada can't let go of her hands and feet. Unlike her father, she is very restrained. Generally, she will not do anything to destroy a racial civilization, and she will not directly attack a planet with life. But after following Lu Yuan, he first encountered the Dark Elves. That kind of dangerous guy, as expected, should be destroyed, right? And then the Kree are warlike, and have invaded Earth, and have been watching. That must have killed the danger in the cradle. Then there is no need to say more about the Thanos army, and then there are these arrogant. Bread. How dare you make a clamor for bread? It seemed to Ganada that he was saying to her, eat me, I'm delicious. You're welcome then. Who is he? Ganada noticed Adam again. He can't eat it. Lu Yuan quickly held down Ganada. Don't eat this too. Ganada turned her eyes away in disappointment. Then Lu Yuan waved at the sovereign star in front of him, and instantly took the planet of this golden world into the secondary universe. 517 His secondary universe is just a secondary universe. In fact, in terms of file size, it is no different from the entire universe. The only difference is that his secondary universe is only used to hold things. Luxury enough, right? Use a space of a universe file size as a pocket. But think about the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, that little guy also created a pocket universe. We gathered another dowry, Lu Yuan said to Ganada with a smile. The latter blushed, raised his hand and pulled down the big hat with the exact same style as the planet devourer, and muttered, then you have to talk to my dad. Did she know she was shy? Adam on the side looked at the two with a thoughtful look. Is she my mother? No. Lu Yuan was ashamed. Forgot there was a newborn guy next to me. By the way, Star-Lord Turtle, Choir, why haven't they come yet? Lu Yuan couldn't wait to leave Adam to their care. Lu Yuan also thought about it. He felt that Adam's power was a good guarantee for the galaxy, and maybe it could become a vital force to guard the galaxy at a critical moment. What's more, Adam the Magician originally appeared as a superhero in the comics, and once became a new cord of life to guard the entire multi-universe. No matter what, he still has the value of saving and guiding. In an extremely important area of Sovereign Star, Lu Yuan came here easily. Originally, this was a place that even the Supreme Clan couldn't get close to easily, just because of an egg here. Strictly speaking, it is a cocoon, and it can be felt that a breath of life has been born and is growing. In fact, there was an Easter egg for this egg as early as the movie Thor 2 and Silver Guardian 1, and it was collected by the collector at that time. Later, the director also publicly admitted that it was Adam the Magician and one of the members of the Silver Guardian. But somehow, in the menu of Silver Protector 2, this egg went to the Supreme Clan, and Aisha said it was the future of the Supreme Clan's evolution. It is also considered to be the strongest weapon by the Supreme Race. That's right, the life that this cocoon is about to hatch is Adam the Magician. Lu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it on the cocoon. Adam, the Magician, who should have taken a long time to form, began to speed up the hatching process. Even the Magician Adam might have become the boss of the third Guardian of the Silver Guard, which may be the main reason why Thor left with the Guardians of Galaxy. But now, Lu Yuan hatched him, and as the eggshell suddenly burst open, a strong man with golden body and golden hair appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. From today onwards, you will be called Adam, Adam the Magician. Lu Yuan also gave him the name himself. Yes, father, Adam said. Lu Yuan said with tears and laughter, although I helped you hatch ahead of time, you were not created by me. You don't have to worry about who your parents are. You are Adam the Magician, and you are destined to be the guardian of the galaxy. Hero. Adam looked at Lu Yuan blankly, and finally could only agree. I see. Maybe the setting of Adam the Magician has been changed to be created by the Supreme Race. But think about what Lu Yuan and Ganada are doing now. He didn't want the Magician Adam to know that the Supreme Race was his parents, and the man in front of him was about to exterminate his parents. This must be a fight. Definitely, don't look at the Magician Adam also has a golden body, but he is not the Supreme Race. To be precise, the Demon Adam is an artificial human, while the Supreme Race is produced through normal reproduction. They can also strengthen their genes by interacting with various powerful races. To put it bluntly, as long as you are strong enough, you will be favored by them, whether it is a man or a woman, they are all happy to associate with you. Even Aisha, the highest-ranking high priest, expressed a favorable impression of Star-Lord. The reason is that Star-Lord's genes have the inheritance of Yugo, who is the god of the gods. To put it bluntly, he is a demigod. No matter how arrogant the supreme race is, it is nothing but self-exaltation, but the level of technology is slightly stronger. I'll introduce you to a few friends next, who will take care of you, help you master your own power, and guide you, Lu Yuan said, and the friends he introduced to Adam were obviously guardians of galaxy. They may be unreliable, but Lu Yuan believes that in the face of right and wrong, they still know how to choose. In this way, Lu Yuan and Ganada broke into the Sovereign Star, not only to destroy the Supreme Clan, but also to steal their most important atom. Even after Ganada was satisfied, Lu Yuan and Adam were already waiting in outer space. Although Adam the magician was just born, his special physiological structure endowed him with a series of super abilities. First of all, the density of Adam's muscles and bones is much higher than that of ordinary people. At the same time, the special cells in Adam's body enable him to convert cosmic energy into various super abilities to improve strength, endurance, and recovery abilities. Adam can also convert cosmic energy to counteract gravity, giving him flight ability. Adam can also use the cosmic energy to find and enter the natural space meridian, thereby entering the interplanetary crossing. Adam can also convert cosmic energy into shockwave form and release it with his hands. Wait, it definitely allows him to survive in outer space as well. Are you full? Lu Yuan opened his hand dotingly to welcome Ganada's return. Ganada threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms, and smiled happily, her eyes crescent into crescents. It's right to follow you. In the past 2 days, she has eaten 2 alien civilizations, and 1 Thanos army. If this was in the past, how could she have had the chance to eat so many good things? In fact, it's because Ganada can't let go of her hands and feet. Unlike her father, she is very restrained. Generally, she will not do anything to destroy a racial civilization, and she will not directly attack a planet with life. But after following Lu Yuan, he first encountered the Dark Elves. That kind of dangerous guy, as expected, should be destroyed, right? And then the Kree are warlike, and have invaded Earth, and have been watching. That must have killed the danger in the cradle. Then there is no need to say more about the Thanos army, and then there are these arrogant. Bread. How dare you make a clamor for bread? It seemed to Ganada that he was saying to her, eat me, I'm delicious. You're welcome then. Who is he? Ganada noticed Adam again. He can't eat it. Lu Yuan quickly held down Ganada. Don't eat this too. Ganada turned her eyes away in disappointment. Then Lu Yuan waved at the sovereign star in front of him, and instantly took the planet of this golden world into the secondary universe. 517 His secondary universe is just a secondary universe. In fact, in terms of file size, it is no different from the entire universe. The only difference is that his secondary universe is only used to hold things. Luxury enough, right? Use a space of a universe file size as a pocket. But think about the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, that little guy also created a pocket universe. We gathered another dowry, Lu Yuan said to Ganada with a smile. The latter blushed, raised his hand and pulled down the big hat with the exact same style as the planet devourer, and muttered, then you have to talk to my dad. Did she know she was shy? Adam on the side looked at the two with a thoughtful look. Is she my mother? No. Lu Yuan was ashamed. Forgot there was a newborn guy next to me. By the way, Star-Lord Turtle, Choir, why haven't they come yet? Lu Yuan couldn't wait to leave Adam to their care. Lu Yuan also thought about it. He felt that Adam's power was a good guarantee for the galaxy, and maybe it could become a vital force to guard the galaxy at a critical moment. What's more, Adam the Magician originally appeared as a superhero in the comics, and once became a new cord of life to guard the entire multi-universe. No matter what, he still has the value of saving and guiding. In an extremely important area of Sovereign Star, Lu Yuan came here easily. Originally, this was a place that even the Supreme Clan couldn't get close to easily, just because of an egg here. Strictly speaking, it is a cocoon, and it can be felt that a breath of life has been born and is growing. In fact, there was an Easter egg for this egg as early as the movie Thor 2 and Silver Guardian 1, and it was collected by the collector at that time. Later, the director also publicly admitted that it was Adam the Magician and one of the members of the Silver Guardian. But somehow, in the menu of Silver Protector 2, this egg went to the Supreme Clan, and Aisha said it was the future of the Supreme Clan's evolution. It is also considered to be the strongest weapon by the Supreme Race. That's right, the life that this cocoon is about to hatch is Adam the Magician. Lu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it on the cocoon. Adam, the Magician, who should have taken a long time to form, began to speed up the hatching process. Even the Magician Adam might have become the boss of the third Guardian of the Silver Guard, which may be the main reason why Thor left with the Guardians of Galaxy. But now, Lu Yuan hatched him, and as the eggshell suddenly burst open, a strong man with golden body and golden hair appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. From today onwards, you will be called Adam, Adam the Magician. Lu Yuan also gave him the name himself. Yes, father, Adam said. Lu Yuan said with tears and laughter, although I helped you hatch ahead of time, you were not created by me. You don't have to worry about who your parents are. You are you. You are Adam the Magician, and you are destined to be the guardian of the galaxy. Hero. Adam looked at Lu Yuan blankly, and finally could only agree. I see. Maybe the setting of Adam the Magician has been changed to be created by the supreme race. But think about what Lu Yuan and Ganada are doing now. He didn't want the magician Adam to know that the supreme race was his parents, and the man in front of him was about to exterminate his parents. This must be a fight. Definitely. Don't look at the magician Adam also has a golden body, but he is not the supreme race. To be precise, the demon Adam is an artificial human, while the supreme race is produced through normal reproduction. They can also strengthen their genes by interacting with various powerful races. To put it bluntly, as long as you are strong enough, you will be favored by them, whether it is a man or a woman, they are all happy to associate with you. Even Aisha, the highest-ranking high priest, expressed a favorable impression of Star-Lord. The reason is that Star-Lord's genes have the inheritance of Yugo, who is the god of the gods. To put it bluntly, he is a demigod. No matter how arrogant the supreme race is, it is nothing but self-exaltation, but the level of technology is slightly stronger. I'll introduce you to a few friends next, who will take care of you, help you master your own power, and guide you, Lu Yuan said, and the friends he introduced to Adam were obviously guardians of galaxy. They may be unreliable, but Lu Yuan believes that in the face of right and wrong, they still know how to choose. In this way, Lu Yuan and Ganada broke into the Sovereign Star, not only to destroy the Supreme Clan, but also to steal their most important atom. Even after Ganada was satisfied, Lu Yuan and Adam were already waiting in outer space. Although Adam the Magician was just born, his special physiological structure endowed him with a series of super abilities. First of all, the density of Adam's muscles and bones is much higher than that of ordinary people. At the same time, the special cells in Adam's body enable him to convert cosmic energy into various super abilities to improve strength, endurance, and recovery abilities. Adam can also convert cosmic energy to counteract gravity, giving him flight ability. Adam can also use the cosmic energy to find and enter the natural space meridian, thereby entering the interplanetary crossing. Adam can also convert cosmic energy into shockwave form and release it with his hands. Wait, it definitely allows him to survive in outer space as well. Are you full? Lu Yuan opened his hand dotingly to welcome Ganada's return. Ganada threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms, and smiled happily, her eyes crescent into crescents. It's right to follow you. In the past 2 days, she has eaten 2 alien civilizations, and 1 Thanos army. If this was in the past, how could she have had the chance to eat so many good things? In fact, it's because Ganada can't let go of her hands and feet. Unlike her father, she is very restrained. Generally, she will not do anything to destroy a racial civilization, and she will not directly attack a planet with life. But after following Lu Yuan, he first encountered the Dark Elves. That kind of dangerous guy, as expected, should be destroyed, right? And then the Kree are warlike, and have invaded Earth, and have been watching. That must have killed the danger in the cradle. Then there is no need to say more about the Thanos army, and then there are these arrogant. Bread. How dare you make a clamor for bread? It seemed to Ganada that he was saying to her, eat me, I'm delicious. You're welcome then. Who is he? Ganada noticed Adam again. He can't eat it. Lu Yuan quickly held down Ganada. Don't eat this too. Ganada turned her eyes away in disappointment. Then Lu Yuan waved at the sovereign star in front of him, and instantly took the planet of this golden world into the secondary universe. 517 His secondary universe is just a secondary universe. In fact, in terms of file size, it is no different from the entire universe. The only difference is that his secondary universe is only used to hold things. Luxury enough, right? Use a space of a universe file size as a pocket. But think about the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, that little guy also created a pocket universe. We gathered another dowry, Lu Yuan said to Ganada with a smile. The latter blushed, raised his hand and pulled down the big hat with the exact same style as the planet devourer, and muttered, then you have to talk to my dad. Did she know she was shy? Adam on the side looked at the two with a thoughtful look. Is she my mother? No. Lu Yuan was ashamed. Forgot there was a newborn guy next to me. By the way, Star-Lord Turtle, Choir, why haven't they come yet? Lu Yuan couldn't wait to leave Adam to their care. Lu Yuan also thought about it. He felt that Adam's power was a good guarantee for the galaxy, and maybe it could become a vital force to guard the galaxy at a critical moment. What's more, Adam the Magician originally appeared as a superhero in the comics, and once became a new cord of life to guard the entire multi-universe. No matter what, he still has the value of saving and guiding. Finally, in the expectation of Lu Yuan, the spaceship of Guardians of Galaxy finally appeared in front of them after jumping through a wormhole. When they saw Lu Yuan and Ganada standing in the cosmos space not far in front, the Silver Guards were not surprised. They had already seen the power of these two people, but they were still surprised. Wait a minute, isn't this the coordinates given to us by the Supreme Star? But what about the Sovereign Star? Star-Lord looked at the empty space in front of him and asked the Rocket, did you make a mistake? Rocket said angrily, you are driving the spaceship, you ask me. Well, obviously Star-Lord is driving the spaceship now, but he left the problem to someone else? What the Silver Protector did not know was that not long ago, the so-called Supreme Clan had been exterminated. Lu Yuan and Gonita not only wiped out this arrogant race, but also stole their so-called final evolution, and even stole their home. This is really stealing home in the literal sense. The entire Sovereign Star was taken into his secondary universe by Lu Yuan, ready to be given to others as a gift. And Uncle Tun is not easy to mess with, both planets will be eaten. 2 huge super empires were destroyed just like that. This is Lu Yuan. Once he has no scruples, destroying a racial civilization or even a galaxy is simply a matter of waving his hand. The reason why he seemed a little embarrassed on Earth before was because he was still thinking about his identity as a person on Earth. In addition, he has been playing in the world on Earth, so he can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't provoke him, he doesn't bother to care too much with you. If you don't believe me, go to slander some big shots and see how many people will ignore you. There are so many people scolding all kinds of big shots on the internet, but how many of them really pay attention? It's not even special. Did he really use the IAFC or the BioWeapons to investigate and assassinate someone? In the words of some people, is this cowardly? The dignified leader has been sprayed like a dog on the internet, even his own people are not used to it. In the words of some people, you already have this status, why don't you kill hundreds of thousands of him? But people don't need to play with you at all, and they're not in the same realm. Lu Yuan is not as stingy as he is. But when it comes to the aliens that may threaten the Earth, or even offend oneself, it will be embarrassing. Hello Kree, goodbye Kree. Hello Thanos, goodbye Thanos. Hello to the Supreme Clan, goodbye to the Supreme Clan. In a blink of an eye, the Guardians of Galaxy drove the spaceship to Lu Yuan and them. Lu Yuan and the others came to the interior of the spacecraft from the hatch under the spacecraft. Since it is a spacecraft, there is definitely a way to open the hatch in outer space, and then close the hatch to provide sufficient oxygen, including rapid disinfection, and removing some deadly elements that may be brought in from outer space. They are all complete. Lu Yuan and Gonita also brought Adam in together. Who is he? Is he from the Supreme Clan? Star-Lord and the others asked curiously. Lu Yuan shook his head and explained, his name is Adam, Adam the Magician. He is an artificial human being who was just born today. I plan to let him join you temporarily and let you take care of him. Huh? We're not babysitters, the rocket shouted immediately. I'm Groot, he's pitiful, Groot persuaded. He's pitiful? I definitely know, but so what? Are you going to change his diaper? Once the rocket erupts, it's a mouthful. Star-Lord couldn't make up his mind and looked at Gamera subconsciously. Who is the leader of this team is clear at a glance. Lu Yuan, who is he? Gamera had to ask in detail. Lu Yuan didn't hide it. Actually, his strength is what you lack now. I don't deny that your strength is not bad, but if you meet an opponent like Ronan again, you will be stretched. And Adam happens to have the ability to complement your abilities. Do you really think you're babysitters? When he matures, he'll be the babysitter for all of you. Adam once became the level of the life court, one person guarding the entire multi-universe. Just kidding. Also changed diapers, the loss of the rockets can say. This time, everyone in the Silver Guard was finally surprised. This seemingly inconspicuous person is actually so strong? In fact, Adam is still very eye-catching. He has golden skin. Although Lu Yuan has changed him into a suit to cover his body, his face is still golden. Are you sure you want to hand it over to them? Nebula suddenly pointed at the rocket, expressing doubt. Rocket and Groot used to be bounty hunters, but usually do some robber-like work. Not to mention that Star-Lord was a predator before. There's also Gamera as the most dangerous woman in the galaxy, including Nebula herself, and Drax who has been wandering. Drax never got involved in topics that didn't interest him, but it is undeniable that he has done many bad things before, and it is very dangerous. Give a newborn life to these people? Is it really okay? Because Lu Yuan helped the two sisters untie their hearts before, Nebula and Gamera were friendly towards Lu Yuan. But the rocket was not happy, and shouted, Sister Lan, are you doubting me? Then I will take care of it for you. Rocket, who was reluctant just now, was stimulated by the stimuli, and instead he had to take good care of Adam. In fact, Rocket and Nebula are also considered to be in the same affliction. Both of them were almost completely transformed. Perhaps they are the only ones who know each other's pain. But they are stubborn and never show their weak side unless they reach the end of that despair. When there are too many people, it is inevitable that there will be quarrels. Fortunately, don't worry about them fighting. Lu Yuan, Li Dezeo, felt a headache and was very irritated by the noise. He couldn't help but look in a certain direction, and it was the direction that the Yinhu spacecraft came from. Several light years away, a mass of black matter is coming fast. A sneer appeared on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. But he didn't say anything, and when the quarrel was almost over, he said calmly, okay, then we're going to visit Guyer's father. It's Quill, this guy. Star-Lord gritted his teeth angrily. He couldn't turn it around, could he? But when it comes to his biological father, Xingju can't help but feel looking forward to it. He thought that he had no close relatives, but he didn't expect that there would be another village. The excited Star-Lord did not notice that Lu Yuan's expression was both dark and sad. Gonita noticed it and said in a low voice, I won't eat it. Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. No, this time you have to eat. Since Lu Yuan took the initiative to take Star-Lord to find his biological father, he naturally knew where Egg was located. In a certain universe, there exists such a planet. It was filled with the breath of life, and the plants flourished. But it is very strange that there are no signs of human-like or human-like life on this planet, and there may not even be any animals and insects. At the moment Guardians of Galaxy's ship came here, Liu Yuan and Ganada glanced at each other, and it could be seen that self-consciousness had already appeared on this planet. Egg can also be transliterated as self. This planet is him, the father of Star-Lord. Don't ask Star-Lord's mother how she could bear the weight of a planet. In fact, Egg can control molecules to form a human-like body, which makes him look no different from humans. At the same time, Egg can also change into the appearance of various races, and then bloom everywhere in the universe. This guy is even more extreme than Liu Yuan. Even now, Liu Yuan has only 3 girlfriends who have really established a relationship. Natasha Romanoff, Ancient One and Ganada. In addition, although there are no people he is interested in, at least they are not together. Egg is too much, he has incarnated thousands of places in the universe, leaving children everywhere. However, Egg didn't do that because of love. In fact, in 517, after Egg left, he would kill the woman he once used by various means. For example, Star-Lord's mother's cancer was guided by him. It was he who left cancerous cells in Seeing Lord's mother's brain, which caused Star-Lord's tragedy. This bastard, this is where he goes the most. Liu Yuan is different. Although he is also a scumbag, what he is praised for is that he will spoil his women, and even the treasures of level universe are given away like Chinese cabbage. This is the man. Is it here? You mean, this planet is my father? Star-Lord's voice woke Liu Yuan from his wild thoughts. Liu Yuan turned his head and saw that Star-Lord was looking at the star opposite him in disbelief, and he had a complicated expression on his face. He didn't know how to accept this situation. Don't be so unbelievable, you must know that my father is a planet devourer, and the body is a mass of energy. I don't even know who my mother is. Ganada wanted to comfort Star-Lord, but the effect doesn't seem to work. Liu Yuan was a little guilty and didn't start. He actually knew it, but Ganada didn't know that she didn't have a mother. It would be better to say that her father was also her mother. I want to know that it is impossible to have a partner with Uncle Tun's body form and level, and it is impossible to have children in ordinary ways. So how did Ganada come about? In fact, Ganada used to be a tapeworm in Uncle Swallow's stomach, but her level is a bit scary, a cosmic tapeworm of a sub-multi-universe level. Uncle Tun was troubled by this, and even planned to let the Fantastic Four solve this problem for himself as the ultimate eraser. But in the end, he couldn't bear it and gave birth to the child. That's right, that's how Ganada was born. This child was originally just a bug. Don't feel that you can't bear to look directly. Uncle Tun's body is just a mass of energy, so when Ganada matures, she will be pulled out of the energy. And the reason why Uncle Tun disappeared so that Ganada could not find it was because he really didn't know how to deal with this sudden daughter, right? Not to mention Ganada's origins and bizarre life experience. Star-Lord drove the spaceship, and slowly and cautiously began to approach Egg's surface. They don't know what to expect yet, so definitely be wary. In the end, they came to the surface of Egg's planet smoothly and stopped in an open and spacious land. And when Star-Lord was about to get off the spaceship, suddenly, the spaceship's communicator rang. When he connected to the connection, he saw the appearance of Yongdu on the screen. Boy, I know you've found your father's place, but listen to me, don't go, Yongdu shouted eagerly. The expression on his face was also very complicated, feeling both guilty and not knowing what to do, how to speak. In fact, it was Yondu who led people to kidnap Star-Lord from the Earth, and Yondu was despised and ostracized by other predators because of this. Even his old friends and comrades in arms stopped communicating with him directly. The task that Yongdu received was a commission issued by Egg, asking him to bring his own children one after another from all over the universe. Egg has a plan of his own, and his plan needs more power to come true. That's why Egg blooms all over the world, and his purpose in giving birth to these offspring is actually only one, that is to wait until they grow up and bring them here, and then he will devour the power of these children. This way he can increase his strength. And over the years, he has killed countless of his own children. When Yongdu learned the truth later, he left Star-Lord and did not send it to Egg. It can be said that Yongdu both harmed and saved Star-Lord. But those children are the knots in Yongdu's heart that he will never forget in his life, so he never mentioned them. However, these words could not be said clearly in a short period of time, and Star-Lord decisively hung up the communicator and walked out of the spacecraft. As a result, he suddenly saw outside, and at some point, a person appeared in front of the spaceship. It was an old man with gray hair who looked very ordinary. When the old man saw Star-Lord, he showed an excited smile on his face. The moment I saw you coming here, I already knew that my long-lost child finally came. He found it himself, and he finally came. In front of me. The acting of the old stuff is still okay. Star-Lord also moved and asked, "Are you really my father?" If it's a fake, Egg spread his hands and asked jokingly, "Don't you think we're just as handsome?" Star-Lord will not deny this. I also have to say that Marvel really paid attention to the actors, at least you can see a lot of similarities from the two. The most important thing is that Egg is indeed Star-Lord's biological father. The rest of Silver Protector also got off the spaceship one after another, looking at Star-Lord and Egg curiously. His father is really a planet? Can his mother withstand the weight of a planet? The rocket sneaked up to Liu Yuan's side, joking while covering his mouth and snickering. Liu Yuan shook his head and stayed away from this guy. This idiot, this is Egg, the whole planet is Egg, he can hear you wherever you speak. As expected, Egg in front answered the rocket for Lu Yuan, and said dashingly and generously, "Don't worry about this. When I formed a human body with molecules, I was a normal human, otherwise how would I give birth to Peter? Right, Peter? You know my name." Star-Lord was surprised. Egg smiled and said, "Definitely, because I got your name. Peter Quill." When Egg called out Star-Lord's name, Star-Lord completely believed him. Others didn't say much, not to mention that Egg had already shown the ability to be heard secretly joking about the rocket, and everyone was embarrassed to do it again. Talking ill of people behind their backs is a bad behavior, let alone in front of others. Next, Egg invited everyone to his residence. Since he has a human appearance, he will naturally need a place to rest. Star-Lord would definitely not refuse, and everyone had to follow along. Ganada and Lu Yuan are the most relaxed and the people who know the truth the most. But none of them were in a hurry to immediately attack Egg. After all, he was Star-Lord's father. There must be a reason to take action in front of Seeing Lord. And if you shoot right away, Star-Lord is also too pitiful. So the two of them browsed around the scenery of Egg as if they were traveling. It's just that in Ganada's eyes, her focus is always only one, which is what is edible and how it tastes. There are many landscapes here that are different from Earth, and the plants are hardly similar. After all, this is an alien. Egg paid more attention to Star-Lord next to him, he was looking forward to it, and hoped that Star-Lord could awakening his own divine power. So Egg didn't notice that the two people had begun to focus on the ground under their feet. To be precise, it was his brain hidden in the core of the planet. Strictly speaking, Egg is not a planet awakening consciousness, but his existence was born first, and then he began to form planet-like armor around his brain to protect himself. So the core of this planet is Egg's brain. Then on the other hand, it can also be considered in the same way. If Ganada eats only the original planet, can it be considered that Egg can continuously repair the lost planet body? Isn't this another form of energy eternal? However, Ganada said that all she wants to eat is Egg's brain, which is the energy source of this planet and the source of all life. In this way, Egg will die unexpectedly. The group followed in Egg's footsteps and finally came to a beautiful plain. And in front of it appeared a splendid castle, which was Egg's residence. When everyone followed Egg into the gate of the castle, a lovely girl greeted him. She has a human-like appearance, but has a pair of tentacles on her forehead. She is the Mantis Woman. Because Mantis Woman's ability can be connected with the emotions of the contacted target, she can feel the emotional fluctuations of the other party, and can also affect the other party to a certain extent, which can help Egg to fall asleep and rest more easily. So Egg brought her to his own planet as a tool user. At the same time, Mantis is also the only other servant on the planet Egg. Egg quickly got rid of the others and let the Mantis Woman entertain him, while he himself couldn't wait to pull Star-Lord away. He has to confirm whether Star-Lord has his own divine power. This is the only place he expects. The silver guards had to follow the Mantis girl to the lounge that Egg gave them. Ganada approached Lu Yuan. "Are we just doing nothing like this?" Lu Yuan knew that she was not in a hurry, but doing nothing like this was a bit too boring. Really need to find something to relax. Actually, it's not easy for us to take action. Before Star-Lord knew that his mother was killed by his father himself, after all, we have to take into account the feelings of Star-Lord. And Yongde, that guy is not hopeless. In short, this time we can only take it slow. But it doesn't mean that there is nothing to do. Lu Yuan looked up at the sky. Ganada also looked in the direction of Lu Yuan, and finally felt with her cosmic consciousness, there is a black thing that seems to be chasing us. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "That's a more interesting guy. Do you want to eat?" Ganada hesitation, and finally shook his head. "No, that is a parasite. I am afraid that I will grow a parasite." Well, forget it. With the particularity of Uncle Tun and Sister Tun, once they have tapeworms similar to parasites, they can even be regarded as their offspring. But Lu Yuan knew that Ganada already had her own child, but she didn't know it yet. He will not let Ganada inexplicably appear a cosmic tapeworm. Then kill him, Lu Yuan said, extending his hand to Ganada. The latter has become accustomed to it, holding Lu Yuan's hand tightly. Neither of them notified them, and immediately disappeared as two rays of light. Even Egg didn't know when they left. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Lu Yuan and Ganada were no longer anywhere on him. On the other side, somewhere in the universe, Lu Yuan and Ganada met a black shadow. The black thing couldn't tell what it was, and it was barely recognized that it turned into a mass and wrapped something. Until the black thing began to squirm, and finally a pale figure appeared inside, and the black matter quickly turned into a suit of armor to wrap the latter, and a black long sword appeared on his right hand. Black Death Sword. Lu Yuan called out Heijian's name with just one glance. He even knew that this sword was not a dead thing, but a living thing. The Black Death Sword, also known as the Black Dead Blade, was born from the hand of Nar, the god of symbiosis. Legend has it that Nar, the god of symbiotes, existed earlier than the universe. When the universe was still empty, only Nar slept in darkness, and then suddenly a strong light appeared and woke him up. It turned out that the Celestials were creating everything. Nar questioned them and did not accept their creation. He took out the Black Death Sword from the shadows and killed a Celestial with the sword, so the Black Death Sword became the symbiote of all symbiotes. Ancestor. The so-called symbiote refers to a special parasitic life including venom. The Black Death Sword is a parasite, and it has now chosen the pale man in front of him. It is said that Nar later used the blood flames and hammers of the celestial group to further forge the Black Death Sword, resulting in the ultrasonic wave and high temperature, in the process becoming the weakness of all the descendants of the symbiote. Then Nar started to kill the universe with the Black Death Sword, but was defeated in a battle and fell on a desolate and nameless planet. This sword also gave Gore great power, because Nar has killed countless gods of the universe over the years, and the power that the Black Death Sword gained from it is now given to Gore. It also gave Gear the power to kill gods. At the moment, Gear raised his sword and aimed at Lu Yuan and Gonada. All false gods deserve to die. Gear's story has already been said, and I won't repeat it here. The Black Death Sword built by Nar has now become his power. Nar doesn't know what the situation is now, and it is not very clear whether it is dead or alive, but one thing is that the first symbiosis he created is Black Death. The sword did give Gore enough power to face the countless gods in the universe, and Gear was relying on the power of the Black Death Sword to search for the whereabouts of God in the universe before that, because he already knew that the universe is full of countless gods, and what he hates most are those so-called gods. All false gods, be damned, Gore growled, his eyes full of madness and anger. He blamed the death of his wife and daughter on God's disregard. They clearly worship and believe in God, but God has never saved them. God only cares about himself. May 17th, then stop worshipping gods, and don't have gods anymore. With this belief, Jer waved the Black Death Sword integrated with his right hand, and went straight to Lu Yuan and Gonada. He turned into a black shadow at the moment of activation, came to Lu Yuan at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and slashed with his sword. That is the Black Death Sword that claims to be able to kill gods. It killed the gods at the beginning of its birth. It is the strongest god below the 5 gods, and Nar later reforged it with the blood of the god group. It can be said that this is a weapon against God. According to the settings in the game, the Black Death Sword will cause additional damage to the divine target. However, this is not a game after all. What's more, the group of gods is only created by the eternity of the 5 gods. Don't look at Nar's story, it seems to be very powerful, and it is said to be born before the universe. But actually, when Nar fought with the god group, it was already doomed that his pattern would never be higher than the 5 gods. Perhaps Gonada was taken aback, because the Black Death Sword even gave her a little unease. Gonada is just the daughter of Uncle Tun, and her level is half that of Uncle Tun. It is higher than the heavenly god group but not as good as the 5 great gods. This is certain. But now that Black Death Sword has brought her a threat, it can be seen that the Black Death Sword is powerful. However, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the long sword that Gear swung. When the Black Death Sword slashed in Lu Yuan's hand, nothing happened, and he was grabbed by him so quietly. Not to mention a magic weapon of this level, even ordinary steel intersections will make a crisp clashing sound. But Lu Yuan caught the Black Death Sword so easily. Lu Yuan was about to speak. Suddenly, the Black Death Sword in his hand was as slippery as a loach, and instantly changed its shape-shifting state into a long, thin needle, which rushed out of Lu Yuan's palm and went straight to Lu Yuan's door. Lu Yuan. Gonada was shocked. Roar was surprised by the strength of the person who came, especially that strange weapon that could specifically target gods to produce powerful effects and damage. She was very worried about Lu Yuan, but even though she had already pounced on it at the first time, it was still not as fast as the attack of the Black Death Sword. But even Gonada thought that Lu Yuan was in danger, just when Gear was about to show a sly smile. Suddenly, snapped. With the other hand, Lu Yuan took out a folding fan from somewhere and opened it in front of him. When the front end of the Black Death Sword came up, he also arranged a magic circle on the fan, which easily blocked the attack of the Black Death Sword. That folding fan looked familiar. Wasn't it the one he forced to leave from his teacher, mother-in-law, Ancient One? Unexpectedly, after such a long time, he is still intact in his hands. Moreover, the original folding fan has no fan surface, only a wooden fan bone. But now there is an extra fan, painted with 3 lifelike beauties. Ancient One is in the middle, Gonada and Natasha Romanoff are on the left and right. It is Lu Yuan's girlfriends who have now confirmed their relationship. Lu Yuan raised his eyelids to look at Gear, who had withdrawn the Black Death Sword in shock, and snorted, "Don't give people a chance to speak. It seems that you are very rude. Then let you understand the importance of respecting people. Sex." As he spoke, Lu Yuan shook the folding fan with his left hand, and raised his right hand to grab it forward. Gear was shocked. He knew that he had encountered a tough problem. From the time he saw that Lu Yuan dared to take the attack of the Black Death Sword with his bare hands, and he was not hurt, he already knew that Lu Yuan was not easy. However, he had absolute trust in the Black Death Sword, and with his right hand in front of him, the Black Death Sword immediately turned into a giant shield with a height of 1 person to protect him firmly. Moreover, on the shield's surface, the Black Death Sword also turned out many sharp spikes aimed at Lu Yuan. Maybe Gear and Black Death Sword thought that Lu Yuan would temporarily retreat, but Lu Yuan continued to dig up Zero in the face. Crack. The shield shattered in response, without even a moment's delay, was slapped by Lu Yuan with a slap. Then Lu Yuan pressed Gear on his body before he could react, and pumped again. Puff. A mass of black matter was caught by Lu Yuan. No, Gear was about to startle Roar, but immediately he was suffocated by the vacuum of outer space, and he couldn't make a sound with his mouth open. In fact, Gear was originally just an ordinary person, and at most he may have a higher physical quality than the earthly people. As we all know, as long as he is an alien, his strength is stronger than that of the earthly people. However, it is undeniable that Gear himself does not have the ability to survive in outer space, otherwise he would not care about the light of their planet's fixed star. Moreover, when the Black Death Sword kills those gods and devours divine power, it is improving itself, and will not share it with Gear at all. It is only because of the symbiotic relationship with Gore that it allows Gore to use his power. Now that they've separated, Jer has returned to his original form. Lu Yuan's left hand continued to wave the folding fan in his hand leisurely, and his right hand tightly held the black substance transformed by the Black Death Sword. This time, he would not let it run away again. Then he just watched Jer struggling there in pain, and finally his eyes were bulging out, and he died in a very terrifying and painful way. This is the end of disrespecting people, Lu Yuan snorted coldly. It seemed that he was very concerned about the fact that he was interrupted. In 2.0, only he can interrupt others, how can he let others let him speak? Can't come out? The dignified god-killer Gear died like this, and even many great gods in the universe were jealous of him. Today, he was easily killed by Lu Yuan, and even the Black Death Sword was deprived. Lu Yuan lowered his head, looked at the black mass in his hand again, and asked Ganada, "Are you really not going to eat it? There are many powers and godheads of the gods in it, as well as the gods that Gear has killed over the years. The power is stronger than the power you can eat 100 planets." When Ganada was in control of the situation, Lu Yuan was relieved, and when she heard this, she showed a hesitation expression. "Are you sure you won't grow parasites?" Lu Yuan said with great confirmation, "I will help you deal with it. And you can only give birth to my child. This is certain, Lu Yuan will never make mistakes. In fact, the symbiote is very dangerous. I believe that people who have seen the opposite sex and the face-hugging bugs can lay eggs will understand. Although Marvel's symbiote is not that scary, once possessed by an evil symbiote, it will be very difficult to deal with. But that's just for ordinary people. Is Lu Yuan an ordinary person? Naturally not. He worked so hard and was not afraid of wasting time and energy, and finally made himself an almighty universe level, a mere symbiote, nothing at all. So, before the Black Death Sword wanted to resist, Lu Yuan went over with consciousness and immediately erased its self-consciousness. After that, Lu Yuan also transformed the black matter of the Black Death Sword, which is equivalent to eliminating all the related things of the Black Death Sword and the symbiote, and finally sent to Ganada. Only the Black Death Sword accumulated over the years. Great power. It is equivalent to handing over the purest power to Ganada. There are those who made a scene in the universe and killed countless gods, and there are also many gods that Gel killed later. Think about it, the powerful god that even Null was defeated at the beginning was killed by Gear in the end. What a huge power, it must have been close to the 5 gods for 06, right? Eat it to become a real multi-universe level. Lu Yuan sent the huge collection of divine power in his hand to Ganada. Ganada was not polite, and just Lu Yuan's hand opened his mouth and ate it. In an instant, Ganada's breath began to rise, and these huge amounts of divine power were sublimating her life form. She was originally equivalent to half a planet devourer, that is, half of the 5 gods. Then after meeting Lu Yuan, she was full, and she also got a lot of benefits. Lu Yuan gave her some kind of power, you know, every once in a while, which even far exceeded Soul Gem. So after eating this group of power again, Ganada finally sublimated to the real 5 gods level in one fell swoop. Now, she is a complete Galactus, on the same level as Uncle Tun. Have I become a multi-universe entity? Ganada felt her own change with a look of surprise. But immediately, she grabbed Lu Yuan and said, "I'm so hungry." It turned out that after Ganada became a multi-universe class, she immediately felt a stronger hunger. The main reason why she was able to hold back her hunger before was that she was only a sub-multi-universe. And now, her hunger has reached the multi-universe level, which is not so easily tolerable. Even Lu Yuan knew clearly that the reason why Ganada's hunger was amplified was all his own. Although she did not have the cosmic tapeworm, she was indeed pregnant. A greedy little guy is drawing a lot of energy from his mother's body. Why is Ganada like a bottomless pit recently, always thinking about topics related to eating? Just because of this kid. Can't blame the child, he or she is not yet formed, and he or she does not know how much burden he has brought to the mother, and develops wildly for the purpose of forming. Poor Ganada didn't know yet that all the energy she ate was stolen by a little guy, just like when she stole her uncle. Is this their family tradition? Lu Yuan was also unequivocal, raised his right hand and quickly condensed a mass of pure energy exuding a terrible aura in the palm of his hand, and told Ganada, "Eat slowly, if it's not enough, find me again. I promise to feed you for the rest of my life. I will be responsible for a lifetime." Ganada didn't care about being moved, and hurriedly ate the energy ball given by Lu Yuan. That kind of multi-universe hunger is even more terrifying than the extreme hunger of human beings. Now you know why Uncle Tun is so weak? Not only was he always hungry, he was barely full, but he had to endure a hunger that made people crazy while fighting. Sometimes he encounters opponents who can already compete with him, so he has no chance of winning. In fact, many times, even readers do not realize that the role of Uncle Tun has always been very contradictory. He has always been manipulated by hunger, and has to turn into a monster who pursues desires, searching for planets and energy to eat in the universe. But behind his seemingly constant defeat, is it his extra treatment of Earth, or some kind of tenderness and humanity that he still retains deep inside? Franklin, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, can be said to be one of the most powerful mutants with potential and strength. He can even kill and resurrect Uncle Ton. But Franklin didn't kill the big man who had always been a threat to Earth and to his parents, the Fantastic Four. On the contrary, Franklin resurrected Uncle Ton and even promised that they would become close friends. He confessed to Uncle Ton, "I will be with you forever and I will see all things perish with you until the death of heat kills us." Friendship separated. Even husband and wife may not be able to say that to the end, but they did it. They became each other's only best friends until the end of time, until the end of all things, and until the final heat death separated them. And in this comic plot about the future ending, when the 7th universe came to an end, Uncle Ton, the only survivor of the 6th universe, sacrificed himself to become Franklin. Originally, Franklin was in the 7th universe, and it was time to enter the 8th universe. But Uncle Ton turned into the energy of a Big Bang, detonating himself to create a brand new multi-universe. That is, directly entering the 9th multi-universe, and making Franklin the only survivor of the 8th universe, because the 8th universe has not yet given birth to life. 517, just like Uncle Ton is the survivor of the 6th universe, Franklin will inherit all his mantle. And Uncle Ton's last wish is to let Franklin remember the heroes of the Earth and the legends of the universe. And in the new universe, I hope that Franklin, as a new god, can achieve the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So Lu Yuan can't be hostile to Uncle Ton, whether it's because of Gonada or something else. Not to mention the old husband, there will be a chance to meet him in the future. After all, Lu Yuan is going to propose a marriage. Back to the front. After eating the energy ball given by Lu Yuan, Gonada finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was full. The energy given by Lu Yuan is even enough to feed a multi-universe level cosmic entity. Just ask if you are strong or not. And this is far less than the power that Lu Yuan has increased in 1 second. Now every second he has increased the power of an almighty universe level, which is nothing at all. What should I do now? Gonada asked Lu Yuan again. She became more and more like the young daughter-in-law of Lu Yuan's family, and at first everything was based on Lu Yuan's will. Lu Yuan said without thinking, when the Black Death Sword collapsed, I sensed a signal. Nar is already awake, let's go eat him. Okay, Gonada would never refuse such a good thing, and immediately agreed. Nar, known as the god of symbiotes, because he created the first symbiote Black Death Sword. In addition, all symbiotes, including Venom, were either born because of the Black Death Sword, or were also created directly or indirectly by him. And when the first symbiote Black Death Sword was erased by Lu Yuan, he immediately received some kind of information. Nar was defeated once, but instead of dying, he fell into a coma. Later, Nar woke up, but he found that the Black Death Sword had followed Gear away. He did not rush to get the Black Death Sword back, but hid somewhere to observe that Gear gradually took a similar path to himself. He originally thought that Gear would help him complete the annihilation of the gods of the universe. But now, Gear is dead, and the Black Death Sword has been eliminated. Who is it? Is it the Celestial Group? Or did the 5 gods take action? Is it eternity? Nar seems to already know the existence of the 5 gods, and the Celestial Group he considers to be his opponent is even just a subordinate created by Eternal. In theory, there are countless members of the Tianshan group, and no one knows how many people there are in the Tianshan group. And the strength gap between the gods group is also huge. Some will be killed by him in seconds, but there are also those who can defeat him. Even the god group is so powerful. If the 5 gods take action, what should he do? Perhaps it was because of his scruples that Nar let Gore act in his place? But Nar would never have imagined that a more terrifying existence than the 5 gods had appeared, and that was Lu Yuan. In the next moment, Lu Yuan and Gonada had already found them across countless cosmic distances. Nar's world is a planet made up of symbiotes. This planet looks nothing from a distance, but once you get close, you will see that it is completely composed of dense and countless black symbiotic substances. Even someone as strong as Gonada at the moment had to retreat to a place several light years away, and would never approach it easily. Helpless, only Lu Yuan came alone. When Lu Yuan approached here, the entire planet seemed to come alive, and countless hostile consciousnesses wanted to approach Lu Yuan. Among them, 2 dragons, one red and one black, rushed out roaringly, trying to devour Lu Yuan. These are the symbiotes that Nar has created in these billions of years. After he was defeated for the first time, he began to think that he might be able to rely on the army of symbiotes, and even these 2 dragons, to conquer the universe. It has to be said that Nar has great ambitions, and he may also have the idea of turning the universe back into darkness. But just these things? Remember, I mentioned earlier that because Nar further forged the Black Death Sword with the blood flames and hammers of the Celestial Group, the ultrasonic wave and high temperature in the process became the weak points of all the descendants of the symbiote. Lu Yuan's eyes began to light up, and the next moment, the terrifying heat ray that exceeded tens of millions of degrees Celsius burst out instantly. Since Lu Yuan released the terrifying heat ray, the countless symbiotes in front of him have begun to melt and scream. Later, when heat ray touched these symbionts, it immediately caused the death and melting of countless symbionts on the scale of the entire planet. Even the 2 dragons turned to ashes in the screams. They were crafted by Nar, and were not nearly as good as the Black Death Sword. The Black Dragon can be regarded as Nar's duplication, and the Red Dragon belongs to the Black Dragon's companion because it is contaminated with Nar's blood. But now it was directly obliterated by Lu Yuan, who Nar let out a roar. As the god of symbiotes, he was actually not a symbiote originally, but he created the symbiote. At least in the setting, Nar still has something, claiming that he already existed in the void before the birth of the universe. Is he the god of darkness? Even Banner once thought that Nar was part of the Oba, or a being that the Oba somehow regulated. Visible. Nar was a pale middle-aged man with long pale hair. Originally, he should be wearing black armor, surrounded by countless powerful symbiotes, and even the Black Death Sword will be his weapon. But now, Nar seems to be a vampire who has just woken up after sleeping for many years. He is also skinny, and the countless symbiotes around him have been cleaned up by Lu Yuan's heat ray. Nar doesn't seem to be afraid of high temperature, because Lu Yuan's heat ray is only his own strength. To put it bluntly, his heat ray is just an ordinary heat ray, but the temperature is very high. Heat ray can't help much when it comes to strong opponents. Unless Lu Yuan can incorporate Omega rays in heat ray, he got the power of Omega effect from DC God. After seeing Lu Yuan's methods, Nar did not feel any fear, but took action with anger, waving a pair of terrifying sharp claws, as if to tear Lu Yuan apart, and shouted, "I to tear you apart." Lu Yuan sneered, the frog at the bottom of the well. From Lu Yuan, a boundless terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and the majesty alone was enough to make the entire universe tremble. And the more powerful individuals or races, the more pressure they feel like Tianwei. Even the Tianshen groups scattered all over the universe or gathered somewhere, some have fallen to their knees. Nal stopped in front of Lu Yuan and couldn't make any further progress. It turned out that the reason why Nar was not afraid of Lu Yuan was because he didn't know or understand Lu Yuan's strength and realm. In his eyes, Lu Yuan was probably just an ordinary person. But when Lu Yuan really exuded divine power, he realized how terrible Lu Yuan was. That incomparable aura alone is enough to make the entire universe crumbling. Lu Yuan raised his hand a little, or even moved his mind a little, and the entire universe would disappear. For example, Thanos can easily do it just by holding the heart of the universe. How could Li Dezeo, Yuan not be able to do it? Nar was dumbfounded, and he couldn't help shivering in front of Lu Yuan. It wasn't what he wanted, but Nar himself couldn't control the fear in his heart, which originated from the most primitive and deepest fear in his soul. He finally learned to be afraid. But it was too late. Lu Yuan won't talk nonsense with Nar, and the purpose of his approach is very straightforward, that is, to kill Nar. Raising his hand and putting it on Nar's head, Lu Yuan erased his will while receiving Nar's memory. This is to completely destroy Nar in an existential sense. There is not even a soul left, so naturally he has no chance to go there. Hell. At least one thing Lu Yuan can confirm, no matter whether Nar has any relationship with Oba, he can't be the ace of Oba, that's for sure. The only pity was that Lu Yuan didn't find any news about the opponent he was bound to face. Pity. Nar died, just so casually. It is very casual, there is no way, Lu Yuan is too powerful. And when facing an enemy of this level, he must completely erase it, that is, let it disappear completely in the sense of existence. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that he will not have a chance to be resurrected. Lu Yuan will not leave hidden dangers. The only pity is that Lu Yuan has neither found any information about the Oba ace player, nor has there been a way to leave him to Ganada to eat. Because Nar was so ugly, he looked like a vampire who was about to die, so let's forget it. Definitely Nar's experience over the years is still a bit interesting, as well as his experience in creating symbiotes. Maybe of some use later? Turning back, Lu Yuan found Ganada to meet. Ganada was still looking at the position of the planet formed by the symbiote, with a tangle on her pretty and cute little face. Even she felt that those things couldn't go down, mainly because the symbiote had a parasitic effect, like a parasite. It's not that Ganada doesn't care about bugs. When she was the worst, she was actually catching alien bugs and eating them. But only the parasite is not good, she is afraid that 517 will waste her energy. But there were too many symbiotes just now, what a waste. Lu Yuan just burned out? Really didn't leave her a relief? Lu Yuan hilariously pinched Ganada's face and said, "Let's go, the other side has to go to the field." The other side? Ganada showed a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan nodded, "Didn't I contact a predator named Yangdu before?" "I don't know," Ganada was busy eating the crispy Kree and didn't really notice. Lu Yuan explained what happened with a wry smile, and finally said, "Yangdu is Quill's adoptive father. After getting my news, he will definitely rush to save Quill. But I'm worried that his subordinates couldn't get it because of my relationship before. To the power gem, it is possible to rebel. The so-called predators are simply cosmic robbers, but they have their own morality and some rules that can never be broken. To put it bluntly, it is not much different from Guardians of Galaxy. Star-Lord and the others are sometimes more like a group of robbers than superhero. In fact, in the comics, the first generation of Guardians of Galaxy is composed of Yangdu and others, and the original teammates of Yangdu in the movie may be the members of the first generation of Guardians of Galaxy in the comics. In the previous battle on Xandar, Star-Lord actually lied to Yangdu and he promised to give him the power gem as long as Yangdu helped defeat Ronan. But it was later known that Lu Yuan killed Ronan alone, and collected the power gem himself. Who would dare to talk too much? Who dares to ask him for it? In this way, this transaction is equivalent to a waste of money. Even if the predators didn't suffer any casualties, they couldn't just do it for nothing, right? If Yangdu intends to save Star-Lord again, and Star-Lord has already been sentenced, no matter what he thinks, some people will be unwilling. Lu Yuan had already thought of this. Now that he thought of it in advance, Lu Yuan would definitely not do nothing, but take Ganada to shuttle through the universe again. In fact, it really needs to involve the universe, and even to write so many multi-universes of Marvel, there are too many stories. If Lu Yuan was to participate in those big events, he would be even more busy. For example, the high school team, that is, Hyperion, has a lot of stories, and even Hyperion has several versions, including Superhero, which corresponds to the Justice League, and a dark version. All members are villains. And Hyperion is still the eternal Protoss. Yes, he and Thanos are of the same clan. In the comics, Thanos sent him to Earth because of his slaughter. It's okay to force a setting with Superman. There are many, many stories. Lu Yuan was so comfortable on Earth before, he could do whatever he wanted, but now he is just wandering around when he has nothing to do. When Lu Yuan and Ganada found the spaceship of the looters, they found that they had come too late, because a lively and crazy feast of betrayal had already been staged. I saw that in the outer space outside the spaceship, there were many exiled predators floating around. They were all loyal subordinates of Yondu, but now they are all dead. Yondu's total aircraft carrier is still very good, even if it is not as good as the Dark Star, it is almost 1/10. At the moment Lu Yuan looked through the huge spaceship armor and saw that Yondu had been tied to a chair by the men who betrayed him, and there was a big man and the looters gathered around him frantically humiliating Yondu. In order to show his strength, the big man kept attacking Yondu who couldn't fight back. Unlike you cowardly fellow, I will lead the glorious looters to come back, and under the leadership of the new leader, I will kill the face with electric shocks, the big man roared frantically. The looters around don't know if they understand it or not, they are all crazy about roar anyway. At this moment, Lu Yuan flew in with the exiled looters. He completely regarded those armors as non-existent, and flew in just like that. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard the name. Originally, he wanted to kill these little fishes immediately, but now, he really wanted to tease them. Are you sure about this name? Some people don't know this stock, but it's actually a homophonic stock. For example, the sounds of taser and testis in English in the face of electric shock are easy to mispronounce, and the meaning of the latter is the egg anyway. Does anyone call the egg-faced egg? Including the homophonic stem of the silly hat face in the translation, etc. Definitely the funniest thing about this big man's face, it really looks like that thing, with folds, actually blue veins, and then the shape and hairstyle. Lu Yuan really thinks, this guy is here to be funny, right? You have such a head yourself, and you have such a lousy name, but if you call it wrong, isn't it very impressive? Who? The others didn't care about playing tricks with Lu Yuan, and hurriedly took out their weapons. Lu Yuan glanced around, opened his hands and released 2 golden red lightning bolts, which were Camartage-style magic, instantly penetrating every target, except for this electric shock. Tell me your name again. Lu Yuan pulled a chair and sat there, looking at each other amusingly. But the silly hat face is already stupid. What's the situation? Suddenly a person appeared, and then killed everyone they had just successfully rebelled against? Unreasonable? Lu Yuan didn't care about that. Seeing the silly face, he didn't seem to cooperate very well, so he could only helplessly reach out and kill him through the heart. Then Lu Yuan stood up to untie Yondu, and warned without turning his head, Ganada, you can't eat this stupid face, at least not your head, or you won't want to go to my bed tonight. Ganada said that this is my line, right? Because of Lu Yuan's arrival, the crisis that Yondu experienced was easily resolved by him. Even those men who died because of their loyalty to him were finally resurrected by Lu Yuan. Looking at your loyalty, I will give you a new life, Lu Yuan said. He admired people who were loyal. This is the end of the dispute within the Marauders. It's just that Yondu's power was greatly weakened because of this, because more than half of his men became traitors, and the remaining people were less than 1/10 of the previous ones. But there is no way. Boss, what to do next? A subordinate asked. Without thinking about it, Yondu said, go save my son. Although Yondu is not Star-Lord's biological father, he is still the culprit who kidnapped him from the Earth since he was a child. But Star-Lord was raised by Yondu, and it was also Yondu who protected Star-Lord from being found by Egg, otherwise Star-Lord would have been eaten by Egg. It is no exaggeration to say that Yondu is the adoptive father of Star-Lord. It was also because of Yondu's special treatment of Seeing Lord that he even planned to save Seeing Lord, which caused dissatisfaction among his subordinates, and then the rebellion broke out. But he still did not regret his decision and insisted on going to save Star-Lord. Because this is also my responsibility, Yondu recalled that over the years, he had found one after another for Yugo's cubs that Yugo had left in the universe, but only later did he know the truth. Those children were all eaten by Yugo. What Egg wants is the genes of the gods that he left behind, that is, divine power. It is a pity that so far only Star-Lord has shown its particularity. He needs stronger divine power to invade the entire universe in one fell swoop. It also includes the Earth, which was foreshadowed by Egg as early as the last century. There is a seed that can allow Egg to invade the Earth remotely. The reason why Lu Yuan came was because Egg was peeping at the Earth. And all those who dare to peep at the Earth, no matter who they are, Lu Yuan will not let go. Next, Lu Yuan, Ganada, Yondu and others rushed to the galaxy where Egg was located. In fact, the distance from each other is very far now, and it may take hundreds of space jump technologies. But don't forget Lu Yuan's method. He directly opened a super distant golden portal, allowing Yondu's spaceship to come to Yugo in an instant. When I was on Egg, I didn't feel anything, but now I look forward, and I can see that the overall appearance of one is a huge red planet, and there are more eyes and big mouths that look like human faces on the surface of the planet. Could it be that with the arrival of Star-Lord, his body began to gradually wake up? Obviously didn't notice it before. At this moment, some sounds suddenly came from the surface or underground of Egg's planet. Damn, how could this be? Isn't he Star-Lord's father? Why did he suddenly become an enemy? Don't be stupid, Rocket. He killed Star-Lord's mother, and he plans to devour countless planets with life. Damn, where did Lu Yuan and the others go? Isn't his girlfriend very edible? Let her eat this planet. Are you a fool? How can people eat planets? Really can. Lu Yuan's super hearing picked up the sound from the surface. It turned out that after he left, there was still a conflict between the Silver Guards and Egg. Because Egg was too anxious, he also discovered that Star-Lord did inherit his destiny gene and power. This is exactly what Egg needs. As long as he and Star-Lord join forces, the power of the two Celestials is enough to fulfill his wish. But just when Egg wanted to use the power of the Celestial race to confuse Star-Lord and tell how good it is to be the Celestial race, he accidentally revealed an important message. In fact, Egg had secretly returned to Earth later, because to him, only Star-Lord's mother was the most special and his favorite woman. He has gone back 3 times, and knows that once he goes back for the 4th time, he will never be able to leave again. He will choose to stay on Earth and live with the mother and son. But in this way, he will also lose his plans, and even his ambitions. This made Egg think he was going to lose himself, and when he left for the last time, he left Star-Lord's mother with a tumor that eventually developed into cancer. Finally, Star-Lord was completely raged, and the joy of being reunited with his father turned into boundless anger and hatred. This scumbag not only abandoned his wife and children, but even killed his own mother. On the spot, Star-Lord took out a gun and beat Egg to the core. It's a pity that this Egg is just a duplication. He can use molecules to form the human body. As long as the body does not die, the duplication is immortal and can be reorganized at any time. Then the next scene broke out. Star-Lord and his teammates reunited and briefly explained the matter, and then they were chased by Egg, who was also angry that he was no longer acting. Now the entire planet is alive, the ground is split open, and countless pure energy emerges, trying to catch the Star-Lord and his party. They can only spit and complain while running around. Because now is the time when Lu Yuan's strength is needed, but he is no longer there. Also, the fact that Egg looks like a good guy turns out to be such a truth is simply unacceptable. It is definitely Xingju who was hurt the most. His biological father killed his biological mother. Fortunately, he is no longer a child, otherwise he will go crazy. At this moment, a huge amount of energy gathered from all directions, and finally surrounded the Yinhu group before the group was about to board the spaceship. Some of the energies also formed tentacle-like gestures, and with lightning speed, they grabbed the other Silver Guards, leaving only Star-Lord standing there alone. Gamera, Nebula, 2 powerful female warriors who cannot be regarded as ordinary women. At the moment there is nothing they can do. No matter how hard they struggle, they can't get rid of their shackles. Grodd is still in the state of a big tree, but he can't compete with Egg, not to mention others. Originally Adam had enough power, but don't forget that he should have been born less than a day ago, and he has not had time to learn to master his own power. By the way, I don't know why the Mantis girl is with them now. Maybe the Mantis woman already knew Egg's true intentions with her ability? And in getting along with Yinhu and others, I also know that they are people who can be entrusted. So she immediately betrayed Egg. Queel, is this how you treat your father? You are too self-aware. Suddenly, a huge amount of blue body strode after him. That is Egg. After being blown up by Star-Lord with an energy gun, he simply no longer maintained a human body, but used energy to form huge amounts of light bodies. Just as the Guardians of Galaxy looked to the point of desperation. Finally, a spaceship with the same style as the silver-guarded spaceship rushed in from outer space and bombarded Egg indiscriminately. But this can only stop Egg temporarily. Yondu turned on the spaceship's loudspeaker and shouted to the people on the ground, "What are you looking at? You can't kill Egg like this, hurry up and get ready to escape." Courage. Taking advantage of the fact that Yondu temporarily repelled or restrained Egg, so that his energy body could not be reunited in a short time, Star-Lord and others quickly boarded their spaceship. They fled all the way here in order to temporarily leave the surface in a spaceship. Yondu, why are you here? Damn it, did you see it? That monster turned out to be my father? And you planned to give me to him. Star-Lord started the spaceship in a hurry, while using the communicator to echo loudly. Yondu said angrily, "You idiot, didn't I give you to him? After I knew the truth about those children after they were sent, I didn't plan to send you again. Isn't it because I could help you steal from many places when I was young? There are many people who can do it, it doesn't have to be you. Then you keep threatening to eat my May 17. Because that's fun, isn't it? Where is the fun? Do these two Tsundere guys have to fight at this point?" Even Lu Yuan couldn't stand it any longer, and jokingly said, "You are really a father and son." Compared to Egg, Yondu may be more like Star-Lord's father. At least it was Yondu who raised Seeing Lord, and even Star-Lord hasn't become a villain yet, so he has a lot of credit for him. How can you say that father and son are deeply in love? As a result, Star-Lord and Yondu shouted in unison. Lu Yuan shrugged. "Stop arguing. What should I do now?" Others couldn't stand it anymore, interrupting the quarrel between the two fathers and sons. Now is not the time to listen to their quarrel. We'll be fine as long as we escape from Egg's range, Yongdu said of his plan. After all, he had traded with Egg before, and he knew that there was absolutely no chance of winning with Egg. But Star-Lord doesn't see it that way. No, we can't just walk away. My goddamn father has left seeds on many planets, and he can devour those planets and life on them remotely. It turned out that Egg still got a part of Star-Lord's divine power, which allowed Egg to start moving, and even began to appear abnormal on Earth. Lu Yuan frowned, unable to watch the play anymore, and instantly appeared 10 meters above Egg. You can go. Let me handle the next thing. Lu Yuan's expression and tone became serious. Since Egg dared to take action on the Earth, it was already doomed to his doom. The Earth is like Lu Yuan's inverse scale. Like Krypton, it is Lu Yuan's hometown. Although this is the Earth of the Marvel Universe, it is still a sustenance for Lu Yuan. Why did he come to Earth to live for so long? I just wanted to find a place where my soul could rest. It is the Earth, and only the Earth. So he will never allow anyone and power to endanger the Earth. What are you going to do? Star-Lord hurriedly asked Lu Yuan's plan. At this time, Ganada also turned into a purple light, and came behind Lu Yuan with hindsight. Can you let me eat it now? Ganada looked at Yugo, who was about to restructure his body on the ground, but she still knew how to ask Lu Yuan. It wasn't until Lu Yuan nodded, that Ganada rushed towards Roar. Poor Egg's body was blown up twice. At the moment, before he could regroup again, he was rushed by Ganada again, directly holding the body composed of energy and eating. Ganada is not only the daughter of Planet Devourer, but now she has reached the multi-universe level of the same level as Uncle Tun, and is a multi-universe entity. It can be said that Uncle Tun and Sister Tun are the nemesis of these planets. Even Egg was startled and felt that his power seemed to be disappearing quickly. No, who the hell are you? It was the first time that Egg encountered such a situation. Ganada just devoured the energy of the powerful Egg with a contented face, which was a lot of fun. Lu Yuan didn't care at all, turned around and used psychokinesis to hold up Star-Lord's spaceship, so that they could be flush with Yongdu's spaceship. The reason is that Star-Lord and the others were all dumbfounded, and even the spaceship forgot to take off. Lu Yuan, can she really eat a planet? The Xingja people were all stupid. Some people even complained that it was impossible for them to eat a planet. But what do you think now? Lu Yuan didn't say a word, but his girlfriend was the daughter of the Planet Devourer, a little Galactus. Wait a minute, did you already know, or expected it to be like this? The smart Gamera seemed to have noticed something. From the beginning, Lu Yuan seemed to be conscious and deliberately wanted to guide Sing Lord and Yang. Come to Egg here. Did he design it on purpose? Lu Yuan nodded and even admitted, that's right, Zero. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Yuan had to explain, although I know that Egg has ambitions to harm the entire universe, he is the father of Star-Lord after all. If I regard you as friends, I have to take your feelings into consideration, right? That's why I specially asked Quill to meet his father, let him see the true face of Egg, and finally have a reason to shoot. Everyone looked at each other. Xingja was both moved and angry. What was moved was that Lu Yuan really regarded himself as a friend and thought about himself everywhere. But he was so angry. Then the purpose of my coming here is just to see how you killed my biological father? And you still haven't told me. Otherwise you will come. Lu Yuan made a gesture of invitation. Star-Lord shook his head, thinking that since there was an easier way, why bother himself? At this time, Ganada's voice came from below. Lu Yuan, this guy can't get out of the ground. Can I eat the entire planet? Obviously, at the core of the planet is Egg's body, which is where his brain is located. With Ganada's multi-universe level of cosmic consciousness, it is impossible not to know. But she chose a more convenient and simple method to eat the entire planet, including countless lives on the surface. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while. He didn't let her eat the 2 planets, and felt that it was too harsh on her, so he nodded. Okay, that's great. The Ghana 2.0 tower jumped up excitedly, and its body gradually became larger, from the file size of an ordinary person, to a giant of more than a few hundred meters, then tens of thousands of meters, and finally reached at the level of the planet. It is several times larger than the Yugo in front of him. Lu Yuan left in time with the stunned crowd, and came to a position slightly farther from Egg. A group of people saw it from a distance, and Ganada, who had turned into a complete Galactus state, was sitting there, holding Egg in his hands, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and broke Egg in half with a click. Egg's brain was finally exposed, and he wanted to ask for mercy. But Ganada threw half of the planet into his mouth and chewed it, and looked at the other half with bright eyes. In the end, Egg was simply frightened to death. How could he know that there is such a person in the universe? With Egg being devoured by Ganada in 1 bite and 1 in 2, this is the end of the matter. Originally, Egg had laid out foreshadowings on almost every living planet for so many years, including Xandar Star, and even the worlds of the 9 realms. And now, those seeds he left behind have completely disappeared. Lu Yuan originally wanted to help Star-Lord retain half of the divinity and power of the gods, but Star-Lord refused. I'm not going to admit that he's my father, so I'll just keep myself as a human and the genes I inherited from my mother, Star-Lord said. Lu Yuan had to help him eliminate Egg's genes in the safest way, and he became an ordinary person completely. However, this does not prevent Star-Lord from continuing to act as the guardians of galaxy in the future, fighting between the galaxy and the universe. At the same time, what Yongdu has done will eventually win him back the so-called glory he once had. Even Star-Lord invited him to join the Silver Guardian. Lu Yuan, are you really not going with us? At this time, the two sides came to the giant 06 spaceship of Yangdu together. It turned out that Lu Yuan was already saying goodbye to Xingqiu and the others. No, I've been away for so long this time, it's time to go back and have a look. Lu Yuan also began to miss the people of Earth. He went back briefly last time, but left soon after. Didn't even visit Ancient One and Natasha Romanoff. The two girls were also pregnant, how could he not care? So Lu Yuan said goodbye to the Silver Guards again, and set foot on the Earth with Ganada again. At Lu Yuan's speed, going to any corner of the universe is instantaneous, and he doesn't even need to open the portal. And no one noticed their arrival and Lu Yuan's return, even the most advanced technology in the world could not detect their speed. Lu Yuan led Ganada directly to Kamartaj, which is the range of the Himalayas and is located on one of the cliffs. In the quaint attic of Ancient One, Lu Yuan found Ancient One, but he did not see Natasha Romanoff. When she saw the figure of Lu Yuan returning, Ancient One was about to get up, but immediately she saw the figure of Ganada following, so she sat down again. Back. Ancient One lowered his eyes, focusing only on the book in his hand. Lu Yuan smiled and leaned over. Wife, do you miss me? Ancient One frowned, squinted Lu Yuan, and snorted, go away. Lu Yuan didn't get out this time. He looked up and down Ancient One and found that she was getting younger, and now she seemed to be turning into a 16-year-old girl. Master, is this the reverse growth? In addition, Ancient One's long fluttering hair was cut short for some reason, and now it only reached the shoulders, and it had to reach the back waist before. What's going on? Lu Yuan was very angry. He reached out and picked up a lock of Ancient One's hair, and asked, don't tell me you still want to be a nun. Ancient One really couldn't read the book, so he could only put it down and sighed, even if you don't cut your hair now, won't you cut your hair when you give birth to this child? It seems that there is a saying that hair will absorb nutrients. In order to provide all the nutrients to the baby as much as possible, pregnant mothers will cut their hair short. And after giving birth to a child for a period of time, don't we pay attention to confinement here? At that time, I couldn't touch cold water, and I couldn't wash my hair. Anyway, there were many troublesome things. Don't forget the original setting of Ancient One is Oriental, so she might care about that too. Lu Yuan noticed that Ancient One's stomach was already obvious. Lu Yuan couldn't help but put his ear on it. Obviously he has super hearing, but now he is more willing to use this method to get close to Ancient One's belly, wanting to listen to his child's voice. Ancient One felt unnatural, but didn't run away. Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. A small, weak heartbeat made his eyes turn red, and even a drop of golden tears fell. That tear finally turned into a crystal-clear gem, disappeared in front of Ancient One, entered her stomach, and was tightly grasped by a pair of small hands and could not let go. This is a father's affection for his daughter from an almighty universe level, which contains a mighty power that may transcend the heart of the universe. After all, the heart of the universe is only a part of the power of OAA of the almighty universe level, and this tear is full of Lu Yuan's gratitude and touching. He must be moved. This is the first child to be born in his life. He has been brilliant in his life, and he has also been down, or lonely, especially because of his identity as a traveler. It is inevitable that he will feel lonely many times. Later, he traveled alone to the Marvel universe. Even he feels lonely, right? Thank you. Lu Yuan hugged Ancient One's waist and pressed it against his belly, as if he could be closely connected with his daughter through Ancient One's belly. Ancient One lightly raised his hand and placed it on Lu Yuan's shoulder, feeling the warmth of this moment with some emotion. The most important thing is that although Lu Yuan cared about the child, he did not forget the child's mother. Wasn't the first thing he cared about was Ancient One, and then he focused on the child. This also makes Ancient One satisfied. If he regards himself as a surrogate and only cares about the child in his womb, see if Ancient One will let him go. In fact, I have already said it, but Lu Yuan will no longer just roll away. By the way, who is she? Ancient One was Ancient One after all, and he quickly regained his calm, looking up at the girl in purple next to him. Cute is cute and beautiful, but it's a pity that I met someone like Lu Yuan, a bastard. Ancient One felt worthless for the girl in his heart. 517. Seeing how the two of them came in together, Ancient One had already guessed that she was broken. Lu Yuan felt speechless. Guessing that Ancient One was slandering himself in his heart, he didn't care. He stood up and introduced the two of them. Ganada, this is your elder sister. Ancient One's eldest wife, this is Ganada. Ancient One rolled his eyes. What's the matter with calling Roar in such a mess? Actually, Natasha Romanoff is your eldest wife, right? Ancient One reminded Lu Yuan not to forget Natasha Romanoff. She was the first to confirm the relationship with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shrugged. Teacher, how did you know it was you who had the first idea? Not to mention these, Lu Yuan has just returned, and he has to receive the information after leaving from the Big World Law. Then Lu Yuan realized that, for some reason, the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron was still on schedule. It seems that Wanda, under the blessing of the reality gem, confuses Tony with a stronger origin magic power, making him mistakenly think that an alien army will soon invade. Even Banner, who had just returned, began to feel less confident, and could no longer trust humans. So he also supported Tony to build a steel army called Ultron to defend against the so-called enemy that was coming. Liu Yongxin said that there are still alien enemies, and he has cleaned them up. And Wanda can really do things too. Anyway, Avengers, Age of Ultron war broke out. From the very beginning of Ultron's creation, it was impossible to be safe, because this time it was co-created by Tony and Banner. Tony was responsible for building the system, and Banner was responsible for giving Ultron a more human self-awareness. But one thing they are careless about is that once machines have self-awareness, why should they be controlled by humans? Especially Ultron, after mastering countless knowledge through the World Network, it is even more impossible to be controlled by the set system. So it ran off, moved off the web, and then picked up some of Tony's skills and started building its own body. What worries Tony most is that this guy has also mastered the nanotechnology that Yuan brought back from the future. Ultron obviously wants to build himself a steel body that is closer to life. Things are starting to get serious, and once Ultron is allowed to create an army of steel, it will even threaten the safety of all mankind. Yuan came to the base of the Avengers Alliance unhappily, just in time to break into the people who were urgently discussing countermeasures. I knew that you geniuses were unreliable. Once the Earth was at peace, you would be restless and cause trouble. Yuan started to rage as soon as he came in. Why are these smart people always being smart but being mistaken by smarts? Once the world is rarely peaceful, they will jump out to make trouble and let the world rest, right? This is especially true for the Illuminati in the comics. They claim to be a secret meeting of the smartest people in the world. As a result, they exiled Hulk and destroyed Hulk's alien-ruled country and wife, which resulted in Hulk's crazy revenge. Hence the Hulk World War. Before everyone could welcome Yuan's return, they were stunned by him. Banner hid in the corner with a guilty conscience. He already knew what trouble he had caused. However, Tony immediately retorted, "Then what should we do? We have already seen more advanced alien civilizations. Once the previous invasion incident occurs again, how should we protect our Earth? Yuan, we once thought we had lost you. We always find a way to protect the Earth. Yuan laughed angrily. Is it my fault for co-authoring? At the beginning, he was sprayed away, and he almost closed himself. Yuan also knew that his existence would frighten the Earth, so he left. Moreover, when did I say I left forever? A fool? I have 2 wives on Earth, and they are both pregnant. Will I leave forever? Yuan scolded angrily. Tony is just throwing the blame. Natasha Romanoff, who was on the side, blushed and coughed. She saw that her lower abdomen was still flat. Obviously, the child was not fully developed. No way, Natasha Romanoff is just an ordinary person after all. Even if she wears Mind Gem, it is still not enough for the child to get enough nutrition. The child was also very gentle, as if knowing that the mother could not bear her own development, and that Natasha Romanoff would die if she absorbed nutrients uncontrollably. So she is Buddhist, and she is not in a hurry. She can take her time as long as she has any nutrition. Yuan took out the power gem and stepped in front of Natasha Romanoff. This is what Yuan planned from the beginning. The power gem not only has powerful power, but can also bless other infinite gems. This is the gift he prepared for Natasha Romanoff from the very beginning. Xiao Na, this is the power gem. It's too difficult for you to support this child's nutrition by yourself. With this, it will be easier, Yuan said, bringing the power gem close to Natasha Romanoff's ring. With his power, the setting that the power gem will damage the host is easily modified, which allows Natasha Romanoff to not bear the burden of wearing the power gem, and will only get infinite power. Before Natasha Romanoff could refuse, Yuan placed a power gem next to the mind gem in the ring. Natasha Romanoff immediately noticed the change in herself, and she was sublimated by the power gem to her physical fitness. Power gems claim to have infinite physical power, and also make the user absolutely indestructible, invincible. It even allows the user to master and control all the power and energy that they try to master. It also supports other gems and strengthens their effects. When using this gem, the user can even copy all physical super ability, and make his physical attack ability and defense ability to an invincible level. To put it bluntly, Natasha Romanoff's current physique is about the same if not level single universe. Immediately, Natasha Romanoff felt her belly swell like a balloon. Yuan lowered his head neatly and approached her stomach. Boom bang. A powerful heartbeat was born out of nothing. The second little guy in his family is finally taking shape. If she arrives later, she will even change from the first to the third, because Gonada already has it. It's just that Gonada's side is a little different, because of the particularity of the Galactus family. In the entire growth process of that child, Gonada needs to pay countless energy. And this also requires Gonada to keep eating. Maybe it will be slower? In short, there are 3 little guys about to be born in Yuan's family, and each of them is not simple. Before birth, the power of level single universe is needed to provide enough nutrition. Even 1 infinite gems is not enough. God knows how shocking the world will be when they are truly born. I said, we're still in a meeting. Why don't you just go home? Hill, who had already switched to the Avengers, couldn't stand it any longer, reminding Yuan and Natasha Romanoff that this was the headquarters of the Avengers, and they were talking very seriously. Things feather. In the end, Yuan was in the middle of his arms. He originally came to find Natasha Romanoff, so he didn't want to worry about these messes. Li Dezeo picked up Natasha Romanoff's feet, and in the latter's shock, it turned into a golden light and disappeared. Damn, he really left. Tony shouted, not expecting that Yuan would be so disloyal. The others looked at each other. Barton spread his hands. Understandable, after all, they haven't seen each other for so long, and it's their first child. Besides, this is the mess you made. Don't talk nonsense, Tony retorted angrily. It's not that you are too irresponsible, you are busy with this or that, and I have no choice but to let an always-on Iron Legion guard the Earth. But Tony, don't you ever think about the dangers that the Iron Legion you've created is out of control? Steve asked with an unpleasant face. Tony spread his hands. So isn't this out of control? Crowd. Lu Yuan didn't want to worry about those bad things, so he took Natasha Romanoff directly back to Ancient One. When Natasha Romanoff and Gonada met, they had no choice but to accept it. This is definitely not because Natasha Romanoff is really so generous, but because she has seen Lu Yuan's memory, and she already knows a lot of the mysteries of the universe. Compared with what she knew on Earth, the secrets of the universe were too incredible, even too terrifying. To put it horribly, she didn't even know how to accept and understand it. Because she can't understand. There is an infinite multi-universe in the universe, and the gods really exist. Lu Yuan has become a real god, and there will be a big crisis in the future that may be enough to destroy the entire almighty universe. Lu Yuan will become the savior of the almighty universe, facing the terrifying enemy that brings destruction. No matter how ignorant she is, she will not use so many universes and so many beings to stir up emotions. She still has this realization. Then, when she and Ancient One realized that the girl in front of her looked young, she was actually a multi-universe level cosmic entity, and could also be considered a god of the 5 god level gods, and there was nothing to say. Other goddesses don't care about sharing your husband with you, she can only accept the third sister in this family. In the end, Lu Yuan also opened the portal to go home, and the family of 4 returned to their home to reunite. Mainly, Ancient One has many magician apprentices here, which is really not suitable. Ancient One also wanted to be respected, and did not want to be viewed in a different light by his disciples. What's more, this is Lu Yuan's home, and also their home. In the evening, I definitely have to prepare a candlelight dinner. Lu Yuan is inconvenient to go out, so he has to ask Natasha Romanoff to take Gonada to buy ingredients. Gonada changed into ordinary casual clothes, dressed like ordinary Earth girls, the same as when she came to Earth before, a black leather jacket, black short skirt, knee-high boots, and a pair of sunglasses. Looks full of youthful energy. And she is full of interest and curiosity about the Earth, which is just the time for Natasha Romanoff to introduce her more. When it was time for dinner in the evening, Lu Yuan also warned Natasha Romanoff, Xiao Na, your pregnancy has been highlighted, so don't do superhero anymore, and feel free to raise your baby at home. Natasha Romanoff sighed, looked down at her still swollen belly, and thought to herself, daughter, why are you soaring at this time? Is it because he feels his father's relationship? Seeing that a war was about to break out, she had to quit temporarily, which was very derelict. From this, we can see why the Red House performed that operation on the female agent. Then you have to promise me to help them, Avengers Alliance, when they need help. Natasha Romanoff told Lu Yuan about conditions, knowing that he is not suitable to show up now, but if necessary, I still hope that Lu Yuan can come forward. Lu Yuan thought for a while, after all there was a Wanda, so he happily agreed. Next, the family became more tacit, but stopped talking. Silent all night. The next morning, after getting up, Lu Yuan put on his casual clothes and went out for a morning run. He is not worried about being recognized because he has changed himself. He has become a Star-Lord outside, and no one must know who he is. After running around and buying breakfast, Natasha Romanoff and the others woke up one by one when Lu Yuan came back. Gonada sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, still contacting human culture with a curious face. It's just that Lu Yuan is very concerned about what kind of human beings are seen in Gonada's eyes. Could it be calories? By the way, Natasha Romanoff, I'm going to meet your family with you recently, and then formally propose to your father. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something. He had already promised to propose to Uncle Tun, but before that, wasn't it should I ask Natasha Romanoff's family first? Natasha Romanoff came first. Natasha Romanoff was about to take a sip of milk just after taking a shower. Hearing the sudden news, the glass fell as soon as his hand was released. Lu Yuan immediately caught her with psychokinesis. Natasha Romanoff asked, dumbfounded, why so suddenly? And it happened at this time? By the way, do you want to marry my father? Lu Yuan looked at Natasha Romanoff helplessly. She clearly knew what she meant. I want your father to give me your hand in person. Natasha Romanoff softened suddenly, bit her lip, and looked at Lu Yuan helplessly. This clever ghost knows that she can't do anything when he says that. But what about Ancient One's old sister? Natasha Romanoff had to consider Ancient One's feelings. By the way, Ancient One is also teaching Natasha Romanoff how to harness the power of Mind Gem, as well as teaching her some magic power, so he also became her teacher. But it's inappropriate to call teacher Ancient One at home, right? Sister Ancient One, don't worry, because she and I are married in the Nightmare Realm. Lu Yuan winked in Ancient One's direction, deliberately making fun of Natasha Romanoff's mistake. The old god Ancient One was sitting there, eating the breakfast that Lu Yuan brought back, ignoring it. Want to use this little trick to break her defense or get emotional? How is this possible? On the contrary, Ancient One was kicked in the belly. It was the little guy who was fighting for his mother, but you kicked the mother for whom you were fighting, and didn't kick your father. Ancient One secretly sighed, big and small bullying people? What about Gonada? She just came to Earth, so I have to take care of her. Natasha Romanoff brought the excuse to Ganada again. Unexpectedly, Ancient One took the initiative to say, I will stay for a while, anyway, there is almost nothing to do now, so don't worry too much about Kamartaj. So let me take care of Ganada. Lu Yuan spread out his hands, meaning that there will be no problem now, right? At the same time, he asked curiously, what? You don't seem to want to take me to see your family. Natasha Romanoff tilted her head to look at Lu Yuan, now that you know you have to go. She admitted that she didn't want to go back. She really didn't want to take Lu Yuan back if it wasn't necessary. But she also knows Lu Yuan's character. He will never change his mind, and this will be related to Natasha Romanoff's own lifelong event. She must also want to get the blessing of her family. Okay, I'll book the flight. Natasha Romanoff could only go to book the flight with the glass of milk. I can fly you there. Lu Yuan was faster than a plane. No, I'm asking them to prepare. Natasha Romanoff flicked her phone. She cared about nothing but getting her family ready. Looking at the figure of Natasha Romanoff leaving, Lu Yuan felt both inexplicable and a little worried. He never observed Natasha Romanoff's memory out of respect for Natasha Romanoff. Could it be that she has a bad relationship with her family? Having said that, Natasha Romanoff seems to rarely mention her family. In fact, Lu Yuan can more or less guess that Natasha Romanoff used to be the agent of the Red House after all, and she always said that she did a lot of wrong things before joining SHIELD. She has always regretted her past mistakes. So she has gratitude for SHIELD. And her family is still there. Will her sudden rebellion bring trouble to the family? Even her family may not be simple. With what face will she go back to face her family? Etc. Complicated feelings, which is why Natasha Romanoff is both anticipating and resisting. But in the end, Natasha Romanoff took the landing far back by plane. Don't ask Lu Yuan how he got on the plane, he has countless ways. And the identity of Natasha Romanoff can also create many fake dash. Even the plane was a private jet from Tony. This time there are only Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff. Lu Yuan will definitely not bring Ancient One and Ganada to propose marriage unless he is crazy. When the plane landed in a snowy city, the two got off the plane one after the other. Apparently it's winter season here. Let's go, there's still a long way to go. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly opened the door of a car on the street and sat in. Lu Yuan definitely followed, but he also asked, are you sure you won't be arrested? This is for us, don't worry, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, thinking that Lu Yuan was making a fuss. Did he forget his previous identity? Do you still have an accomplice? Lu Yuan was surprised. Natasha Romanoff betrayed the Red House, so there are still informants here? Natasha Romanoff glared at him. Would he speak? What is a fellow party? It's my sister, she likes to do this. We used to play the agent game, but the kid never won. This time, he should do sneak attacks, right? When Natasha Romanoff mentioned her sister, there was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. On the way to drive, Natasha Romanoff finally briefly introduced her family to Lu Yuan. The first is the younger sister she just mentioned, called Yelena, who is a few years younger than Natasha Romanoff. Her sister has also been trained by the Red House, which means that Yelena and Natasha Romanoff went out to the same door and are also the female agent of the Red House. At the same time, this also shows that Yelena has also done that operation. Lu Yuan. I know, Lu Yuan agreed in advance without waiting for Natasha Romanoff to make a request. He knew that Natasha Romanoff hoped that he would also complete Yelena's body. No problem, trivial. Then Natasha Romanoff's parents are still alive. Her father is Alexei and her mother is Melina. Lu Yuan wanted to ask, are they really Natasha Romanoff's family? Because in the comics, Yelena once became the third generation of Black Widow, and in order to become the only Black Widow, she once ruthlessly pursued the senior sister Natasha Romanoff who betrayed the motherland. Not to mention that Alexei is directly Natasha Romanoff's husband in the comics. Damn, even if the movie universe has changed its settings, and it has nothing to do with the comics universe, it's not very comfortable to think about it, right? And Melina is an Iron Lady. It can be said that she hates Natasha Romanoff because she is jealous of Natasha Romanoff's excellence. So are they really family? Well, the cinematic universe even split Chili Pepper and Happy in the comics so that Chili Pepper and Tony are together. It should be long overdue for the cinematic universe to be a separate universe. That's right, in the comics, Chili Pepper and Happy are a couple who have lovers and are married. The cinematic universe is indeed a single universe among many multi-universes, and it is even officially numbered as Earth 199999. So don't confuse the movie universe with the comics universe. The movie universe has its own story and plot, as well as its own settings. Is it illegal to hunt bears here? Lu Yuan asked a question on a whim in order to prevent himself from continuing to think wildly. Natasha Romanoff didn't know why he asked this all of a sudden, but replied, although it's not illegal, but brother, it's winter, do you think it's a polar bear? Bears also hibernate. Hunting here is really not illegal. As long as the local owner is a local owner, he can hunt a certain number of bears or wolves every year. Even if the number exceeds the number, he can pay money to avoid the crime. It's just that the new generation of young people no longer like to use bear hunting as a way to show their strength as the older generation does, and the new young people also start to like to play games online or go to bars to fight alcohol. Here, drink up this vodka. The two chatted while driving along the way. Unconsciously, Natasha Romanoff drove the car out of the city and went straight to the wild. Lu Yuan didn't care either, but was very interested in the ice and snow on both sides. Seeing snow for the first time, Natasha Romanoff glanced at Lu Yuan with interest. Lu Yuan shook his head, it's just nostalgia. He looked up and looked to the other side, and there was a nearby city that used to be his hometown. How could he have never seen snow? After all, his hometown was also called the Ice City. Every winter, the sky and the earth were white and very beautiful. It is a pity that there is no longer his hometown, because his real hometown is in the real world, and this is just the world in the works. We're getting there. While Lu Yuan was still sighing, he crossed a path in the woods, and a large villa that looked very exaggerated, as if it was a castle, appeared on the side of the road ahead. This should be Natasha Romanoff's home? Sure enough, Natasha Romanoff drove the car to the vicinity of the villa, opened the car door and walked to the door, pushed the door and entered. I'm back, Natasha Romanoff called out into the room. Lu Yuan followed her and walked in, but strangely, there was no movement in the room. The door is clearly open and not locked. Are all fighting nations so sturdy? Not afraid of things being stolen? Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff winked at Lu Yuan and made a gesture. Lu Yuan understood in seconds that he didn't even need to turn on supervision. He could already find a corner of his clothes by the wall in the front corner. It seemed that someone was hiding there. My sister, Natasha Romanoff said silently to Lu Yuan's identity. She said it before, the two sisters have liked to play agent games since they were young, and they were both born in a red house, and they are also the best agents, so they naturally have a psychological comparison. Natasha Romanoff lowered her footsteps and leaned forward quietly. Lu Yuan quickly stopped. Are you kidding me? Stomach. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Well, the plan was broken. A young girl with a graceful figure and beautiful features suddenly appeared in front of her, and she raised a gun in her hand and aimed it at Natasha Romanoff. Lu Yuan was about to shoot. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly shouted, don't worry, she's out of bullets. After all, it's just a two-sisters game. Yelena is beautiful and somewhat similar to Natasha Romanoff, only a few years younger. She looks like she's not even 25 years old, she's in her 20s. But this time Lu Yuan was more powerful. He couldn't look at his sister-in-law more, but walked inside with Natasha Romanoff. Yelena, who fell behind her, opened her mouth wide and stood still in stunned silence. Wait for me. She didn't chase after her sister-in-law until her brother-in-law had already entered the house, still holding a pistol with no bullet in her hand and forgot to put it away, shouting from behind, Natasha Romanoff? What's going on? Why are you having a big belly? Why are you pregnant? The female agent who came out of the red house can't get pregnant in this life. How is this going? Natasha Romanoff glanced at Lu Yuan, then turned back to stare at Yelena. Call me sister. Yelena pouted, muttering as if reluctantly on May 17, I know how to show off, isn't it just a few years older than me? Sister. But she still shouted. Walking to the living room inside, Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff sat down on a couch. Yelena followed and sat down opposite, still looking at Natasha Romanoff with a look of surprise, especially her stomach, looking like she was eager to lift up her clothes to see if it was true or not. This kid is naughty? Natasha Romanoff just smiled and looked at Yelena and said, long time no see. Yelena's eyes blushed, she turned her head hurriedly, and said sternly, you still know how to come back? When someone asked, I just said that my sister moved to the west, and also said that you are a science teacher and your husband is those who are responsible for renovating houses for others will move back when the interest rate here falls. Are you finally getting into the family scene? And Yelena's words revealed a lot of complaints. But both sisters knew that Natasha Romanoff's case was more troublesome and less likely to be made public. She actually betrayed the country. So this is definitely bullshit for ordinary people who don't know the truth. Not to mention that Natasha Romanoff's husband, Lu Yuan, didn't build houses at all, but he was diligent in stealing. I should have come back to save you. Natasha Romanoff also showed sincere feelings. She knew that Yelena had also been forcibly completed the operation by the Red House. Every female agent who comes out of the house has to complete that operation, which is also the final assessment. She could have come back, but she couldn't. Yelena looked at it, and laughed and complained, you will only make things worse when you come back. Yelena knew that once Natasha Romanoff came back, the whole family would be investigated, which would be worse. What's more, Natasha Romanoff will also be hunted down by the Red House, which is not worth it. By the way, what about mom and dad? Natasha Romanoff asked Lu Yuan, not in a hurry to heal Yelena's body, but asked curiously. Since they came in, they have noticed that Yelena is the only one in the room. Yelena shrugged. You can guess how happy they were when you suddenly called and said you were going home. So they've been out since this morning and have to buy a lot of things to come back to celebrate. Natasha Romanoff had already thought of that scene, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But there was tenderness in her eyes. Who is he? Yelena also began to pay attention to Lu Yuan beside him. It was the first time that Lu Yuan felt so neglected. I'm the one you mentioned just now, the one who renovated houses for others, your sister's husband, Lu Yuan introduced himself. Are you married? Yelena was shocked again, and then she finally noticed that Natasha Romanoff was wearing a gemstone ring on her left ring finger. Even the gems of this ring are amazing, with a total of 2 infinite gems in it. This is enough to give the earth a sweeping power. Natasha Romanoff glared at Lu Yuan and explained, actually, she's engaged, not married yet. So isn't this coming back to tell you guys? Okay, Yelena relaxed. If Natasha Romanoff didn't even tell her family about marriage, they wouldn't forgive her easily. Wait a minute. Yelena seemed to notice something again and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Isn't he Superman? You just noticed. Lu Yuan was about to feel speechless about this sister-in-law, and she was so startled. Did she really confirm that it was the female agent from the Red House? But Lu Yuan didn't even think about how much impact they had on Yelena. Infertile Natasha Romanoff is pregnant and comes back with a big belly. And then there's Natasha Romanoff's husband who turns out to be Superman? The alien who is said to be able to blow up the Earth with one punch? The main thing is Zero. Didn't you leave Earth? Yelena expressed curiosity. Lu Yuan spread his hands, so I came back secretly again. This. Indeed, Lu Yuan never said that he could not come back. Yelena looked at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff said helplessly, don't look at him outside. He's actually very rogue. You have to stay away from him. No. Yelena felt that the three views exploded. She always thought that Superman was a great superhero. Next, the two sisters began to enter their chat, completely abandoning Lu Yuan. In other words, although they spoke Russian, Lu Yuan learned it after hearing a few words. He didn't bother, but walked around the living room alone. This is a seemingly ordinary family dress, but Lu Yuan knows very well that there are switches and secrets beside some walls, and many firearms and other weapons are hidden. It seems that the agent family is really not simple, and it is necessary to deal with possible emergencies at any time. There is even a secret passage in the fireplace, which can be transferred to other rooms at critical moments. Not to mention the underground, in addition to a cellar, there is also an underground warehouse dedicated to storing various weapons and equipment, and even Lu Yuan saw a set of more interesting equipment. It was a red battlesuit that looked similar to Captain America's, and even had a round shield. 2.0. The Red Guardian, modeled after Captain America, was also born out of the Super Soldier program. Especially the second-generation Alexei, even the shield is exactly the same. It can be said that the cottage has reached the extreme. I really want to see what Steve's face will look like when he sees this scene. Lu Yuan thought darkly about Steve's possible expressions. Then, when Lu Yuan turned around, he found that Natasha Romanoff and Yelena not only had a good chat, but also didn't know where to find 2 bottles of vodka, and they had already toasted. Lu Yuan shook his head with a black line. He really was a fighting nation. The 2 girls just started drinking like no one else. They don't even need side dishes, and they drink cup by cup while chatting. Isn't vodka a high-level spirit? The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched, and he hurried up to stop the 2 of them. Fortunately, Lu Yuan stopped it early, otherwise when Natasha Romanoff's parents came back, both girls would be drunk. It was said that Lu Yuan and the others arrived in the morning, but the old couple didn't come back until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When I entered the house, I saw a lot of things that had buried my father-in-law, Alexei. After all, Alexei is the second-generation Red Guardian. Regardless of whether there is a serum injected with the super soldier plan in the movie universe, at least the power is still there. As a result, he has now become a porter, responsible for accompanying his wife shopping and carrying things. I also have to say that Alexei is still very responsible, because the men here are all macho. Housework? What is that? Isn't that what a woman should do? So the hairy girls should look to the neighbors, the men here are better. When the family is reunited, it is naturally lively. Especially when Alexei couldn't wait to put down his things and hug Natasha Romanoff, Lu Yuan had to show up and stand in the middle. In any case, as the second-generation Red Guardian, Alexei's identity in the comics still makes Lu Yuan pay more attention to 06. Natasha Romanoff didn't know why, but seeing Lu Yuan's persistence, he could only give up hugging his father. Who is this kid? Alexei was about to curse, hugging his daughter. Who is he? I'm the father of the child in Ziona's womb, Lu Yuan snorted softly. Who is not going to be a father? Natasha Romanoff. Only then did Alexei and Iron Lady Melina notice Natasha Romanoff's belly. Melina also said, I thought you were fat. Natasha Romanoff showed her hands and feet with a black line. Who has a fat belly? You can tell by looking at her limbs, she is not fat, right? Because children need a lot of energy and nutrients that cannot be provided by ordinary food. Natasha Romanoff does not need to eat too much, just 2 infinite gems are enough. She can even walk as fast as she can without worrying about the child's problems. Before her baby was born, she had to rely on the power of level single universe to provide nourishment. Lu Yuan's previous worries were all blind worries. Except for the multi-universe gods, they would not threaten his daughters. So this is the man you brought back. Alexei squinted Lu Yuan. It is said that the father-in-law and the son-in-law are enemies, which is true. Both of them stood there with their arms crossed. You stared at me and I stared at you. No one would let anyone else. No, Alexei shook his head forcefully, expressing his disapproval of this marriage. Lu Yuan smiled and said with a sneer, you can't control this. Who is my daughter going to marry? I'll decide. You try. What? You still want to play with me? Come. Yes, they are about to fight. Melina has the attitude of a mother-in-law, and she couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted, enough, Alexei, haven't you noticed that your son-in-law is Superman? She had noticed that Lu Yuan was Superman. This big idiot, you still want to wrestle with Superman? Isn't it crazy? Only then did Alexei notice it, and he couldn't help but look at Natasha Romanoff and Lu Yuan, muttering, if it's Superman, it's barely worthy. Still barely worthy? but thinking that the other is his wife, Lu Yuan can only have nothing to say. A farce finally ended peacefully. Before Melina could pack her things, she called Alexei to the kitchen to help prepare dinner. Today's dinner must be extremely rich. Their family doesn't hire a nanny, so Melina alone can't handle it. Yelena and Natasha Romanoff went together later, but left Lu Yuan alone in the living room. Is this how your family entertains guests? Isn't the son-in-law a guest? Lu Yuan was speechless. In fact, the family really did it on purpose. In the kitchen, Melina and Alexei stopped what they were holding and looked at Natasha Romanoff. What the hell is going on? Melina's expression was much more serious than before. She subconsciously looked at the direction she came in, but she didn't see Lu Yuan's follow-up figure before continuing to ask, Natasha Romanoff, you can't get pregnant anymore. Is it? What's going on? It was not easy to talk to Lu Yuan in front of him before, so the family could only get together and ask quietly. Natasha Romanoff told the truth. It was Lu Yuan who helped me heal my physical defects, so I'm already a normal woman. Mom, Dad, I plan to let him heal Yelena as well. Although I didn't have the chance before. Come back to save Yelena, but now I have a chance to make amends. Melina and Alexei looked at each other. Yelena didn't know what she was thinking. She used to think that her sister had also done this kind of surgery, so it's nothing to be like her sister now, right? She was even prepared to not marry or have children for the rest of her life. After all, she couldn't have children anymore. But suddenly, my sister is not only pregnant, but also brings back a person to marry, let alone help herself? Melina raised her hand and pressed her temple, only to feel a headache. What is the origin of this Superman? Can he even do such a thing? Too strong. Melina only felt that the son-in-law's methods were too exaggerated. He's a Superman after all, Natasha Romanoff can only fool. Otherwise, it can't be said that Lu Yuan is already a god, right? Or the kind of transcendent universe that devoured a super-universe, 530, and the god who forcibly took all the divine power and divine personality that transcended the Protoss. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Natasha Romanoff had to say half and leave half. The family muttered in the kitchen, which seemed extremely mysterious. But what they talked about the most was Lu Yuan. How? Does he really love you? Alexei was more concerned about Lu Yuan's attitude towards Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff smiled wryly. It is impossible to say not to love, but he is undeniable. Just as Alexei was about to notice something, Natasha Romanoff raised her left hand and showed her wedding ring. Do you know what the gem is in here? The whole family looked over, but they didn't know why. Natasha Romanoff had to explain, the two gems inside are the mind gem and the power gem. Not to mention the mind gem. The power of the power gem can easily destroy everything on the surface of the earth, civilization, life, and even everything. If I want, I can wipe out the earth with a stomping foot. That's no exaggeration. And he gave me these two sacred treasures as rings. Natasha Romanoff smiled wryly at the family. I'm worried now that I accidentally destroy something, and I have to be careful when I raise my hand or make a move. It's a problem. Natasha Romanoff didn't notice, and the family's expressions were a little weird when she spoke of the Power Stone, as if in deep thought. In the evening, the long table in the restaurant was filled with all kinds of delicious food. I have to say that Melina's craftsmanship is still good, at least it looks delicious. The family is very happy because of the return of Natasha Romanoff and her good news. Especially when Lu Yuan was in the middle of dinner, he did indeed repair her physical deficiencies for Yelena, which made the family even more happy. Alexei no longer targets Lu Yuan, and drinks with him frequently. They definitely drink vodka. What surprised Lu Yuan even more was that he even saw familiar dumplings on the dining table. Only then did he know that when dumplings were introduced here, a unique traditional Russian dumpling was developed. It's just that their dumpling filling left Lu Yuan speechless, because it was either pure meat filling or vegan filling. And their dumplings are not a main dish, but a main dish. In Alexei's words, I eat meat dumplings just to eat meat. Why put vegetables? If you want vegetables, you can eat vegetable dumplings, right? What is this saying? Fortunately, the meat was fragrant but not greasy, so Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a few more bites. As for the vegetable stuffing, forget it, and the mashed potato stuffing should be dipped in cream? He may not accept it. After eating a hearty dinner, the show is not over yet. Alexei asked Melina to bring a tray full of wine glasses, saying what to do with the turntable. Different from the traditional use of guns as turntables, this gameplay is said to be mixed with water and vodka in these wine glasses, but it cannot be shown when drinking wine. In other words, you have to drink vodka like water, and you have to be good at acting, otherwise you will lose. Melina put down the tray and left. The mother and daughter sat aside and chatted. Lu Yuan could only be dragged by Alexei and had to play this game. No way, just play. With Lu Yuan's current strength, let alone a glass of wine, it would be no problem to drink the highest purity industrial alcohol directly. This kind of game is nothing at all. What just made Lu Yuan curious is there really water in these wine glasses? Sure, he didn't drink a glass of water, it was all wine. Quietly discerning with the cosmic awareness of the almighty universe level, Lu Yuan finally found the tricky. It turned out that half of the tray was half water and half wine, but the water was all on Alexei's side, and his side was all wine. It seems that the old mother-in-law is not a good person. Lu Yuan wanted to ask, is there such a thing as a son-in-law? But as soon as he rolled his eyes, he guessed that it should be something their family wanted to talk about that they didn't want to be heard by him. Well, Lu Yuan looked at Natasha Romanoff's face and finally showed a shaky look after drinking a tray of wine. What? That won't work, hiccup? Lu Yuan thought with disdain, you can't drink water anymore, how are you? But Alexei still didn't let Lu Yuan go and continued to drink. Finally, at the third set, Lu Yuan fell down as he wished. He finally fell down. If he doesn't fall down, I should fall down. Say I'm going to the toilet, Melina? Help me. Alexei stood up with difficulty, but felt his stomach was bloated. Melina glanced in disgust, look at your bad idea. I hope Lu Yuan won't have a headache when he wakes up tomorrow. Natasha Romanoff? Help him to rest. Yelena will help too. Natasha Romanoff sighed. She knew that her parents were making things difficult for Lu Yuan, but she had no choice but to decline Yelena's kindness with a wry smile and help Lu Yuan to the room by herself. Halfway through the road, Natasha Romanoff said, okay, stop pretending. Lu Yuan immediately opened his eyes mentally and asked, how is it? Is your acting good? How much can you drink? Natasha Romanoff was really surprised, but she watched her mother fill Lu Yuan's glass with vodka, and a tray was at least 4 or 5 pounds of wine. This way of drinking, even her battle the nation must be devastated. What's more, Lu Yuan had already been fed a lot by Alexei at the dining table before. Too much to drink, right? Lu Yuanxin said that the cells in his body are all super large universes, and they are all fixed stars, so what kind of drinks are there? I can drink even if I bring wine from all over the world. Don't forget that you are a man, I am a god. Lu Yuan winked proudly. Natasha Romanoff thought with a black line, the parents' plan was completely for nothing. What on earth are they trying to do? Lu Yuan was also curious, the family seemed mysterious. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. I don't know, but I guess they're trying to get you out of the way to discuss something with me. She had just returned home, so naturally she didn't know what her family wanted to do. Then just ask. Let Lu Yuan go back to the room to have a good rest, and Natasha Romanoff turned back to the living room downstairs. Sure enough, the family of 3 was already sitting there waiting for her. Natasha Romanoff, is it true what you just said in the kitchen? Is your power stone really that powerful? Melina went straight to the subject as soon as she spoke, aiming at Natasha Romanoff's wedding ring. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback for a moment. She nodded her head to admit it, but also wondered, why are you asking this? Don't worry, I won't do anything to our country. I didn't betray the country, I just wanted to do something better. So I am now a member of the Avengers and will not do anything to harm anyone. We're not worried about that, Alexei quickly reassures Natasha Romanoff. Yelena sighed and said, in fact, after you left and I quit, the Red House is still running. And now the Red House has fallen into the hands of a master called Imitation. Those agents who did not leave before, are now also they all obeyed his orders involuntarily. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. She heard that the Red House was disbanded. Did it still exist? Even a master imitator popped up? It's him. Natasha Romanoff seemed to remember what happened to her and Hawkeye Barton in a place called Budapest. While we didn't know the story of Budapest until now, it's clear that it was definitely important to Natasha Romanoff, otherwise she wouldn't be bringing it up too often. And right there, they once encountered a guy who, at the moment of only seeing Barton's fighting skills, not only imitated it perfectly, but also turned his weapon into a bow and arrow, almost killing Barton. Natasha Romanoff finally remembered, as if there was such a guy. We don't know what the purpose of the imitation master is, but right now he's dangerous, he's still holding the Red House, and it will only threaten more people. Natasha Romanoff, we need your strength, help us put the Red House with that man and forever. Melina, Budapest, and Yelena all made pleas to Natasha Romanoff with sincere eyes. How about me? Suddenly, Lu Yuan leaned against the door frame and took the initiative to ask Ying. It turned out to be because of the news of the Red House. No wonder they have to carry Lu Yuan on their backs. This is only about the Natasha Romanoff family, and it is also about some of the country's secrets. Originally, they wanted to solve it by themselves, but how could Lu Yuan really stay out of it? Natasha Romanoff is now his wife, so Natasha Romanoff's business is definitely his business. So Lu Yuan stood up, how about me? The family looked at each other. Natasha Romanoff smiled reserved and cute. I just said your method is not reliable at all. Melina glanced at Alexei, stood up and said to Lu Yuan, after all, this matter only concerns our family, and you are not already have you announced your departure from the earth? Not only is it inappropriate to involve other countries' affairs, but you can't easily appear in public, right? Melina is right, there must be many secrets of this country in the Red House. If Lu Yuan breaks his own rules and gets involved in other countries' affairs, it will be difficult for him to gain trust. What's more, his return is still a secret. He shouldn't want to be known that he has returned so soon, right? As a result, Lu Yuan glanced at Natasha Romanoff, and suddenly his body began to change, and his whole body immediately became exactly the same as Natasha Romanoff, except that he didn't have a big belly. Lu Yuan turned into Natasha Romanoff, leaning on the doorframe with his arms crossed, and asked, is this all right? Even the sound is the same. Everyone was stunned. Is this okay? What is this ability? Imitation master? Can you become someone else's image, completely imitate someone else? Lu Yuan is the perfect imitation, right? Not only the appearance and voice, but also the genes, fingerprints, and even the iris are exactly the same. This is not fake, but real. Even Natasha Romanoff came to Lu Yuan with surprise and reached out to touch Lu Yuan's face. She didn't know how Lu Yuan did it. Lu Yuan grabbed Natasha Romanoff's salty hands and said to her family, "You also see Natasha Romanoff's current condition. She is pregnant and can't continue fighting like before. As for the power gems, we can't lend them to you, because our children also need the power of the power gems and the mind gem as nutrients to grow. So I can help you in place of Natasha Romanoff." Lu Yuan neither wanted Natasha Romanoff to be involved, nor did he want this little thing to affect the birth time of his child, not to mention that 2 infinite gems would continuously provide nutrition for his child. So Lu Yuan decided to take action himself. He would become Natasha Romanoff and complete the incident in place of Natasha Romanoff. Isn't it the Red House? Isn't that the imitation master? If he wants to, including the power of the quantum field, he can kill in seconds. But that would seem boring? It seems to be playing a custom game. Although you can set the levels yourself, etc., but if you don't need to move, what's the point of standing in your own home and killing the opponent in the opposite hometown? So, when there are not many people playing LOL, they always open custom to play Kindred or Senna for a day, and then play Silly for another day, right? And Yelena and the others are obviously not just going to destroy the current Red House. If possible, it is best not to let the Red House have a chance to make a comeback. That requires a complete plan. Including Melina and Alexei have not fought for a long time, including Alexei's figure is seriously out of shape. When refined his battle suit, it is very difficult to wear it reluctantly. The family is helpless. Rest assured, I will lose weight before I start, Alexei promised his family, before pulling Lu Yuan away. Lu Yuan's face is innocent, what does it have to do with him? It turned out that Alexei planned to take Lu Yuan to hunt. Although bears would hibernate in winter, some were woken up by starvation due to insufficient food and fat storage. At this time, the bears even knew that they could not provoke the fighting nation. But what they are looking for now is the bears of this period. Lu Yuan had definitely changed back to his original appearance, and was helplessly pulled by Alexei to a more remote forest. Not to mention, they actually found a bear's cave, but they were sleeping peacefully. Alexei was fine and went in directly. This guy didn't bring any weapons, only a round shield, and he went in like this? Soon, a roar of beast came from the cave. It is understandable that anyone who is maliciously woken up will have an uncontrollable feeling of getting up. The next second, a red fat figure flew out backwards. But this is not a bear, but Alexei, Lu Yuan's old husband. He flew upside down and fell at Lu Yuan's feet, followed closely, and another big guy rushed out of the cave. Even if he landed on all fours, he was already more than 1 meter high, and his eyes were so red, it was like a car rushing. "Come over." Alexei was about to ask Lu Yuan who was beside him to pull him, but when he turned his head, he almost cocked his nose. I saw that Lu Yuan had already run to the car at a very fast speed. That was the car they were driving in. It would be fine if he hid in the car. I saw that he easily lifted the car over his head with his hands, and then ran away without looking back. Did he run away? Alexei was speechless. He was not pulled over to watch him live, but he wanted to help him at a critical moment. "It's all right now, I can't see his back anymore, but it's all right." The helpless Alexei could only get up from the snow by himself. At this time, the bear had come to the front, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit Alexei's neck. Maybe many people have a misunderstanding when they see Xiong de Xiong Er. In fact, bears are omnivores. Besides eating honey, their favorite is meat. But if necessary, humans are also their hunting targets, so don't think that all bears are like Xiong de Xiong Er, and you should stay far away from the zoo. Learn a little knowledge. If it is an ordinary person, it may be enough to bite the neck off. But Alexei is not an ordinary person after all. Although he doesn't know where his shield is left, he still has enough strength to hug the bear's neck, and then twist to the side to avoid the fatal bite. Then Alexei rolled over and rode on the bear's neck and shoulders, strangling the bear's neck. The big bear was struggling, and the snow under his feet was opened by it, and he also dug a deep hole in the frozen soil below, and wanted to fall and crush Alexei to death. But Alexei didn't let go, and finally killed the bear by strangling the neck. Alexei, who had not fought for a long time, was also exhausted. Then he saw that Lu Yuan came back with his car at the moment she Shiren.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.